Police families were quite popular in the police department, even if it was just one in a small town. The less of a heritage that a person had, the more they valued it. In some American films, boasting about forefathers included things like, the earliest passengers on the Mayflower. Those who didn't know better would think that they were members of aristocratic families who had been sent to establish themselves in the Americas. But Americans like to talk about this sort of history. After that, Harrison dragged Luke away. Naturally, he had to consult Luke as the person who provided him the list in order to verify things. The two of them observed the 30 or so atypical students again. It didn't matter who Harrison had an eye on, Luke pointed out all the people on the list. Half an hour later, Harrison left in a daze, forgetting to say thank you. He was already thinking about how to get these oddballs onto his team as interns and to develop their biggest potential. Luke also left. He had already given the list to Remick, and didn't need to come to the police academy often. He could just take a look in passing whenever he picked Claire up. Making the decision to slack off, he returned to the police department. He had just entered the Major Crimes Division, when Billy pulled him to Elsa's office. After they knocked, Elizabeth opened the door and let them in. Except for Elsa's rookie partner, Simmons, everybody in her team was there. Luke looked at Elsa. "All right, what happened?" Elsa sighed. Elizabeth and Billy dug up a big lead in the state police's archive room. "I told them to wait for you." Luke raised an eyebrow and took the case file from her. After flipping through it for a moment, he raised his head. 30 missing cases. All of them girls and children. Elsa nodded solemnly. "Yes. Look at where they went missing." Luke flipped to a map and saw the red dots on it, which had the dates of the crimes. 27 cases happened in an area 50 kilometers around Ellsworth City. "You haven't checked the Ellsworth police's files yet, have you?" he asked. Elizabeth shook her head silently. Luke looked at Elsa. "Do we continue investigating?" Staring at Elizabeth and Billy, Elsa said a moment later, "This is as far as we go with this case. Don't mention anything related to it." Elizabeth said, "Boss, this." Elsa leaned forward in her chair, spinning the pen in her hand. "Whatever evidence you find, you won't be able to bring down the Ellsworth family with it. You'll only drag your family down with you. Nobody likes their dirty laundry being aired, much less a big family." She sighed and continued, "You won't get any credit for this. Even Ellsworth's political enemies wouldn't want you to do this. If you just want answers, then keep quiet and wait." With that, she waved her hand, indicating that Elizabeth and Billy could leave. After the office door was shut once more, Elsa looked at Luke. "You're going to investigate?" Luke chuckled. "Boss, aren't you afraid that I'll piss off the Ellsworth family this time?" After a brief silence, Elsa said, "What happened before was just a power struggle between the big shots. It has nothing to do with us, but this case is beyond my expectations. If you don't want to investigate it, fine. I'll give it to someone else." Luke said with a smile, "You only have Elizabeth and me under your command. Don't tell me you want to do it yourself." "Boss, how long has it been since you've worked a case like this? Aren't you afraid they'll make you disappear?" Elsa smiled bitterly. "Don't scare me. I know how serious it is." Luke, however, waved his hand. "I'll look into it. If we don't use the police department's resources and channels, there'll be less chance of problems popping up." He then looked at Elsa. "But don't ask about this case anymore. Just pretend that you don't know anything." Elsa's lips twitched. "Wasn't that what I told Elizabeth? Why are you teaching me now?" But seeing Luke's calm expression, she nodded slowly. Like she had said, they wouldn't get any credit for working this case, and the police department wouldn't protect them. The Ellsworths had extensive connections in Los Angeles and in the police department. Once they got wind of any news, they would just create trouble for the investigation. This was power. After they left, Luke and Selena spent the day working other cases. When they returned home at night, they had dinner, trained, and worked overtime as usual. As Luke sat in the living room and pondered which big shot to look for to confess whatever intelligence they had, his phone rang. After the call connected, Jenny asked right away, "Where are you?" Luke said, "At home." "Come to my place." "I have something to ask you," Jenny said decisively. Looking at the time, Luke felt that he could spare some time, and said, "Okay." Do. Jenny had already hung up. Luke was stumped. Was the young lady angry? She didn't even say goodbye. On his way over, he felt a little awkward. The initial plan in going to Europe was to score some points with Miss Beth and gain some benefits for their phone company. In the end, he had realized that it was a great opportunity to earn some experience and credit. Between experience and credit or money, he chose experience and credit. After all, money could be earned sooner or later, but experience and credit points were never enough. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he hadn't completed his mission. Maybe he would have to work harder later so that Miss Jenny could vent her anger. Ever since he personally modified Jenny's security system, he would directly enter the villa's underground garage via a secret passage after sending Jenny a message to open it. The reason why they changed how they met was because the business they discussed was becoming more and more important, and they couldn't meet in a hotel room like they usually did. Jenny had also changed her security guards and had Luke secretly screen them before the current security team was finally formed. As for the security team that had been sent by Jenny's father in the past, they naturally left. She was very disappointed in her father and didn't need to rely on him for her living expenses or a security team. As ever, her father only loved her that much. She had to stand on her own 2 feet. And she would do that as Jenny Guinea's, not as someone's daughter. Luke was naturally happy to see this happen. If he wanted a friend, it was very easy to make one. On the other hand, the reason he and Jenny were able to maintain a connection was mostly because of their mutual needs. He needed a business partner and a rich big shot who could stand in the limelight. Rather than cozying up to one, it was better to groom one himself. Thinking about Jenny's recent progress, Luke still felt that he had to convince her with both the carrot and the stick. Taking a hardline approach wasn't the way to get along with a partner. Entering the study on the 2nd floor, Luke saw Jenny's back. This villa might be worth close to $3 million, but naturally, it didn't have a very nice view. In fact, the window in Jenny's study only looked out onto a small area dozens of meters away. It wasn't grand at all, but it was quiet. Luke coughed. "Hi. Good evening, beautiful Miss Guineas." Jenny slowly turned around and stared at him. A moment later, she charged at him. Luke raised his hands. "Wait, let me, Their lips and tongues tangled passionately for a long moment before Jenny finally let go, panting but still clinging to him. She exclaimed, "How did you do it? Unbelievable. Darling, did you use some spell on Miss Beth?" Luke wanted to scratch his head, and could only carry her to a chair and sit down. "All right, calm down a little and take it slow. We have a lot of time tonight." Jenny finally calmed down a little. Looking at his face and recalling his habits, she suddenly realized something. "You don't care about news on finance or technology at all, do you?" Luke chuckled. "No, I don't understand any of that." Jenny touched his forehead. "Are you sick? This is very important to the phone company, and you didn't even take a look." Luke exerted a little more strength to calm the excited girl down. "I like it when you tell me the news. That gives me even more satisfaction." Jenny hit him in frustration. "Damn it. Don't trick me with such rubbish. Forget it, I'll be happier if you talk more like that in the future." Luke was amused. Most people always wanted to hear what they liked, whether it was true or false. Jenny then told him the great news about the phone company. Island Dragon Electronics suddenly announced that morning that a serious accident at one of their production bases would affect their chip production plan for the second half of the year, though the orders for major clients would still be completed as per contract terms. Luke didn't understand what was so great about that. Doesn't that mean that the production of the chips for our phones will also be postponed? Jenny, on the other hand, looked at him strangely for a long time. She couldn't help but kiss him again before she said, "That's what the newspapers said. But this afternoon, I received a notification from Island Dragon asking me to go over and discuss revisions to the chip production plan." Luke didn't say anything and continued listening to her. "In the end, I met Beth Patrick Thompson in person and made a deal for our chips to be supplied in advance," said Jenny. Luke was confused. Wait, something serious happened at Island Dragon's production base. On one hand, they said that delivery of goods would be delayed for some clients, but on the other hand, they're going to supply our chips in advance. What's going on? Jenny smiled. On the surface, it's probably because of the problem at the production base, but their workers also can't earn a salary for nothing. Before resuming supply for the major clients, these workers will first process chips for other clients, and won't be transferred back until the problem at the production base is resolved. Luke rubbed his forehead. Wait, can they use their workers like that? This wasn't like laying bricks, there was no need to move anywhere. Why did this just sound like nonsense? Jenny smiled again, but this time, it was a mocking smile. Do you know which company's contract deadline was put off? Luke rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, the Thompson family's NTC phone company. Stunned for a moment, Jenny asked in surprise, how did you know? Oh, you actually read the news and pretended not to know. Luke shook his head and said with a smile, if you want me to guess and you didn't say it outright, the answer is probably the one that doesn't make the most sense. Is there anything more unreasonable than a daughter refusing to supply her own father's phone company with chips? I think there are very few. Jenny sighed in admiration. Fine, Detective Luke, you're right, in part. Island Dragon is blocking the supply of chips to the Thompson's NTC company. Can you guess why? Luke asked, is it a family conflict over money? Jenny nodded. I pretended to let slip our visit to her father's place, and her expression didn't look right. At that point, she sighed. Also, she couldn't hide her state back then from me. Disappointment, pain, anger, conflict. Luke hugged her and said, wait, I lied a little just now. Just as Jenny was reminiscing, Luke interrupted her thoughts, and she asked curiously, what lie? Luke said, I think I know why Miss Beth is unhappy with her family. When I went to Poland to investigate, I saw only her own security team searching for her, while no one from her family showed up. Jenny was suspicious. It's not like you would know who the Thompson family sent to investigate. Luke said, I investigated a few people in key locations near the hotel where Beth went missing who were most likely to be witnesses with leads. I spent a little more money and learned from them that only one group of people was investigating. It was Beth's personal security team. Jenny was confused. Maybe they hadn't gotten that far in their investigation. Miss Beth is worth at least billions. Why would her father send out such an unprofessional investigation team when such a heavyweight member of the family is missing? Luke sighed. The Thompson family is powerful and influential. This wouldn't have happened if they really wanted to investigate. Jenny immediately understood. When there were too many coincidences, it didn't make sense. When Beth went missing, it could only be because someone wanted her to be. Looking at her, Luke comforted her. Beth's family may have some underhanded thoughts, but your father and brother don't. You have enough time to think about how to get along with your father's new family. You have the initiative. Jenny was silent for a long time. Leaning on Luke's shoulder, she said, yes, I have plenty of time and opportunities. A moment later, she raised her head. Let's talk proper business. Luke said with a smile, just now that was proper business too. The CEO's mood is like a barometer for a phone company. If you enter the company with a dark face, won't the employees tremble in fear like chicks? Jenny chuckled and hit him several times. Nonsense. I've always been nice to my employees. Luke immediately thought of a bad idea. No, it's better to be more imposing. Only then will CEO Guineas be more like a queen. As soon as he said that, he was punched again. Luke and Jenny laughed for a while to get rid of the gloom before Jenny explained the situation at the phone company. Miss Beth's revenge on her family had made it possible for Titanium Phone Company to start sales 2 months earlier. But she was only a major shareholder in the company, and wasn't the only one who made the decisions. It wasn't a problem for Beth to suppress her heartless father and brother. As long as there were enough benefits, the other shareholders at Island Dragon wouldn't object to her revenge operation. Beth must have had a lot of private meetings. At the very least, she had to ensure that the company's profits didn't fall, or maybe could climb even higher. But it was thanks to the fact that Miss Beth was a major shareholder that the Thompson family had always gotten the phone components from Island Dragon at relatively lower prices. Miss Beth's revenge aligned even more with the other shareholders' interest. It was only because of this that the production of the parts for Titanium Phone Company was brought forward. The smartphone chip required for the Titanium phone had a high performance requirement, and the profits that Island Dragon could make were also high. At the same time, Titanium Phone Company had also put in an order for wireless router components with Island Dragon. Wayland Corporation had also placed an identical order. Of course, Island Dragon Corporation knew that Wayland Corporation was working with Titanium phones. This also meant that the sales of Titanium phones were likely to skyrocket. Thus, Beth wanted Titanium Phone Company to increase their order. That was why Jenny was in a hurry to find Luke. She had very conservative expectations for the initial supply of Titanium phones. The first batch of 200,000 phones could be gradually increased to 500,000 on the market in a year. The company's order would also increase in line with this forecast. Beth, however, wanted Jenny to order at least 1 million phone chips in one go. Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. Sure. It doesn't matter if there's more. The product he created was an imitation of the Apple IV, which people sold their kidneys for in his past life. It would only take a few months or half a year to sell 1 million phones. Jenny smiled bitterly. With what money? This is an inventory that has expanded several times in one swoop. We don't have that much money. Luke said, isn't Wayland thinking of investing? That money should be enough, right? Jenny said, but the timing is tight. If we want Wayland's investment, we'll definitely lose out. Luke said, it's fine. At most, I'll pawn my shares in the gold mine. Those are also worth quite a bit. Jenny said, forget it. I'll work harder on Wayland. She knew that Luke had already transferred his shares in the gold mine, and she didn't really want to touch them. She wanted the phone company to be the result of both hers and Luke's hard work, not just his. At that point, the matter was basically settled. Jenny knew that Luke wasn't interested in financial wrangling, so she stopped talking about it. Leaning against each other, they picked up glasses of wine and discussed work in low voices. The next day, at 5 a.m. After breakfast, Selina asked casually, did Miss Jenny look for you about work again? Luke nodded and told her about the infighting in the Thompson family and about the phone company and how they might launch early. Selina was stunned for a moment. Really? A moment later, she suddenly exclaimed, then, we can use the internet anytime and anywhere in the future. Luke raised a finger to tell her not to say anything. He hadn't outright said anything, but Selina had been with him for a long time, and her fake phone had similar functions. It was just that without access to a wider user base, it couldn't demonstrate its full potential. Once mobile wireless was launched, certain functions of the fake phone would be enhanced exponentially. But this was too sensitive an issue. At the very least, people like them who held shares in the phone company couldn't say anything. With this, Luke could make up for the flaws in their intelligence network. He had only had the system for a short time, and didn't have enough manpower, connections, or funds. It was wishful thinking to establish in a year a first-class connection network that would otherwise take decades or even generations to construct. Before they truly took off, the cell phone would be his eyes and ears and wouldn't draw too much attention. When other people obtained intelligence, most of them had to be traded for benefits. The intelligence that Luke needed was mostly for earning experience and credit points. He was going to do all he could to become a black hole for intelligence going in and nothing coming out. He would secretly swallow the information that was useful to him, and wouldn't touch anything that wasn't related to it. For his current situation, the only thing he needed was experience and credit points. Money and power weren't enough for him to take huge risks. Laying low was the route to survival. In the next few days, Luke and Selena spent most of their time in Los Angeles. Occasionally, they would go for a spin in other parts of California. They put on disguises when they went out investigating. Luke dressed like a hip-hop teenager, while Selena wore the bohemian dresses he bought. Luke looked like a Latin American, while Selena was more like a white girl. They found half the families of the missing girls and children and asked them one by one what happened back then. As they collected more and more intelligence, the facts started to take shape. Although it wasn't supported by solid proof and seemed unrealistic, Luke and Selena were aware that as long as one case produced proof, most of the other cases would be true. After visiting with parents of one missing child in Sacramento, Luke and Selena drove back. As long as they were outstation, Dollar and Gold Nugget would stay at home to keep Claire safe. At that moment, there were only the two of them in the car. Outside the window was the scorching afternoon sun. There were only specks of green in the vast expanse of desolate yellow, and it was extremely hot. Selena, however, didn't turn on the air conditioning. She opened the window, and Luke drove at a speed of about 70 kilometers per hour. Work was busy, but they couldn't be caught up in life's fast pace. That would make work and living torturous. The more they investigated, the more darkness they felt. Luke was fine. After all, he had seen the headquarters of the bubblegum gang, which was even darker. Selena, however, needed some time to adjust her mindset. The hot wind blew in through the open window and her ponytail fluttered. "What are you going to do if we find solid evidence?" she suddenly asked. Luke smiled. "Whether they're locked up in prison or remain free is up to the law. Whether they go to heaven or hell after they die is up to God. All I need to do is deliver them to God." Luke thought to himself as he looked at the long road in front of them. "Do you want to listen to a song? How about I sing you one?" he suddenly asked. Selena hummed and leaned back, ready to fall asleep to a lullaby. But the most that could be said about his singing was that it wouldn't make her run away. If one had to describe it, it was dry and not mellow at all. A certain someone knew his place. He would usually just hum a few bars, and rarely finished even half a song. Selena had no expectations whatsoever. From the dusty mesa, her looming shadow grows, a deep and gentle voice rang out in the car. Selena gradually fell asleep. She woke up abruptly and looked at the sky. "How long have I been asleep?" Luke said, "Less than an hour." Selena asked, "I think I heard sirens." Luke snorted. "That's right. You better tidy up your appearance and put your hands where they can see you." Selena glanced in the rearview mirror. "State police." As Luke slowed down, he replied, "They were at the intersection which we just passed. They probably want to kick up a fuss and give us a ticket." Selena rolled her eyes. They were the ones who handed out tickets in the past, but this time, it was actually their turn. Two officers in uniform got out of the police car. One was white and the other was Latin American. They approached from both sides and were already calling out unhurriedly, "Kids, please put your hands where we can see them." When they got near the car windows, the two state police officers asked for their licenses. Smiling, Luke slowly took out his driver's license and handed it over. "Officer, is there a problem? The white officer took the driver's license and compared Luke's face with the photo on it. He asked, "You were speeding?" Luke smiled. "Officer, I was only going 70 kilometers per hour, right?" The white officer glanced at him. "We'll be the ones to tell you how fast you were driving." Luke nodded and heard the other officer ask for Selena's ID. Selena met Luke's gaze and slowly took out her driver's license. Their driver's licenses and IDs were all real, but the person was definitely fake. It was just that they looked similar to the profiles on the ID cards. "Okay, get out," said the white officer outside Luke's car. Luke and Selena got out of the car without saying anything. The white officer then took 2 steps back and unbuttoned his holster. "We suspect that you're carrying illegal drugs. Please place your hands on the roof of the car and cooperate with us." Luke smiled and did as he was told. "Is that so?" The white officer was stumped for a moment, but he still signaled to the other officer. When the Latin American officer came up, he started to search Luke's upper torso before he turned around. Using the car as cover, the Latin American officer quickly rummaged around in his own pocket. Then, his expression changed. He moved his hand a few more times and turned to look at his companion. The white officer frowned. "What did you find?" The Latin American officer hesitated, but could only shake his head. "Nothing." The white officer was clearly stunned. "What?" The Latin American officer shook his head slightly. "Nothing." The white officer's expression changed as he suddenly took out a bottle of wine and threw it to the Latin American officer. At the same time, he said, "You're suspected of driving under the influence of alcohol. I have to take you back for a blood test." The Latin American officer took the bottle and poured the wine out in Luke's car. The strong smell of alcohol filled the air under the setting sun. On the other side of the car, Selena sneered. Luke put his hands down and turned around unhurriedly. "There's no need to go through all that trouble. You can end your performance now." The white officer frowned and raised his right hand, his finger already on the trigger. "You." Luke pointed at him and the Latin American officer. "And you're just someone's lackeys." The white officer said darkly, "Don't talk nonsense, or else." Luke pulled his hand back and shook a finger at him. No. You'll definitely talk to me later." The white officer had a vague sense that something was wrong. However, his mission wasn't to kill someone, and he wasn't gutsy enough to kill 2 youngsters outright. The truth was that both he and his partner knew that these 2 youngsters hadn't violated any rules, nor had they been drinking or taking any illegal drugs. It wouldn't take more than half a day to get the test results out, and it would be very hard to detain them the entire time. As the white officer was hesitating, Luke smoothly took 2 steps forward with a calm expression. Before the 2 officers could react, the white officer felt his right hand being pressed down. Then, he felt a strong force beneath his feet as his legs were instantly raised in the air. He spun half a circle and was pressed to the ground with both hands behind his back. The Latin American state police officer was shocked and immediately reached for his waist. However, he had just put his hand on his gun, when he was kicked in the knee and the butt. He fell to the ground like a dog. A knee pressed against his back, and 2 hands easily wrenched his hands behind his back and handcuffed him. When the knee on his back was released, the Latin American officer tried to turn his head. How was it that these people were even more skilled at detaining and handcuffing people than he was? The girl in a ponytail looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Dirty cops. You're better at doing bad things than handling your guns." The 2 state police officers sweated. Attacking a police officer was a big deal. If this were a crowded place, the other party might have instantly run off. But this was the Californian wilderness in the afternoon, where no cars would pass by for half an hour at a time. They weren't going to die today, were they? The 2 state police officers felt despair. Looking at their expressions, Luke smiled. "Now, which one of you wants to talk first?" If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Two state police officers bickered over splitting loot on the highway and shot each other dead. This piece of news would be nothing much. Half an hour later, Luke and Selena were on the road again. The smell of alcohol in the car was already very faint after it was washed out with water. This was a rental car anyway, and Luke didn't bother cleaning it so thoroughly. Selena said, "Ellsworth is too vigilant. Nobody on our side knows about our investigation. They're probably monitoring the families of the victims." Luke hummed a response as his mind raced. After a brief silence, Selena asked, "What are you thinking?" Luke said, "It was the state police who wanted us to investigate this case, and now they're the ones investigating our identities. 10 years ago, it was also the state police who closed the case." "So," Selena looked at him. Luke nodded thoughtfully. "So, we're not going to investigate." Selena, huh? Luke chuckled. "Isn't it fine to just let the person who dug out this case continue investigating?" Selena frowned. "Are you sure?" Luke said, "Yes." He had already clashed with the state police lackeys today. If he continued investigating, he might have to directly kill a few dirty cops. Dealing with the Ellsworth family head-on was too inefficient. It was easy for them to increase their vigilance and hide evidence. Luke wasn't a judge and he didn't need evidence to take them to court. But if he wanted to destroy the Ellsworth family's influence in Los Angeles, he couldn't do it alone. Also, he preferred to hide in the dark and create the best opportunity to take action. On the side of the road, the two state police officers found the keys to their handcuffs hundreds of meters out in the wasteland and unlocked them. They looked at each other in shock. F***CK. Who the hell did they piss off? These two kids definitely aren't simple. The Latin American officer gritted his teeth and rubbed several places on his body. Selena had hit him hard on the back just now. The white officer said gloomily, "Why didn't you plant the drugs on the boy?" The Latin American officer was vexed. "They were gone. I put them in my pocket before I came out." His hand subconsciously paused in his pocket. A moment later, he took out a small bag of white crystals. The white officer stared at him without saying anything. Stunned for a moment, the Latin American officer shook his head. "No, I really didn't find them earlier." "Wait, is this guy a pickpocket?" The white officer gnashed his teeth. "Why don't you just say that he has a superpower? How could he have stolen it and put it back under our noses?" My eyes never left his hands. The Latin American officer was speechless. A moment later, he said, "Carl, if we really did put this in his pocket just now, would that have worked?" Carl was stumped. The answer was obvious. "What are you trying to say, Julio?" Carl asked solemnly. Julio hesitated for a moment before he said, "Those two could have recorded our confessions, but they never thought about it. Also, Cole quit a few years ago and doesn't look like he's in his right mind. If we continue to get involved in this, I'm afraid we won't be able to live long enough to collect our pensions." After a brief silence, Carl walked toward the police car. Julio followed silently. The police car turned around and drove north. After a long while, Carl finally said, "Remember, we didn't see the targets today, nor did we see their IDs. If those people call up again, you know what to do." Julio heaved a long sigh. "I would rather have my prostatitis flare up again and lie in hospital than get involved in this again. I'm just a minor officer, not a hitman for the Ellsworths." Carl frowned. "Shut up. Don't mention names, understand? We're us and they're them." The car fell silent once more. Under the setting sun, a lone police car drove north. On the edge of downtown LA that night, two men were discussing a bunch of files in what looked like a warehouse rental. Suddenly, the shutter door behind them opened. Their faces changed, and the balding, middle-aged man unbuttoned his waist holster, ready to draw his gun. At that moment, the roller shutter had gone up high enough for them to clearly see who it was, and they were both stunned. The middle-aged man shouted, "Batman!" The other long-haired man narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He quietly stepped back and reached for the shotgun hidden under the table. "Mr. Cole, you can take your gun out, but don't point it at me. Mr. Hart will do the same." The mechanical voice rang out as the black giant entered the warehouse and pulled down the shutter. The balding man, Hart, looked at the long-haired man, but still chose to ask himself, "Who are you?" The corners of Luke's mouth curled up. "You said it just now, but you don't believe it, so this question isn't important." Saying that, he threw a black bag onto the table. "This is what you need." Before they could check the bag, he continued, "The Ellsworth family that you're investigating isn't as simple as you think." It was still Hart who spoke up. "What are you trying to say?" Luke chuckled. "What I'm trying to say is that they have extraordinary individuals like me behind them." Looking at the shocked Hart and at Cole, who was still silent, he continued, "This isn't a puzzle game, but a game of murder. Once the Ellsworths discover that you're investigating them, it won't be the police who'll come looking for you, but hitmen out to end your lives. Human lives are cheap to them. Life itself is dull to begin with," Cole said in a low voice. Luke looked at him. "Even if you want to die, you can get to the bottom of this case first before you die." Hart's face darkened. "What are you talking about?" The blood-red triangular lenses on the black mask looked at him. "He lives like a ghost. Why would he be afraid of anything I say?" With that, Luke finished what he had set out to do. He opened the shutter and disappeared into the night. The two men in the warehouse looked at each other and walked to the entrance with their guns. They looked around for a moment before they closed the door again. This time, they added a chain to the roller shutter. They returned to the table and looked at the black bag. Cole stepped forward silently and unzipped the bag to reveal stacks of paper. He picked up the stack at the top and flipped through a few pages, his expression focused. "We were right, we're looking in the right direction." Hart leaned over and read for a moment before he said, "This is an official file from the police database. Look at the serial number. This is something that LAPD and LSPD use." Cole didn't answer. He quickly flipped through the first stack of documents and mumbled, "Not enough. This information isn't enough." He picked up the second stack. Hart grabbed his hand. "Wait." Cole frowned. "Don't forget, that person had us trapped in this warehouse just now," Hart reminded him. "Even if it's just to keep these files safe, we should change locations." Cole frowned, clearly unwilling. But reason told him that this Batman didn't seem to be lying. The Ellsworth family they were facing might really send someone to silence them. They looked at each other and quickly packed up. Luke glided swiftly through the night sky as he pondered the two men. Cole and Hart were the state police officers who had been in charge of the old case in 1995, but one of them quit more than 8 years ago, while the other one quit more than 3 years ago. Now that they were together again, they were looking for leads on the old case. But they weren't the trigger for the state police and the Ellsworth family. The real trigger was someone else, and this person's identity was a little sensitive. Luke had a personal connection to this person, and didn't want them to investigate too deeply. Luke had approached Cole and Hart precisely because he wanted them to continue investigating. With two groups investigating, one in the dark and one in the light, it would be easier to uncover any mistakes that the Ellsworth family had made. Also, the Ellsworth family had a lot of connections in California, simply getting rid of a few main envoys wouldn't be enough. In a big family with hundreds of people, the most that would happen if a few of them died would be that a new leader would appear. Moreover, he didn't want to let go of those lackeys who helped them do evil. With concrete evidence, they could go through legal proceedings and use the legal system to purge the Ellsworth family of their dogs. At the same time, he could prevent the people who were investigating Ellsworth from being killed. After a few peaceful days, Luke received a call from Claire. Luke, I'm going to be your colleague from today onward, ha 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 ha. Luke said with a smile, you're just following an officer on duty. It's already pretty good if you get to write tickets and direct traffic. Do you really think the police academy will let you investigate homicides and robberies? Claire snorted. I can help if we really run into each other. After a brief silence, Luke said, did you forget what I taught you? Claire, got it. Safety first. You're so annoying. You're killing my enthusiasm. Luke said, police work is tedious. There's no need to be so enthusiastic. It's actually quite nice to be bored. Claire said, all right, you're such an annoying old man. Goodbye. After Luke hung up, Selena smiled. Claire will definitely be disappointed. When I was in Shackleford for the first few years, all I did was watch those cowboys and farmers fight every day, and I couldn't even cheer them on. Regular police officers are never that enthusiastic. It's just physical labor. Luke, on the other hand, sighed. But this is Los Angeles. There are robberies and shootings everywhere, and she might run into one. Selena asked, how about if Gold Nugget follows her? In the back seat, Gold Nugget pricked up its ears. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Luke suddenly said, is it possible for Gold Nugget to use her as a host without her knowing? Selena said, if it doesn't talk so much and doesn't communicate telepathically with Claire, it should be able to hide itself. But don't forget the side effects. Claire is very concerned about her body's development. Luke rolled his eyes. It's not like she's a washboard, what's there to worry about? As he spoke, he looked at Gold Nugget in the back seat. But it seems like you prefer to hole up at home recently whenever we get back. Are you in bad shape? Gold Nugget's tail paused for a moment before it started wagging again, and the dog barked. Selena rolled her eyes. It's been surfing the internet. Recently, it's been obsessed with a new show. Gold Nugget, who had stopped her from continuing, finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed surfing the internet at home, but it wasn't using the tablet to watch TV. Instead, it was using its newly bought alien laptop to go online and trade insults with other people. That was right, in the span of just a few days, Gold Nugget had been promoted to a senior keyboard warrior who argued just for the sake of it. It enjoyed the thrill of cursing on various forums. It could only be obedient when it came to the fiend, but it could scold whoever it wanted on the internet, and wouldn't admit it even if it was wrong. It liked the feeling of, you know I'm in the wrong, but you can't do anything about me. It didn't want Luke to become aware of this behavior. Selena had also strictly stipulated that it could only post online when she was out, and it absolutely couldn't divulge any household secrets. She didn't care about the dog-head picking fights online. She wasn't some rich young miss. After being a police officer for so long, she only used foul language when the occasion required it. Occasionally, she would even give Gold Nugget advice on arguing techniques. These were all taught to her by Luke. Luke wasn't bothered by their little secret. He simply asked the dog head, so, are you going to help out? $250 a day is about the same as my daily salary. Gold Nugget immediately barked in agreement. It was a guy without a job. And no job meant no pay. Previously, it and Selena had cleaned up a bunch of hooligans, only to become known as Knee Breaker. Luke hadn't said anything, but Selena and the dog restrained themselves a lot after that. Also, because a certain dog head had insisted on buying an alien laptop for it as an alien to use, it used up a huge chunk of its savings. It had to find a way to replenish this blood loss. A job with a salary of $250 a day definitely couldn't be missed out on. Before lunch, Luke and Selena went to observe Claire at work. In the end, he found her directing traffic with another official police officer. The energetic and cheerful little monkey was actually quite good. The girl from Texas was pretty loud and smart. Although she was sweating profusely, she didn't look like a mess. Selina said, she would actually make a good detective. Luke sighed. Forget about Robert, in a small town, there's not a lot of danger. But now that I'm a detective, and if Claire becomes a detective, won't Catherine be worried to death? Even worse, this was an extraordinary world. If they ran into a supervillain one day, a regular police officer would probably die a meaningless death. If possible, Luke would prefer Claire to take up another profession. Of course, it was her choice. For example, when he went to Houston and then transferred to Los Angeles as a detective, Catherine had naturally been worried. But that was his choice. Catherine had never interfered with his decision, and only told him to be careful. Seeing that Claire was doing well, Luke and Selina prepared to leave. At that moment, the sound of a motorbike rang out. A motorbike sped through the crowded traffic toward the intersection. Luke found it odd. Why is this bootlicker on a motorbike? That isn't a police bike, right? On the motorbike, Instructor Harry shouted, "Move, move, move." There was no place for him on the congested street, and he soon hit a parked car from the side. He flew off the motorbike and crashed head first into the back of a pickup. Luke and Selina were dumbfounded. They could see two cows in a cart behind the pickup. That was how Instructor Harry's head got stuck in the butt of one of the cows, which let out a long moo. Luke glided swiftly through the night sky as he pondered the two men. Cole and Hart were the state police officers who had been in charge of the old case in 1995, but one of them quit more than 8 years ago, while the other one quit more than 3 years ago. Now that they were together again, they were looking for leads on the old case. But they weren't the trigger for the state police and the Ellsworth family. The real trigger was someone else, and this person's identity was a little sensitive. Luke had a personal connection to this person, and didn't want them to investigate too deeply. Luke had approached Cole and Hart precisely because he wanted them to continue investigating. With two groups investigating, one in the dark and one in the light, it would be easier to uncover any mistakes that the Ellsworth family had made. Also, the Ellsworth family had a lot of connections in California, simply getting rid of a few main envoys wouldn't be enough. In a big family with hundreds of people, the most that would happen if a few of them died would be that a new leader would appear. Moreover, he didn't want to let go of those lackeys who helped them do evil. With concrete evidence, they could go through legal proceedings and use the legal system to purge the Ellsworth family of their dogs. At the same time, he could prevent the people who were investigating Ellsworth from being killed. After a few peaceful days, Luke received a call from Claire. "Luke, I'm going to be your colleague from today onward, ha 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 ha." Luke said with a smile, "You're just following an officer on duty. It's already pretty good if you get to write tickets and direct traffic. Do you really think the police academy will let you investigate homicides and robberies?" Claire snorted. "I can help if we really run into each other." After a brief silence, Luke said, "Did you forget what I taught you?" Claire, "Got it. Safety first." "You're so annoying. You're killing my enthusiasm." Luke said, "Police work is tedious. There's no need to be so enthusiastic. It's actually quite nice to be bored." Claire said, all right, you're such an annoying old man. Goodbye." After Luke hung up, Selina smiled. "Claire will definitely be disappointed. When I was in Shackleford for the first few years, all I did was watch those cowboys and farmers fight every day, and I couldn't even cheer them on. Regular police officers are never that enthusiastic. It's just physical labor." Luke, on the other hand, sighed. "But this is Los Angeles. There are robberies and shootings everywhere, and she might run into one." Selina asked, "How about if Gold Nugget follows her?" In the back seat, Gold Nugget pricked up its ears. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Luke suddenly said, "Is it possible for Gold Nugget to use her as a host without her knowing?" Selina said, "If it doesn't talk so much and doesn't communicate telepathically with Claire, it should be able to hide itself. But don't forget the side effects." Claire is very concerned about her body's development. Luke rolled his eyes. It's not like she's a washboard, what's there to worry about? As he spoke, he looked at Gold Nugget in the back seat. But it seems like you prefer to hole up at home recently whenever we get back. Are you in bad shape? Gold Nugget's tail paused for a moment before it started wagging again, and the dog barked. Selina rolled her eyes. It's been surfing the internet. Recently, it's been obsessed with a new show. Gold Nugget, who had stopped her from continuing, finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed surfing the internet at home, but it wasn't using the tablet to watch TV. Instead, it was using its newly bought alien laptop to go online and trade insults with other people. That was right, in the span of just a few days, Gold Nugget had been promoted to a senior keyboard warrior who argued just for the sake of it. It enjoyed the thrill of cursing on various forums. It could only be obedient when it came to the fiend, but it could scold whoever it wanted on the internet, and wouldn't admit it even if it was wrong. It liked the feeling of, you know I'm in the wrong, but you can't do anything about me. It didn't want Luke to become aware of this behavior. Selina had also strictly stipulated that it could only post online when she was out, and it absolutely couldn't divulge any household secrets. She didn't care about the dog-head-picking fights online. She wasn't some rich young miss. After being a police officer for so long, she only used foul language when the occasion required it. Occasionally, she would even give Gold Nugget advice on arguing techniques. These were all taught to her by Luke. Luke wasn't bothered by their little secret. He simply asked the dog head, so, are you going to help out? $250 a day is about the same as my daily salary. Gold Nugget immediately barked in agreement. It was a guy without a job. And no job meant no pay. Previously, it and Selina had cleaned up a bunch of hooligans, only to become known as Knee Breaker. Luke hadn't said anything, but Selina and the dog restrained themselves a lot after that. Also, because a certain dog head had insisted on buying an alien laptop for it as an alien to use, it used up a huge chunk of its savings. It had to find a way to replenish this blood loss. A job with a salary of $250 a day definitely couldn't be missed out on. Before lunch, Luke and Selina went to observe Claire at work. In the end, he found her directing traffic with another official police officer. The energetic and cheerful little monkey was actually quite good. The girl from Texas was pretty loud and smart. Although she was sweating profusely, she didn't look like a mess. Selina said, she would actually make a good detective. Luke sighed. Forget about Robert, in a small town, there's not a lot of danger. But now that I'm a detective, and if Claire becomes a detective, won't Catherine be worried to death? Even worse, this was an extraordinary world. If they ran into a supervillain one day, a regular police officer would probably die a meaningless death. If possible, Luke would prefer Claire to take up another profession. Of course, it was her choice. For example, when he went to Houston and then transferred to Los Angeles as a detective, Catherine had naturally been worried. But that was his choice. Catherine had never interfered with his decision, and only told him to be careful. Seeing that Claire was doing well, Luke and Selina prepared to leave. At that moment, the sound of a motorbike rang out. A motorbike sped through the crowded traffic toward the intersection. Luke found it odd. Why is this bootlicker on a motorbike? That isn't a police bike, right? On the motorbike, Instructor Harry shouted, "Move, move, move." There was no place for him on the congested street, and he soon hit a parked car from the side. He flew off the motorbike and crashed head first into the back of a pickup. Luke and Selina were dumbfounded. They could see two cows in a cart behind the pickup. That was how Instructor Harry's head got stuck in the butt of one of the cows, which let out a long moo. A few minutes later, Luke's lips twitched as he looked at Selina, who was laughing in the passenger seat, and Gold Nugget, who was also shaking in the back seat. He couldn't help but laugh. "Don't hold it in anymore. It's too funny. Ha. Thinking back to how Claire had panicked and yelled, "Call the vet," at the main desk, it was already hard for him to hold it in for even a few minutes. Haha, that guy. Huh, is he an idiot? Ha 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 ha. Selina laughed intermittently, and wasn't short of breath even after several minutes. Luke said with a smile, something must be wrong with the motorbike. He was stepping on the gas pedal the whole time but he could still fly. After this incident, there would be a new legend in the police academy that night, which would probably be called Harry and the Cow, or The Story of the Cow's Anus and Harry's Head Has to Be Told. Also, Instructor Harry was a bootlicker, and few people in the police academy would be willing to keep it a secret for him. It was destined to become a well-known legend in the police academy. With this incident, it was likely that the little monkey's internship would be filled with countless precious memories. Furthermore, it wasn't an embarrassing memory of herself, but of her instructor embarrassing himself. It was definitely worth it. 10 to 20 years later, she could still share with others, "On my first day as a police officer back then, my instructor XXXXX. Thinking about it, Luke felt regretful. If he had known earlier on, he would have gone to the police academy as well. He might have run into Instructor Harry then. Luke and Selina picked Claire up after work that day and said that they would have a feast at home to celebrate her first day of work. Luke's temporary instructor ID was still useful, and he easily took the little monkey out of the police academy. When they got home, Luke gave Claire a glass of water. She drank 2 mouthfuls and chatted with him for a bit before she fell asleep. It wasn't a drug, of course. It was just a relaxant, and coupled with Luke's basic hypnosis and mental communication, she temporarily entered a half-asleep state. She would still be promptly roused by a loud noise. At that moment, Selina stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Claire's back. A ball of golden liquid flowed from her hand into Claire's back. Dollar suddenly trembled. Frowning, Luke asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" The part of gold nugget that was on Dollar's body waited for a moment before it replied, "She has some sort of energy in her body too. It's delicious." Luke was stunned. "She does?" Gold Nugget said, "That's right. Why do all 3 of you have delicious energy? Do Robert and Catherine have it too?" Luke frowned. "How does Claire's energy compare with ours?" Gold Nugget, let me try." Luke narrowed his eyes. "Did you forget what I said?" Gold Nugget shuddered, and only then remembered that this host was the fiend's sister. It immediately explained, "I didn't eat much. I only ate a little." Looking at Luke's calm face, it quickly added, "No more than 1%. Luke finally nodded. Frightened, Gold Nugget didn't dare steal another bite. After a brief silence, it said, "This energy is more like the one in your body, Luke, but there's very little of it. Could it be hereditary?" Claire and Luke were cousins, so it was possible. Luke, however, shook his head. No. He had a system, so he was sure that he hadn't inherited any super abilities. The energy which Gold Nugget had eaten at the very beginning was the elementary self-healing from the system upgrade. Thinking for a long moment, Luke then said, "Don't do anything to the energy in her body, understand? Observe her for 2 days first." Gold Nugget was a little disappointed, but understood what Luke meant. After a long period of repeated examination and analysis, Luke basically confirmed that the energy in Selina's body would gradually recover after she ate and her nutrition was replenished. Thus, he allowed Gold Nugget to absorb a small amount of the energy, and examined Claire every now and then. It was hard to say what it would be like for Claire. If the energy consumed by Gold Nugget couldn't be replenished, and the little monkey turned into an old monkey overnight, Luke would definitely kill it. Gold Nugget now understood that everything else didn't really matter. At most, Luke would cut off its snacks or food. But since this was the family that Luke cared about the most, if it was greedy and courted death, it would be annihilated. After this interlude, 2 people and 1 dog were a little distracted. Gold Nugget couldn't eat the delicious food in front of it, so it went back to its room to surf the net. Its keyboard was already crying out to be used, and it needed to vent its frustration on the internet. Luke went to cook in the kitchen, and Selena followed him in. Watching him bustle around for a moment, she said, "How about Gold Nugget?" secretly tail Claire. Luke shook his head and said, "There's always a danger in doing something. I can only reduce the possibility that something might happen to her. That's enough for the time being." Selena didn't say anything else. When she was with Luke, she had experienced a lot more dangerous situations. Back in Shackleford at the beginning, when she and Luke were far from as strong as they were now, the Carlos family had come to get their revenge. Unlucky people couldn't avoid bad luck. On many occasions, one needed luck to survive. Claire suddenly woke up 20 minutes later. Looking at the empty living room, she scratched her head in confusion. Why did I fall asleep so suddenly? Am I too tired? Smelling the sweat on her body again, she jumped up. Ah, it stinks. Shower. Luke, when are we having dinner? In half an hour. Luke's voice came from the kitchen. There's still time. Claire dashed into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she walked out with a puzzled expression and mumbled, "Why do I keep feeling something isn't right? What is it?" At that moment, Selena walked over from the kitchen. Seeing Claire staring blankly at the bathroom door, she asked, "You're not going to eat in a towel, are you?" The little monkey finally came back to her senses. "Ah, I was thinking about something." Saying that, she entered her own room. A moment later, she put on a t-shirt and pulled Selena along. "Huh, something fun happened today. Let's talk in the spa later." Selena glanced at her. "Are you sure it was fun?" Thinking about how Claire's words at dinner later would carry the flavor of cow dung. Well, Selena could take it. Selena's father worked on a ranch, and she wasn't repulsed by the smell of cow dung too much. But Instructor Harry, who had gotten his head stuck in sh*t, was a little disgusting. Claire unknowingly ate a lot of food during the long dinner, and rambled on mindlessly. Even though Luke and Selena had witnessed Instructor Harry's tragic accident for themselves earlier in the day, they couldn't help but laugh when they heard her recount of it. Not only did Claire vividly describe the scene of Instructor Harry's traffic accident, she also described how he was revered after he returned to the police academy. Now, whenever he heard a cow moo, Instructor Harry would feel uncomfortable all over. There weren't any cows at the police academy, but with a master ventriloquist around, the sound of a cow's moos would ring out in the school every now and then. They didn't stop eating and chatting until late at night. Before Claire went to bed, Luke gave her something that looked like a watch. The little monkey looked at it curiously. "Why isn't there a brand?" Luke said, "I made it. It's not a watch, even if it also tells the time." Claire nodded and put it on. "It doesn't look bad, but the style is too masculine." Luke said helplessly, "It can detect and record your body data." Claire found that odd. "Why are you giving me this?" Luke said, "Seeing how you lack nutrition, I might be able to make you grow taller." Claire hit him unhappily. "I'm not short." After that, she still couldn't help but ask, "Can I really grow taller?" Luke said, "This is just a monitoring device, not one for treatment. Even doctors have to do a check first before they treat an illness, all right?" Claire said resentfully, "You're lying to a kid." That being said, she obediently put on the monitoring device and went to bed. Luke smiled. Although the little monkey was full of energy, she was only 1.67 meters tall. She was half a head shorter than Selena, and a full head shorter than Luke. She had always envied Selena's long legs. Luke could only be glad that she had never met Vanessa, or she would go crazy with jealousy. The next day, he went to work as usual. In the afternoon, however, he received a call from Professor Lawrence Hayes. After a brief conversation, his expression turned solemn. After he hung up, Selena couldn't help but ask, "Will there really be another earthquake?" As he drove, Luke said, "That is Lawrence's prediction." Looking at the scenery outside the window, Selena sighed. "I hope he's wrong this time." Luke didn't say anything and simply sent messages to Jenny and Claire. That night, Professor Lawrence Hayes returned home, exhausted. He had looked for all the people he could today, and even pulled some strings, but nobody dared to help him out. He had already done his best. Even though he knew that a catastrophe was right around the corner, he had no way of letting anyone else know. He didn't turn on the lights when he entered the house. He simply threw his bag to the side and went into the kitchen in a daze. He picked up a cup and opened the fridge. Then, he just stood there, still thinking of ways to get the warning out. "How long are you going to stand there for?" A cold mechanical voice rang out, scaring Lawrence so much that he dropped the glass. A black shadow flashed over and kicked out so that the glass cup landed lightly on the table next to him. Lawrence looked at the person in front of him in surprise. "You're Batman?" Luke said, "I know you, Professor Lawrence Hayes. You said something you shouldn't have on TV the other day. You're now on the station's blacklist." "That's right. They don't dare let me do a live broadcast anymore." Lawrence smiled bitterly and didn't care about the black giant anymore. He grabbed a bottle of wine from the table next to him. "I've been paying attention to you. I heard that your research has produced new results, right?" said the black giant. Lawrence twisted the cap off and said in frustration, "The earthquake I mentioned last time really is coming, but nobody is willing to help me." The black giant asked, "Do you want to get the word out to everyone?" Stunned for a moment, Lawrence paused in raising the bottle, and the wine was about to spill. Luke kicked the bottle back onto the table. "I can help you, but are you willing to pay the price?" "Lawrence, what price? I don't have much money. I can only get together over 100,000 at most. Have you ever heard me ask anyone for money?" The black giant waved his hand. "The price is this: if your prediction is wrong, you'll go to prison, and those who suffered losses for no reason will curse and deride you like crazy." After a brief silence, Lawrence shook his head. "Since I dared say it last time, I'm not scared this time." Luke said, "That's because the earthquake really happened after the last live broadcast, but will it happen again?" Lawrence said firmly, "The data I gathered is clear, it'll happen again in the next 72 hours. I'm sure of it." The black giant was silent for a moment, his dark red lenses flashing, before he finally said, "Then, have you prepared what you're going to wear for the live broadcast? I think you should at least change into a clean set of clothes so that people will more readily believe you." Lawrence looked down at his wrinkled and smelly shirt and was embarrassed. "Give me 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, Lawrence clutched his stomach and tried his best not to piss his pants as he shouted, "Hey, can't we take a cab or something?" Luke jumped again with Lawrence hanging from a buckle in his hands and glided toward the ABC TV station not far away. "Do you think I can take a cab to the TV station dressed like this?" Lawrence tried not to look at the streets and buildings that flashed by as he roared, "I think that if you were willing to call ahead, the TV station would have sent a car to pick us up." After a brief silence, Luke said, "Batman isn't omnipotent. If someone dresses up like this next time and runs over to give fake news, should the people believe it or not?" Lawrence wasn't stupid. A fool wouldn't have been able to become a professor at the California Institute of Technology. He had never considered the matter of how Batman could prove that he was Batman. Now that Batman had brought it up, Lawrence just needed to do a simple and logical analysis to know why this person, who should be the real Batman, wasn't willing to use his identity to issue an earthquake warning, even if it would be simpler than Lawrence stepping forward, and easier to win people's trust. Soon, they landed on the top of the building. "Lawrence, what do we do now?" Luke said, "Go down and find a studio for you to do a live broadcast." Lawrence, "Huh? Is doing a live broadcast that simple? Are you kidding me?" The professor cursed inwardly, but followed him obediently. Without any hesitation, Luke went straight to a studio. It was currently doing a 9 p.m. talk show. The host was a middle-aged Caucasian man with a serious-looking face, but his words when he spoke were much lighter. The host, who was called Colin, was a famous talk show host in America. The talk show named after him was one of the most popular shows in Los Angeles as well as the rest of America, even if each episode was only 10 minutes long. Luke knew about the Colin show because he would watch it occasionally to adjust his mood. At that moment, the studio was busy. Colin was talking to the guest in a low voice, making final preparations for the live broadcast. Suddenly, the door to the studio was pushed open. At first, nobody noticed. But as the black giant moved forward, the staff cried out one after another, and everybody turned to look. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Batman!" Luke said, "I'm going to use this studio to broadcast some news. Who's in favor and who's not?" Nobody said anything. It wasn't that nobody was opposed, but those who wanted to object didn't know what to say or didn't have the guts to speak up. The eyes of the producer and director of the show, as well as the host, Colin, lit up. "Sure, I've been meaning to interview you for a long time. Batman, I'm a huge fan." Luke tilted his head and looked at the Batman graphic on his t-shirt, and his lips twitched. "A hulking fan like you should stay as far away as possible." He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, there always were big hulking men who screamed about wanting to have children with so-and-so idol. But Colin wasn't actually like that. He was a true fan. "Thank you for your cooperation." Even as Luke thanked them, he threw a rope dart behind him to wrap tightly around the door handle of the studio entrance. Nobody was scared by the move. Conversely, it excited many people. What was Batman's specialty? Firstly, he could fly. Secondly, he was very skilled with rope darts. The way Luke sealed off the door proved that he wasn't a fake cosplay fanatic. But a moment later, Colin cried out, "What? I'm not interviewing you." The people who were bustling around paused. Being the first person to interview Batman was definitely explosive news, and it was worth breaking some rules for. But if Colin wasn't interviewing Batman, it would be a big problem. Unless there were immense benefits to be had, everything had to be done according to the rules. Batman as a guest on the show could suppress the rules and regulations, it would be hard if it was anyone else. Looking at Colin's face, Luke smiled and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to interview me after the end of the broadcast. However, this interview can't be put together with Professor Lawrence Hayes's live broadcast, and you can't hint that I have any connection to it. Deal?" "Deal." Colin immediately agreed. He didn't care about the professor, he only cared about Batman. If Batman hadn't mentioned it, Colin wouldn't have put them together, since this professor didn't have any selling points at all. The interview with Batman had to be done and advertised solo, only then would it sell for a pretty penny. How could Batman be put together with a plain-looking fatty? 5 minutes later, the live broadcast began. Just 30 seconds into Professor Lawrence's live broadcast, Colin wanted to bang his head against the wall. He was wrong. This fat professor wasn't some mediocre fellow. The man had brought with him a shocking hot potato. There was going to be an earthquake in California. This hot potato might cost him his job, and he was actually broadcasting it. It was no wonder that when Colin had asked what he was supposed to discuss with the fatty, Batman only said that he just needed to go with the flow. Thinking of what might happen to him after tonight, Colin had already gone crazy. But he still had a trump card, Batman. As long as Batman agreed to an interview, he was confident he could survive anything. The live broadcast with Lawrence Hayes was soon finished, and everybody in the broadcast room broke out in a cold sweat. Not only were they worried about their jobs, they were also worried about the upcoming earthquake. Luke raised his hand to look at the image transmitted by the drone, only to see that security guards were already on their way. Luke reminded him, "All right, Colin, you only have 5 minutes." A chill ran down Colin's spine. He turned on his earpiece and shouted at the crew members in the studio, "Focus. We have to finish this in one go." There was already knocking on the door. The TV station had discovered that something was wrong with the live broadcast and had sent someone to check it out. Colin knew that it would only take a few minutes for the knocking to become pounding. If he didn't finish the interview with Batman before then, he would lose his biggest bargaining chip, and his crew in the studio would also suffer. Losing their jobs at that time would be a light punishment, they might all be sued. Everybody in the studio understood this and spared no effort to get the job done. In less than 30 seconds, Colin signaled that they could start. Luke, on the other hand, looked at the guest who had been standing silently in one corner. He bowed slightly and said, "Nice to see you again, Miss Shira. It's my honor to be interviewed by you." Colin blanked out for a moment, then immediately understood. He quickly gestured to the staff. "Record it, record everything. Just this sentence is explosive news." Shira felt strange, but she still walked out of the corner. She walked onto the stage and sat on the couch at the Black Giant's signal. "No, I should be the one to thank you. You saved me during the earthquake a few days ago, Batman." Everybody looked like they had expected it. As paparazzi, they were professionals. Everybody knew that the first night Batman appeared, he had rescued Shira and Jennifer Perry from a falling elevator. It was also for this reason that Shira, who was past her prime, had been invited to the Colin show. Everybody wanted to know how Shira, the singer whom Batman had saved, would describe this superhero. Now, Batman was on the same stage as Shira. It was perfect. Colin roared in his heart, "I'm a genius. I'm too smart. I knew Shira would be worth it." Thanks to his extraordinary professionalism, however, he looked as calm as ever. He quickly skipped the preamble and shifted the topic from Shira to Batman. After all, it was Batman who had saved her. What Colin needed now was an interview with Batman. They could film with Shira alone later, and editing the shots together later would have an even better effect. That was Colin's excellence as a top newsmaker. In a short 10 to 20 minutes, he calculated the gains that Batman could bring, which could be increased multiple times. And his thoughts extended even beyond that. He was no longer worried about being reproached by the TV station. That was because he and his men would personally experience Batman's help. After the earthquake, the story of Batman along with this broadcast, plus the story of how the upstanding and altruistic news crew here selflessly helped Batman out, could be turned into yet another special topic. Thinking that, Colin made up his mind. He would check all the surveillance and cameras later. All the footage related to Batman had to be safely kept. These were precious resources that were priceless. With so many chips in hand and immense vigor, Colin's finesse as a top talk show host was on full display. Every question was refined and interesting, and he gave Batman as much time as possible. Colin had worked it out. In a 5-minute interview, even after wasting time on Colin and Shira, Batman could still speak for 3 minutes and 10 to 40 seconds. That was enough. He would be the first host in the world to interview Batman. He would be the first host in the world to interview a superhero. After answering Colin's questions, Luke suddenly raised his hand to stop him. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The extra 30 seconds are a gift. With that, he stepped off the stage. Colin was stunned and didn't know what to say. So, Batman was even more exacting than he was. He thought that he had gotten the upper hand just now. "Wait," someone said. Everybody looked at her. Ignoring their gazes, Shira hesitated for a moment before she asked, "I wrote a new song about you. Can I release it?" Luke turned around and bowed. "It would be my honor." As he spoke, he grabbed the rope dart on the door handle, and with a gentle shake, the rope returned to his hand. Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 security guards who were pounding on the door outside rolled inside for several meters before they got up dizzily. As the door opened, a dozen security guards swarmed in. Luke looked at Professor Lawrence and said, "I won't send you back. The relevant department will take you away soon anyway." Lawrence, thanks very much. The dozen security guards looked at each other in silence, but none of them dared step forward. This was Batman. The absolute superhero in the eyes of the people of Los Angeles. The black-winged angel who saved hundreds of people in one night. As Luke stepped out of the studio, the eyes of many people who were watching the scene widened, and they exclaimed in shock. "Oh my God, I must be dreaming. Batman. It's Batman. Mom, I see Batman," a 5-year-old girl mumbled as she stared at him blankly. A lollipop covered in saliva dropped from her small mouth. Luke happened to walk past her, and he caught the falling lollipop before popping it back into her mouth. He smiled and patted her head with his huge palm. "Yes, you saw me." Then, he disappeared down the hallway. Colin's eyes blazed. "Camera 1, did you get that? Did you?" One of the cameramen trembled. We got it." Colin said, "Camera 2, camera 3, follow him. Batman isn't stopping us, so he's allowing us to shoot." With his keen hearing, Luke easily picked up the conversation through his earpiece. His lips twitched. This guy really wasn't bragging about being the best talk show host in America. He deserved to be a top host. Indeed, Luke wasn't worried about them filming. This wasn't Batman's first time on TV, after all. Those paparazzi hadn't helped him, but had chased him and even forced him into the sewers. Ignoring the cameraman and the crowd that was following him, he walked up to the rooftop and sped up before leaping off the roof. In the night sky, he glided half a circle in the air before he sped west. Colin asked, "Did you get that? 2 and 3, did you get a shot of him flying off?" "I did. I didn't miss anything." "I got it too, no problem. I got it on camera 1 as well." "Boss, we're going to be rich," the professional cameraman gasped. He had chased them all the way up here with his camera, and his camera was the best. He was certain that his footage was the best. This world always gave those who were prepared and willing to work hard a chance. "Yes," Colin said in a low voice as he clenched his fists. "Colin, what are you doing?" an old man roared at the door. Colin turned around with a smile. "Boss, you have no idea what I just took." The white-haired old man's face was flushed as he roared, "That's right, I have no idea what meds you just took. Do you know how many calls I've received? The CIA, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security." Colin quickly walked over and hugged the old man before planting a kiss on his face. "Boss, what they want is the footage in our hands. Footage of Batman. Not me." The old man, who was wiping his face in disgust, was stunned. "Footage of Batman? It's new. Colin, it's new. Less than half an hour old, and it's interview footage. I did an interview with Batman, understand?" The old man's expression changed. "Let's talk in my office. All of you can go back to work. Don't tell anyone what happened just now, before the show airs." Everybody agreed, but they knew that their boss meant that they could discuss it among themselves. They looked at each other and quickly scattered. Everything that had happened just now was too bizarre. At that moment, they were bursting to speak, and the best choice was people with the same experience. Luke, who was gliding through the night sky, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He could vaguely hear the sound of helicopters, and knew that someone was watching him. He smiled. "They're all cunning fellows. Do you want to know my real identity? Let's do it." After flying more than 10 kilometers west, Luke plunged into deep sea water. The bat armor had an independent oxygen supply system, and Luke didn't need to come up for air. His superhuman strength and dexterity allowed him to move easily in the water, and he soon slipped into the deep ocean. Flegg listened to his man's report from one of the 2 helicopters in the sky. "Captain, he's entered the deep sea zone. Our equipment can no longer detect him. We've lost him." Flegg thought for a moment, then ordered, continue searching for him in a 5-kilometer range. Pay attention to the shoreline. If you don't find anything in an hour, we'll call it a day. As the two helicopters circled overhead, Luke had already gone ashore at Malibu Beach 20 kilometers away. His Batman suit had long since disappeared to be replaced by a regular diving suit. After changing out of his diving suit, he jogged along the beach and entered the nearby woods. He then came out on a motorbike and made his leisurely way back toward Los Angeles. Since he would be using his Batman identity a few more times in the coming days, Luke had already prepared all sorts of escape routes. The ocean was the simplest and most practical one. He wasn't someone who relied just on his physical strength to survive. He had already set up a counter-surveillance route in the ocean. He could still use this trick to escape once or twice more before this method was found out. At that time, Batman would probably go into hibernation, and would only come out when necessary. While he could have fewer of other things, he couldn't have fewer aliases. Generally speaking, a superhero's identity represented his beliefs and strength. However, he had many abilities, and they would only continue to accumulate. He only had one goal in mind: to earn experience and credit points. Whether in terms of sentiment or feasibility, the cost and difficulty of replacing an alias were very low. Changing aliases every now and then wasn't a bad idea to keep things fresh, Luke murmured to himself. He didn't forget to keep an eye on the surveillance cameras that he had set up beforehand, and he observed the activity on his return journey. He returned home safe and sound and helped Selina out with the tail end of her training. Selina took off her gloves and cancelled the silent mode on the tablet. Looking at the news, she said casually, "Lawrence spread word of the upcoming earthquake." Luke sighed. "It's a little unkind to say this, but I really hope that his prediction is wrong." Selina walked up to him and rubbed his head. "All right, we're not God. We can't protect everyone. I know you're doing your best. That's enough." Luke chuckled. "Thanks. Good boy." Selina rubbed his head again and walked out of the training room. "Okay, I'm turning in early. We need to conserve our strength in these 2 days. It's fine to just make sandwiches tomorrow morning." Luke hummed and said, "Okay." Selina was telling him not to waste his time and energy on making exquisite desserts. It was true that Luke didn't need to cook to calm his mood in the next 2 days. Since Selina had brought this up, he could save more time and make more preparations. So, he had always planned to slack off. Since Selina had said so, he couldn't waste her good intentions. In the morning, Gold Nugget looked at the 2 identical breakfasts and stared at Luke suspiciously as it whined. Selina picked up a sandwich and said, "Okay, this is a top-quality steak and tuna sandwich. If you don't like it, don't eat it. I'll buy you pig swill at the police department later. How does that sound?" Gold Nugget straightaway swallowed a sandwich in one gulp to show its determination not to eat pig swill. When it came to food, if Selina didn't have any complaints, Gold Nugget didn't dare grumble about Luke's cooking. The world was full of fast food and pig swill which tasted much worse than what Luke made. It also didn't want to be punished by being the only one to eat pig swill while the 2 of them had a feast. Luke asked casually, "How's Claire?" Gold Nugget barked softly. Luke nodded. "Keep observing and don't sneak a bite." Gold Nugget whined aggrievedly. Luke said, "You said yourself that the energy is harder to resist than tasty food. I'm just reminding you." Gold Nugget lowered its head again and cried silently in its heart. "I was only describing the taste of the energy back then. Why has it become your basis for giving me a warning now?" After Claire got up and had breakfast, Luke put a food box in her car. The food in the police academy isn't nutritious enough. If you're not careful, you won't grow. The little monkey was suspicious. "Are you sure?" Luke said, "In any case, just have some when you're hungry. The cafeteria won't always be open for you." The little monkey thought for a moment and agreed. She didn't say anything else and drove off. Luke, Celine and the dog got into the car and drove to work. Claire will still be suspicious, right? Selina couldn't help but ask. Luke said, who asked Gold Nugget to be a glutton? Gold Nugget was displeased and barked. Luke said, it's not a bad thing that you can eat. It's nothing to apologize for. Gold Nugget turned its head away and refused to talk sense with Luke anymore. It had never been able to win. Luke was right. When Gold Nugget formed a symbiotic relationship with a host, it needed the host to provide it with energy. Thanks to an innate trait, it didn't have to eat its host's body. It wasn't a bad thing for its host to have a huge appetite. But Claire was probably going to be paranoid again today. The little monkey was no fool. Gold Nugget, however, was unperturbed. Humph, don't look down on me, fiend. I learned a lot from you. They arrived at the police department at 8:20 a.m., and it was as busy as they had expected. All the officers had harried expressions, and few of them were fooling around. A subdued air had already enveloped the police department. Professor Lawrence Hayes, who predicted the first earthquake, last night predicted that another earthquake is imminent. Dustin was already standing in front of the whiteboard when they entered the Major Crimes Division. Pausing for a moment, he continued, those who don't know the exact details, ask your partners later. Leave has been cancelled, and everybody is now on standby. Everybody nodded silently. Weapons, ammo, bulletproof vests, be fully equipped. I don't want to hear of anyone dying in the line of duty. Dustin said solemnly. Keep in touch with the teams who are on duty, and be ready to support each other at any time. Don't be afraid to look embarrassing. This isn't the time to talk about dignity. Everybody nodded again. After a brief pause, Dustin said, May God bless Los Angeles. He didn't lay out a concrete action plan since one had already been set up after the last earthquake. This time, it was just a routine operation. Luke and Selina were assigned to the firefighters like before. After they left, Claire called and told them that all the students of the police academy were to enter the city to help maintain law and order. That was because traffic in Los Angeles was already starting to become a problem. Since last night, people had started to head toward places without skyscrapers, some had even chosen to leave for small towns on level terrain on the outskirts. This large overnight migration was causing a huge traffic jam, especially on the roads outside the city. Drivers were burning with anxiety. Small car accidents and scrapes were happening all the time, and it was easy for anxious car owners to start quarreling or even fighting. There were traffic jams 1 or 2 kilometers long on every road. There were TV helicopters in the air broadcasting the traffic situation in real time, but it wasn't any damn use since all the roads out of the city were congested and it was very difficult for people to leave Los Angeles via any of them. After the police academy pulled the trainees into the city, the situation improved slightly. At that moment, the chief of police could only be glad that the police department suddenly had a free labor force thanks to the officer training program proposed by Senator Thompson. There were more than 10,000 people in LAPD, but a huge number were clerks who didn't do field work, so there were only 7,000 or 8,000 frontline officers. The police school roped in more than 1,000 students who had undergone basic training and a few days as interns, greatly alleviating the burden on the police force. The students weren't able to handle physical confrontations, but they could help official police officers direct traffic and maintain order. Unfortunately, Los Angeles had a glorious tradition. After a large number of residents left their homes to seek refuge elsewhere, chaos broke out. There was a steady stream of news of vandalisms and break-ins on the police department comms. Luke and Selina simply ignored the small squabbles and focused on the guys who were fighting the officers with ad hoc weapons. At noon, they parked the car outside an In-N-Out and ate the burgers they had just bought. Luke looked up at the sky and sighed. Too bad it was broad daylight. A bunch of hooligans who had just looted a grocery store ran past them, and the two of them continued eating their lunch in silence. There were too many situations like this. The two of them had witnessed thefts and lootings the entire morning, and more than 50 street brawls. They couldn't be bothered with any of it. As long as no guns were used, they could only let them go. Otherwise, if they were detained, they would have to inform the patrol officers to take over. The patrol officers were too busy to let them know how long it would take for them to arrive, and the police department didn't have that many places to keep people locked up. Suddenly, Luke's phone rang. He quickly picked it up. "What's up?" A series of gunshots rang out from the receiver. Claire shouted, "We're outside USC. A bunch of gun-wielding criminals are exchanging fire with us. There are a lot of them." Luke said, "Hide well. I'll be there in 5 minutes." He hung up and took out a bicycle out from the trunk. "I'll go over first. You drive." Selena said, "Okay." With that, Luke gave a push and the bike abruptly shot forward and disappeared into the crowded street. In a traffic jam, motorbikes were useless while bicycles were useful. With his stamina and endurance, even if he was suppressed to a normal person's state, it took him less than 20 minutes to cover a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers. When he ran into a place he couldn't pass through, he got off his bike and hefted it over his shoulder. He then ran out of the blockade and got back on before continuing on his way. Claire wasn't far from where he was, less than 5 kilometers in a straight line. Reaching the dead end of a shortcut, Luke picked up the bike that weighed less than 10 kilograms and flipped over the wall, and arrived at the scene in 5 minutes. He appeared behind the criminals, and without hesitation, charged out of the alley on his bike and kicked 2 criminals at the mouth of the alley into the wall. Taking advantage of the recoil from the kick, he straightened and pushed with both hands, and the riderless bike drove into a flower patch not far away. This was his emergency mode of transportation today, and he couldn't break it. As he vaulted off the bike, he reached under his arms and raised both his Glock and his M686 revolver. Pa! 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 Luke charged forward 7 to 8 meters, and the gunshots rang out like beans exploding. He finally stopped charging and crossed his arms over each other as he reloaded his guns. Near the mouth of the alley, 7 or 8 criminals who were behind cars and trash cans, in the corners, and on the stairs all collapsed, bleeding from their chests and stomachs. "LAPD," he shouted. This wasn't a warning to the criminals, but to warn the officers behind the 2 police cars 10 meters away not to attack him. However, he was clearly overthinking it. The little monkey said, "It's my brother. He's here. We're fine." Luke even saw her put away a mirror before sticking out her head halfway. She was still as cautious as ever. Robert's years of teaching her and Selena's recent training had played a big part. Luke smiled. "Clear." The little monkey slowly stood up and raised her gun as if ready to attack at any moment. She called out to her companions, "Don't be careless. 2 people in a team. Check the guns on the criminals one by one. Shoot whoever moves recklessly." Luke didn't intervene. Training wasn't as good as actual combat. This was the best internship. Looking at the 4 students who had blue edges along their police caps, Luke was relieved. At least none of the rookies had been shot. Staring at her companions who were cleaning up the criminals, Claire reported the bad news. "Luke, 2 of our officers were shot." Luke hummed and said, "I'll take a look." Behind the police car, a man and a woman were leaning against the doors and groaning in pain. After a quick check, Luke nodded and said comfortingly, "The bullets went right through and didn't nick any major blood vessels or bones. It's fine." "Have you called an ambulance?" Claire, "Yes." Luke said, "That's good. Do you have any first aid supplies in your police car?" Claire quickly found a first aid kit. Luke found a pair of rubber gloves and gave one to each of the 2 patrol officers. He told them to clamp down on the blood vessels around the wound with their gloved hands. This will reduce the bleeding. If the ambulance is late, we can use a bra strap. As for bandages, he didn't bother. The two patrol officers weren't injured enough to need first aid, and the paramedics would naturally do it once the ambulance arrived. After the kids cleared the area, Claire relaxed and bounced up and down in front of Luke. "I saw it. You were so cool just now, Luke." She mimicked Luke's posture of drawing and reloading his gun to indicate what she was talking about. Luke smiled and patted her head. "Of course. I told you that I'm the best fighter among the LA police." The little monkey chuckled. "I thought you were bragging. Your shooting skills in middle school were far worse than mine." Luke said, "It's been a year since I graduated high school. I've improved a lot." "Hi, Luke," someone interjected. Luke nodded with a smile. "Hello, Miss Thompson. Didn't I say before, just call me Karen." The blonde Miss Karen Thompson shook his hand. Luke shook lightly and was going to let go, but Karen was strong, and only let go after 2 seconds. Expression unchanged, Luke said with a smile, "It seems the results of all your training have been pretty good." Karen said, "It was thanks to Claire. As soon as gunfire broke out, she had us follow the safety rules." Luke hummed and looked at Claire. Did this little monkey disclose the safety rules that he had taught her? First, find cover. Second, use a mirror and don't stick out your head. Third, call for backup. So, I called you as soon as I took cover and checked the situation with a mirror. Luke was stunned. Is that, in the student code? Yes, it was posted at the last minute this morning. It was just 3 lines on 1 page. Claire and Karen nodded in unison. Karen added, "I heard that these 3 safety guidelines come from a very good first-rate detective, and can significantly increase our safety as students. It seems they're indeed effective." As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at the 2 patrol officers lying down not far away. The 2 officers were in great pain, but their faces were full of despair. That wasn't right. Why hadn't anyone mentioned these 3 safety rules when they were at the police academy? Had they gone to a fake school? But the truth was right in front of their eyes. After encountering the armed criminals, the 2 police officers fought back and were soon wounded. The 4 rookies who had been on duty with them were completely fine. They hid behind the cars and fired back every now and then to stall the criminals. Claire, in particular, had been observing the situation in the mirror. She had fired off several random shots and wounded a criminal, so the other party hadn't dared approach her for a while. The police and criminals were in a deadlock. There had been traffic jams everywhere in Los Angeles today. If it wasn't for the rookies' perilous marksmanship, they would have been surrounded by criminals before reinforcements arrived. The students were young and uninjured. They could retreat, but it would be hard for the 2 wounded officers to escape. Actually, it was Luke who had specially taught Claire how to shoot with a mirror. It was an extremely simplified version of gunfighting that he had calculated using his own combat experience, gunfighting skills, and complementary math operations. He simplified the complicated situations into several shooting methods. Claire only needed to analyze the situation slightly and aim her gun in a particular range to hit the enemy. This method was more suitable for patrol officers. After all, they could call for reinforcements the moment they started fighting, and there was no need for them to take action. After chatting for a while, Luke reloaded his gun and gave Claire 5 clips. Claire was stunned. "I have another clip here." Luke said, "With your stamina and shooting skills, it'll be best if you can suppress the criminals with more bullets. 2 clips won't be enough." Claire and Karen were speechless. They were each using a Glock 17, a close-range firearm with 17 bullets in each clip. Luke had given Claire almost 100 bullets, enough for a small-scale battle. After everything was done, Luke went back on his bike. Watching Luke leave, Karen suddenly grabbed Claire and pressed her down under her arms. "Tell me, are we good friends?" Claire said, "Hey, stop groping me, or other people will think you're interested in me." Karen didn't care. First, are we good friends? Claire said, remove those big lumps from my shoulders, and we'll still be good friends. Karen finally let her go. Claire said, all right, what strange thing do you want from me? Karen was the daughter of a rich family who wanted to become a police officer in pursuit of a colorful life. During training, she met Claire, this playful buddy, and had immediately dropped to her knees to worship this ultimate boss. Karen had tried out many extreme sports with Claire, but her athletic talent was limited, and whatever they did, she wasn't as good as Claire. But it was also because of this that their relationship was far better than that of other students. Karen said, I'm going after Luke. Claire took out a bottle of water from the police car, drank a mouthful, and then sprayed it in Karen's face. Vexed, Karen said, what are you doing? He's your brother, not your boyfriend. Wait, don't tell me you hate other girls chasing your brother, like those sisters in the movies. Claire wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Forget it. My brother's girlfriend in high school was the cheerleader captain. We're pretty close. Karen took the tissue from Claire and wiped her face as she asked, then why are you so agitated? Claire glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. For the sake of our friendship, I'll be blunt, I'm afraid my brother won't want a girlfriend like you. Karen was stunned. Why? Am I not beautiful? Or does he feel inferior? Claire patted her forehead and hooked an arm around her neck as she whispered in her ear, because he has a female friend. Karen pondered for a moment and was surprised. You mean a friend with benefits? Claire shook her head. I don't know exactly, but in any case, he's never mentioned a girlfriend. Karen frowned. Then can't I chase him? At most. Claire looked at her in disdain. Luke is 19. What do you think a regular handsome 19-year-old man who doesn't have a girlfriend, but doesn't look for women, does? Karen thought for a moment. Do handicraft at home? Claire was dumbfounded. A moment later, she said, you dumb woman. He definitely has a female friend, but she isn't his girlfriend, so he didn't mention it to me. Got it? Karen wasn't convinced. How would you know? Claire said, he occasionally goes out at night, and the clothes he's wearing the next morning have a faint smell of perfume on them. The quality isn't any worse than what you use, either. What do you think it could be? Frowning and thinking hard for a moment, Karen cried out in frustration. Damn it, there really is a rival. Claire, what? Karen looked at her. I have to say that I was touched by Luke rushing over to save me just now. Also, after he took down those criminals, he smiled gently when he looked at me. Karen's gaze drifted. In the summer afternoon sun, that bright and beautiful smile as dazzling as Apollo's, her words started to get poetic. Stop. Claire raised her hand. Pa. Karen felt pain on the back of her head as the little monkey whacked her. He was smiling at me, okay? Claire crushed her pal's fantasy without any hesitation. He smiles like that every time he picks me up from school. I know him very well, so stop dreaming. Karen gnashed her teeth. Damn it, can't you let me finish my fantasy before hitting me? They were speaking in very low voices, and the two patrol officers lying nearby didn't hear the details. They could only smile bitterly. Students, we're a little dizzy. Can you help us tell the ambulance to hurry up? We don't want to die. Only then did the two girls react and stop their small-scale battle between buddies. On his way back, Luke met Selena on the road. He folded the bike, threw it back into the trunk, and got back into the car. Selena said gloomily, the traffic is so bad I almost want to take a helicopter. Luke said, wouldn't you still need to look for a place to take off from first anyway? Let's go. Selena asked, how's Claire? Luke said with a smile, she didn't lose even a strand of hair. She even shot and injured a criminal. That's good. Selena didn't say anything else. Claire was under Gold Nugget's protection, so she was completely safe, which was why Luke could calmly ride his bike over. Although he sounded relaxed, he still treasured his sister very much. After a busy day, Luke and Selena picked Claire up after work. Today, the police academy didn't require students to return to the school. After reporting to their instructors, they could go home and rest. There were two considerations for this step. Firstly, everybody had heard the rumor about the earthquake, so the students should be allowed to go home for a look after a busy day. Secondly, traffic was always congested in Los Angeles, and the school bus couldn't pick up the students who were scattered everywhere. Principal Lossad decisively told the students to return home and keep in touch. If there really was an emergency, the students could report to the nearest police department themselves, or they could directly contact the patrol officers and help maintain order. When they picked Claire up, Karen came over and said that she wanted to hitch a ride and talk to Claire. Claire didn't say anything, but looked at Luke. It was up to him. Luke simply told Karen to get in. They slowly drove home and went to wash up. Claire had an ensuite, so Karen naturally went to her room. By the time they came out, dinner was already in the oven, and Luke and Selena were having drinks in the backyard. After an exhausting day, everybody was a little lazy to chat. Luke and Selena were in better shape, while Claire could be considered an old hand at training. Karen had been yelling all day while on duty, and after the first intense gunfight of her life, she fell asleep on the deck chair. Luke simply had Claire put a thin towel over her, and the three of them moved further away to read the news and chat occasionally. The sun gradually set and night fell. After napping for an hour, Karen woke up just in time for dinner. After resting for a bit, everybody was in the mood to chat and eat. The main topic of conversation was what they had seen during the day. Both Karen and Claire were very worried about the upcoming earthquake. The city was already in chaos before the earthquake. What was it going to be like if it happened? Luke didn't say much to comfort them. He simply reminded them to be careful after the earthquake happened. For example, on no account should they rashly enter a danger zone before the earthquake stopped. Secondly, they couldn't ignore their own safety just to save someone. Those who would take advantage of the situation wouldn't care about their good intentions, they would only focus on their youth and looks. By 9 o'clock, they had finished dessert and drinks after dinner, and the conversation finally came to an end. Miss Karen wanted to get her family to send a car to pick her up. But her driver told her that it would take him at least an hour to get there, given the chaos and heavy traffic. Everybody was lost for words when they heard that. Didn't that mean that Karen wouldn't get home until midnight? Luke thought for a moment before he said, "I'll send you back." Stunned for a moment, Karen was secretly delighted and quickly nodded. Okay. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Claire and Selena. She noticed that Selena didn't seem to care at all. Claire gave her a disdainful look, but didn't say anything. Karen secretly gave Claire a thumbs up and followed Luke to the garage. A moment later, a small scooter puttered out of the garage. Suspicious, Claire turned around and asked Selena, "Why does Luke have a motorbike like that?" Looking at the tablet in her hand, Selena replied casually, "That's a Vespa." Claire was confused. Huh? Is it famous? Selena raised her head. Don't you know that your brother likes Audrey Hepburn? Claire tilted her head and thought for a moment. I think he mentioned it. Selena said, "This Vespa scooter is the one that Audrey Hepburn rode in Roman Holiday. I don't know where your brother got this antique, but he fixed it himself." Claire was lost for words. Luke was actually a fan of Audrey Hepburn. Wait, that wasn't right. She was already a grandmother by the time she passed away, right? She smacked her lips. I thought Luke was interested in Karen. Selena chuckled. Is Miss Karen interested in Luke? Claire asked, You can tell. Selena got up lazily, took off her t-shirt and shorts, and entered the spa. I'm not blind. Too bad, she. Forget it. Claire also took off her t-shirt and shorts. She entered the spa and hugged Selena's shoulders. Tell me, what's too bad? Selina turned on the tablet in her hand and activated the spa's massage function. Water gushed over their exhausted bodies. She sighed comfortably. It's a pity that she's way not up to standard. Luke isn't looking for a girlfriend for now. Claire didn't really care if Luke had a girlfriend, but was more interested in something else. Won't someone like Karen do? From Claire's point of view, Karen was pretty good. She graduated from a prestigious university, had good manners, and was also pretty. Karen did have some of the common failings of a rich young miss, such as being insensitive about spending money and saying things that inadvertently hurt the pride of the poor, but she didn't deliberately look down on ordinary people. These shortcomings were also being gradually changed during her police academy training. But Selina actually said that she was not up to standard. With two hands behind her head, Selina turned to look at the naughty monkey and smiled. Someone got there before she did, and she's far more qualified. Claire immediately realized that her speculation had been correct. Luke had a female friend, and Selina was saying that the woman was better than Karen. Looking at Claire's expression, Selina patted her head. Don't think too much. Your brother is a lady killer. There are a lot of girls who like him. Claire's interest was piqued. Who? He isn't here, so tell me. Selina rolled her eyes and asked casually, right, has Luke ever said anything about my love life to you? Claire subconsciously shook her head. No. Luke wouldn't tell her about someone else's private business, much less Selina's. Selina shrugged. So, he's never brought up anything about his love life. I have nothing to say. Claire's eyes widened. You, so cunning. Selina chuckled. Hee hee. Elsewhere, Luke chatted with Karen as they rode the scooter to her house. It was even more chaotic in Los Angeles at night. Coupled with the pedestrians on the streets, Luke could only slow the scooter down to 20 kilometers an hour. He had put in a lot of effort to repair this old Vespa. He would feel bad if he even so much as scraped the paint. The scooter circled the streets for half an hour before it finally reached Karen's house. Seeing that Luke was about to leave with a smile, Karen couldn't help but invite him in. Come in and sit for a bit. She paused for a moment before she said, you must be a little tired after sending me back. Luke was amused. It's fine, I'm strong. He waved goodbye to Karen and rode off on his scooter as he murmured to himself, it's almost 10 at night. What will your parents think if I go into rest? He understood Karen's intent, but he really didn't have time to mess around with a young miss, especially one who was in search of thrills. He wouldn't be in Los Angeles for long and had a lot of work to do. He didn't want to waste his time hooking up with Karen. Riding on the scooter, he avoided areas with more cameras and deliberately passed through areas that lacked surveillance. He also beat up a few gangsters who wanted to rob him. Those hooligans didn't recognize the scooter, nor did they know how valuable it was. This could only mean that law and order in the city was so bad that even poor people on scooters weren't safe. He found a safe house that he had set up earlier. He put on his Batman suit and sighed. You really will retire soon. Compared with the new White Wolf armor's quick kit-out function, the Batman armor was severely outdated in how it had to be put on manually. But Batman was set up as a strong character and was a very useful target. Luke had to use the armor a few more times to make sure he got the most out of it. Leaping down from the top of the apartment building, he moved through the dark alleys and buildings. A group of hooligans was forcing a woman with a child into a dark corner. The woman shouted in panic, but the hooligans only laughed smugly. Go ahead. Nobody will come even if you scream your throat out. I'm here. A mechanical voice rang out behind the hooligans. The woman holding her kid stared at the black giant behind the hoodlums with wide eyes. Her lips trembled and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Enraged, the gangsters turned around to see who dared mess with them. They saw a black giant standing a few meters behind them. He slowly pointed at them. All of you, guilty. Batman, a thug shouted as he trembled. The next moment, the black giant charged into their midst, and the dull sound of flesh being hit and bones breaking rang out. All the hooligans' arms were broken and they screamed. Luke showed them no mercy. He picked out the gunmen and broke their thumbs and index fingers. This wouldn't affect them running for their lives during the earthquake, but with those two fingers out of commission, it would be very difficult for them to exert force with their hands, like in shooting. The black giant looked at the woman with his dark red eyes. "Ma'am, you should hurry home." "Ah, what's that?" "Ah." The woman cried out as the black giant picked her up. Taking a few running steps, Luke glided out to the main street, put them down, and left right away. Stunned for a moment, the woman murmured, "Thank you, thank you. Mom, Uncle Batman told us to go home. There are a lot of bad guys out," the little boy in her arms reminded her. The woman came back to her senses and ran off with her son in her arms. The encounter with the hooligans had really scared her. A bunch of hoodlums were happily moving things out of a supermarket. The Chinese boss of the supermarket had already collapsed at the counter with blood all over his face. He wasn't dead and his injuries weren't severe, but he didn't want to be surrounded and beaten up again. Helpless, he could only hide in one corner behind the counter and allow the hoodlums to pry open the cash register and start wantonly moving the goods out of the supermarket. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the electronic female voice rang out. "Welcome." The criminals who were celebrating excitedly turned around. "All of you, guilty." Another cold and low mechanical voice rang out. The black giant grabbed a beer chest and blocked the automatic doors before he charged into the supermarket. The Chinese boss who was hiding behind the counter heard a series of bangs, and then 4 or 5 hoodlums flew past the counter. He trembled and didn't dare stick his head out. In less than 30 seconds, everything settled down. Footsteps approached the counter, and the boss felt a shadow cover him. He subconsciously raised his head and was stunned when he saw who it was. The loose cash that Luke had found on the hoodlums fell from a giant palm and landed on the counter. "Keep your money safe." Stunned for a moment, the boss nodded. Thank you, thank you. Close your shop and call the police to arrest them. Now's not the time to do business," the black giant said before he walked out. The Chinese boss stood up, only to see that the black giant had a rope dart in his other hand as he dragged out the 5 hoodlums. The hooligans were very quiet. They were all suffering minor concussions, and as usual, all of them had their hands broken. Outside the supermarket, Luke flicked his hand, and the rope dart flew back into it as if it were a living thing. The black figure then took a running leap and flew off. Gritting his teeth, the Chinese boss dragged his aching body to the door. Looking at the unconscious hoodlums, his eyes flashed with relief. "You had this coming. You usually take a protection fee, but now you want to rob my supermarket." Getting up as he spoke, he grabbed a mop near the door and started beating up the hoodlums. In the air, Luke turned to take a look, before he sped up. These hoodlums had guns, and often extorted money from the Chinese boss. They deserved to be beaten up by the boss. He wouldn't look down on this boss for beating dogs when they were down, and he didn't feel that the boss was exploiting Batman's power to do so. Most of the time, ordinary people who ran small businesses quietly endured the pressure and didn't resist. A lot of phones started ringing at the same time, and the first words were all basically, "It's Batman again." 10 minutes later, Luke dropped the 2 drug dealers he was holding and flushed the white crystals down the toilet. He heard the warning from his smartphone via his earpiece. Helicopters are coming. Several special vehicles are approaching. A simple map was displayed on the lenses in front of his eyes. Luke was the green dot in the middle, and more than 20 red dots were approaching him at varying speeds. Luke didn't bother too much with these people. If they wanted to take action, he would beat them up without any hesitation and see how much experience and credit points he could earn. Those who worked for government agencies weren't necessarily good people, they might even be rich in experience and credit. Daddy's system gave the same experience and credit to people who did bad things. They didn't become good people just because they helped the government do bad things. For an acquaintance like Flegg, beating him up would earn Luke a lot of experience and credit points. Of course, Luke wasn't the system's puppet. The system's restrictions were just the limits of a range, and it was up to him whether to act or not. While he was thinking that, he felt a sense of danger. He dashed out of the window and went straight to the top of the apartment building. At that moment, the building trembled slightly, and the fluctuation quickly grew stronger. In the end, the building started to shake and stir. The earthquake was here. Luke sent a message to Selena. Tell Gold Nugget to take good care of Claire. Once the earthquake happened, all police officers, including Claire, would be deployed to maintain order and save the citizens. It was impossible to keep Claire at home unless she was willing. Luke didn't like it when people criticized his actions, and Claire didn't like it when people made all the decisions for her. Don't do unto others what you would not have done unto you. Selena simply replied, got it. An ear-piercing siren rang out, followed by faint cries of alarm. But after receiving Lawrence's warning 2 days ago, the residents of Los Angeles were far less panicked than during the first earthquake. The TV channels had also been playing earthquake survival knowledge. Coupled with the fact that night had already fallen, the chaos from the earthquake wasn't too serious. A minute later, the earthquake stopped. The sounds of all kinds of objects shaking disappeared, and the noise of people filled the city once more. Luke raised his head and looked at the helicopters in the dark. He snorted. I hope you don't mess with me tonight, or I'll attack you too. Saying that, he jumped down. Getting into Selena's car, Claire asked, is it okay for me to follow you when you're on duty? Selena said, Dollar follows me. An extra person won't make a difference. Claire was upset. I'm not a puppy. Gold Nugget barked. Claire said, fine, Dollar, you're a big dog. They drove Luke's car out. There was nothing else the police department could do except order all the officers to go out into the field. It was impossible for the police officers to follow any sort of plan. By the time they reached their destinations, it wouldn't take long for Los Angeles to fall into chaos. The police department could only send out most of the officers first before adapting to the situation. After hearing the news from the police radio via his earpiece, Luke leapt into the air and headed east. All the accidents he saw on his way were minor ones. Most people in the last few days had gotten used to learning about safety from the TV, and made preparations before they went to bed. Most of the cars on the road were crawling forward, and unlike before, there were very few high-speed collisions. The buildings in the city center were pitch black. The people who were used to partying had cancelled their gatherings in the last 2 days as the rich hid out on flat terrain outside the city. But there would inevitably be problems with such a big earthquake in such a big city. When Luke arrived at an overpass on the main road, countless people on the overpass were in a panicked state as they looked around their cars. A gap had appeared in the middle of the overpass. Luke observed the situation under the overpass for a moment before he shook his head. 4 to 5 cars had been smashed and buried under fallen cement blocks, the people inside were dead and he couldn't save them. On a bus near the gap in the overpass, everybody hid in the back half as they looked to the front in fear. Half of the bus was hanging in the air, as if unable to make up its mind whether to fall or not. Nobody dared to break the windows, for fear of tipping the balance. Earlier, only the front of the bus had dropped, but after everyone ran around in a panic, and the road in front of them collapsed again, half of the bus was now hanging in the air, as if it was about to fall. Some quick-witted person had yelled, go to the back and weigh down the bus. Only under everyone's weight was the bus able to maintain this balance. This was the center of the overpass, which was 20 meters to the ground below. Only God knew how many would survive the fall. Luke landed behind the bus and tied rope darts to the guardrails on both sides of the road before he locked down the tires. Someone spotted him and exclaimed, Batman. Everyone in the bus looked over. Luke just said, "I'm going to break the glass. Don't panic, and help the person in front of you climb out." Not long ago, in a villa on Malibu Beach, a gentle male voice rang out. "Mr. Stark, Lawrence's system has issued a high-risk alert." Tony stopped what he was doing and looked up. "What level?" "An earthquake with an estimated magnitude between 7.2 and 7.5. It will happen in 10 seconds, Jarvis reported unhurriedly. Tony cursed and ordered, "Mark 1, get ready." Jarvis said, "Mr. Stark, you have yet to test the prolonged operation of this armor. A lot of calculations are incomplete. It's too dangerous." Tony said, "Jarvis, my dad always said, do first, talk later, okay?" After a brief silence, Jarvis said, "Please wait to don the armor after the earthquake in case of danger." Tony said, "Got it." As he spoke, he put out the light screen in his hand. "Remember to record all data from the moment I set out until I return. Remember to record everything about that guy." His eyes flashed with eagerness. "Batman, you're finally here." Half an hour ago, Jarvis had been monitoring LAPD's comms, and when the AI reported Batman's appearance, Tony started making preparations. Now that an earthquake was about to happen, he didn't believe that Batman would slip away as quietly as he had during the first earthquake. 5 minutes after the earthquake started, a shiny silver suit shot out of a passage, trailing white fire as it flew toward Los Angeles in the east. Luke smashed the rear window with his fist and tore it open. The people at the back helped push the people near the window out. "Don't move too fast or waste time." A man cried out and fell out of the hole. Luke caught him and said, "Run to the back yourself." Stunned for a moment, the man watched Batman catch and put down a woman and a kid. He helped them up and ran to the back, still saying, thank you, Batman." Very soon, half of the 20 or so people in the bus were out, and the bus's balance could no longer be maintained as it started to tilt forward. The people in the bus panicked. Luke said, "I'll keep it stable. Don't panic. Keep climbing out." As he spoke, he cut off the external microphone. "Activate auxiliary support." With a light clanging sound, 2 alloy frames suddenly popped out from the sides of his legs. He raised his legs, and claws popped out of the frames again to stab deep into the ground. "Those behind, hurry up," he said into the mic again. The bus, which had been shaking slightly, stabilized again, but the back of the vehicle that Luke had grabbed with both hands creaked and rapidly twisted in shape, indicating that it was being pulled down by a massive force. When there were only 4 people left in the bus, the ground suddenly trembled again. It was an aftershock. The aftershock wasn't strong, but it was deadly for the bus's current situation. The gap in the overpass started to widen, and with a loud rumble, a large part of the overpass collapsed. Luke only had time to grab one of the men who had been at the window and throw him out. The other 3 screamed in fear and involuntarily slid down the bus. "Launch arm supports," Luke said. 2 alloy frames suddenly shot out of his hands and pierced the back of the bus. The bus shook violently and settled again. "Climb up. Hurry." Luke frowned. If it had been just the 3 of them at the beginning, he would have had more options. He could rush in directly to protect them or tie them together with a rope dart. But he hadn't had enough time to prepare for the rescue right before this and couldn't do anything now. Once he retracted the alloy frames that were keeping the bus in place, the 3 of them would fall along with the bus. Luke could only ensure the safety of 2 people at most, while the life of the 3rd person would depend on luck. "Hey, throw my rope dart in and drag them out," he said to the passenger whom he had just rescued. The man trembled as he stood up. He had only taken 2 steps, when there was another aftershock, and the entire overpass creaked slightly. He screamed in fear and turned around to run. Luke simply sighed and didn't look at the man again. It wasn't that the man was ungrateful. It was too much to hope for regular people to act rationally after suffering a fright. His mind raced as he started to make preparations. If the three people inside couldn't climb back up, he would retract his support frames and rush into the bus to save them. Whether the third life could be saved would depend on luck. At that moment, his AI system warned him, "There's a flying object approaching from the northwest at close to Mach 1 speed." Luke looked at the sky and frowned. A missile? That seems a little slow. The exhaust trail looked like that of a missile, but this thing wasn't that fast. AI program, this object is about 2 meters in height and is similar to a human. No similar missiles have been found in the database. Staring at the approaching object, Luke's eyes suddenly widened, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "WTF?" To be able to make someone as cool-headed as he was was truly unexpected. In less than 10 seconds, the thing flew over him and stopped after a beautiful arc in the air. Amidst the dazzling blaze of flames, intense rock music rang out. "All you women who want a man of the street. Big guy, it looks like you're in a bit of trouble." A playful voice rang out. Luke rolled his eyes. "Save your nonsense for after we save them." Inside the armor, Tony raised an eyebrow and acknowledged Batman's composure anew. There should be some applause for his entrance. Well, fine. This guy didn't have any hands or legs free. That was the price of inferior skills. Tony curled his lip as he once again looked down on the guy's skills. The silver armor dropped down and landed under the gap in the overpass. The next moment, Luke's expression changed. Retract leg support. There was a huge force pushing the bus up from below, and with Luke's help, the bus was pushed back onto the overpass. He entered the bus and quickly tossed the three people out of the hole. Get off the overpass. It might collapse at any moment. The three of them had been lying on the ground like dead fish. When they heard what Luke said, they struggled to get up and run. However, even though they were running for their lives, they couldn't help but look back. Standing at the hole in the bus, Luke raised his head and looked at the magnificent silver armor which rose into the air again, jet flames under its feet. He cursed inwardly. F***ck. Can someone tell me why this young master is making this thing now? He hadn't been kidnapped yet. Tony, who was in the air, was clearly excited. Okay, I saved him for you. Let's fight one round. When Luke heard that, he knew that the tycoon hadn't changed his mind yet, and that this Iron Man prototype armor was actually used to make trouble for him. I admit defeat, he said immediately. In the air, Tony, who was using the jet engines to maintain his balance, swayed for a moment and almost spiraled off into the sky. What? As long as you save more people than me tonight, it's my loss, said Luke as he ran into the traffic behind him. Tony said, don't run. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Luke, however, had already reached the end of the overpass, and he pulled a driver out of an SUV. Did you buy insurance for this car? The driver was terrified. I did. Go. You can tell them that I smashed your car, said Luke as he pushed the driver away. The alloy frames on his armor stretched out, and he exerted force. The SUV that had been stuck at the end of the overpass and unable to move was sent flying and fell off the overpass. Luke wasn't done. A freight truck driver, who was about the same size as Luke, was scooped out as well. Luke then started up the truck and pushed the cars next to it aside before crashing through the guardrail. Luke jumped out of the truck before it fell. He said to the driver of a car who had just gotten onto the overpass, turn back. Get out of here. The driver quickly did as he was told. He didn't want to be asked if he had bought car insurance. Although he didn't want to see his car being thrown down like garbage. After the two vehicles blocking the road were taken care of, the cars on the overpass were finally able to turn back. As long as they got off the overpass, there were wide open spaces everywhere, and they wouldn't be in any danger. After clearing the traffic, Luke took down two guardrails not far from the end of the overpass and instructed cars to drive onto the wide plain so that the cars behind them could move. Otherwise, the hundreds of cars on the road wouldn't be able to turn back. Nobody dared object. Everybody had seen Batman push two vehicles off the overpass. Batman was clearly more concerned about human life than property. After Luke was done, the silver armor flew over with flames trailing behind it. I've taken care of the congestions in the east and south. I've won this bet. I'm going to make a winner's request. Luke, however, chuckled. No, you didn't win. Don't tell me your math teacher didn't even teach you how to count heads, right? I didn't have a math teacher at all. Tony frowned. Jarvis, count the number of people we saved. The locations of all the cars in the east and south flashed past his eyes, and a number popped up, 156. And the number of people here in the west, 197. Sir, excluding the last 3 people on the bus, you still saved 41 people less than the other party, Jarvis reminded him. Damn it. There was a lot of traffic on the west side, and there was also that bus. Tony cursed in frustration. With Jarvis's help, he instantly knew why he had lost. Luke had picked the road with the most number of victims. Including the dozens of people on the bus, it added up to more than 10 cars worth of passengers. Luke, on the other hand, didn't say anything. He knew that Tony had Jarvis, and it wouldn't take him more than a second to calculate the numbers. He simply flew up. If you want to compete with me, come with me. Let me see what your big metal toy is like. Tony chuckled. He actually said that I'm a big metal toy. Me, a big metal toy. Luke was disinclined to indulge the tycoon. After all, the man had a poisonous tongue. There was no need to give Tony Stark face since he didn't need anyone to do so, he would fight for his own honor. 2 figures charged into the city one after another. In the air, Tony exclaimed, apart from the exoskeleton, you also have an auxiliary propulsion system? But it was just one instant, and his poisonous tongue came out once more. Look at this second-hand product. The parts are from the Soviet Union. Are you Russian? Ukrainian? Georgian? Luke smiled. No. I'm American, and the first superhero in America. Tony choked. For now, he couldn't confirm that the guy was American, but he couldn't say that he wasn't. However, it indeed was a fact that Batman was America's first superhero. No matter how arrogant Tony was, he couldn't change the collective acknowledgement of the people. The two of them were very fast. Naturally, Luke's auxiliary propulsion system wasn't as good as Tony's. The tycoon was a top player who only used good stuff. Luke had deliberately used a bunch of illicit Soviet Union parts to cobble together the propulsion system. It was truly lousy, and purely an experimental system. But the thought that a certain tycoon would be wavering between Russian and American when he returned home tonight gave him some pleasure. He hoped that Stark didn't have OCD, or he might not be able to sleep for days. There was a huge difference in their speed, but it didn't make much of a difference over short distances. A few seconds after Tony charged into the city, Luke was right on his heels and dropped directly onto the street to kick at 2 hoodlums who were robbing a woman of her jewelry and bag. The rescued woman looked at Luke in fear while Tony landed behind him. The woman turned her head to look at Tony's silver armor and was even more surprised. She exclaimed, "Batman?" Tony's face darkened. "I don't look like Batman at all. You're seriously colorblind. Go get your eyes checked." But Luke had already slipped away, and he said from afar, "Then what are you called?" "John Doe." Tony choked again and increased the power in the thrusters under his feet as he chased after Luke once more. A rock song played again, and mixed into it was his voice, "I'm Iron Man." Hearing the name, Luke wasn't surprised at all. He simply grumbled inwardly, right. "You're Wong Jinsi." Tony, who was following him, very quickly found out what the next competition was. Beating up people. He beat up a lot of people. As Batman roamed about, he quickly found all sorts of offenders committing violent crimes like armed robbery, murder, arson, rape, and so on. Less than 5 minutes later, Tony received a reminder from Jarvis. "Sir, you don't have any non-lethal weapons, and you can kill these criminals with even just your fists and feet. In this complicated environment, you're not as nimble as Batman." Tony was angry. Of course I know that. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was an extremely smart person. But after beating up several criminals in the beginning, he realized the problem with this new competition. Compared with Tony's armor, Batman's armor fell far short. But in a city like this, where there were too many things to worry about and the battlefield was very small, the other party could fully utilize his low output and high dexterity to quickly enter and end a fight before moving to another battlefield. Luke could even open windows and chase criminals through cramped apartment buildings. If Tony wanted to enter, he could only smash through the windows and walls. These apartment buildings and houses were filled with ordinary people. If Tony smashed through the walls of these buildings, he would probably injure these ordinary people first. This wasn't a problem with Tony's skills, but because he had too little time. It already defied scientific common sense that metal armor made in a mere month could already be used in actual combat. It was unrealistic to expect the armor to be perfect in every detail and to be able to swiftly adapt to battle in the city streets. After all, Tony had never considered such a small battlefield. This young master had never in his life thought about beating up hoodlums. He didn't need to beat up hoodlums at all. If he wanted to, he could send hundreds or thousands of hoodlums to prison with a single phone call. And if the prison was packed, he could still pay to build a big prison especially for these people. Of course, Luke had done this on purpose. There was nothing to be gained in winning against Tony. He had basically won the first round of saving lives. Lose? That was impossible. Tony's armor, which hadn't even been painted yet, had a lot of problems. It would be too easy for Luke to lay it flat. But he had a free and powerful helper who could help maintain law and order in Los Angeles. Why would he take him down? It seems there's quite a few problems with your armor. Luke took down another bunch of hoodlums in an alley. He threw them into a dumpster and didn't forget to taunt Tony. "You broke dozens of that hoodlum's bones with that hit just now, right? He only had a small knife. Are you going to use a missile next to blow up this block?" Tony gritted his teeth. "He dared stab at me with a knife. Am I supposed to send him on a holiday at a 5-star hotel?" Luke chuckled. "So, you want to send them to permanent rest at a funeral home? What will they say on TV tomorrow? The new homicidal maniac, Iron Man, killed hundreds in one night?" Tony frowned and suddenly shut up. He immediately understood what Luke meant. Even if they were criminals, some of whom might be killed while he was rescuing people, if too many of them died in one night, some do-gooders would kick up a fuss. In this society, some people protested cruelty when chickens were killed for fast food restaurants. If so many people were killed, Iron Man would definitely be labeled a murderer. Thinking quickly, Tony suddenly realized something. "Is that why you've never killed anyone, or even severely injured those criminals?" Luke glided away again. "At least you're not stupid." "Tony, what?" "Excuse me." Luke didn't have clear memories of his previous life, but he vaguely remembered that the politicians would make a big deal out of superheroes who injured civilians. He didn't know exactly if they were superheroes like Tony. His memories from decades ago might eventually become a reality, but logically speaking, this was an issue that would crop up sooner or later. Take SWAT, for example. Hostages had been injured during a recent rescue operation which 2 of Harrison's team members had been on. After that, the 2 team members were taken to court by the injured hostages, and were suspended from work during the investigation. And they were law enforcement officers just doing their jobs. Superheroes, including Batman, weren't law enforcement officers. They were vigilantes. They were precisely the sort of people whom the law disliked the most. The law was the product of the justice system. Vigilantes, on the other hand, circumvented the system and took justice into their own hands. They were fundamental opposites. Luke pondered this matter distractedly as he roamed Los Angeles with the new big baby Iron Man. A few minutes later, Tony suddenly sped up and flew in another direction. Found them. Luke snorted and broke the hands of two arsonists before he followed Tony. If he could access the police comms, so could Tony. It was just that until now, there had been no news of any large-scale criminal activity, so Tony hadn't had a chance to overtake Luke's score. In less than a minute, Luke swooped down from the sky and kicked a criminal holding an AK. Tony said, "Charcoal head, you're late." As he spoke, the pulse cannon in his hand shattered the windows of a car, and two criminals several meters away were cut by the glass from the explosion as they covered their bloody faces and screamed. Dropping to the ground, Luke advanced quickly. He swung one fist, and the arm of a criminal who was holding a gun bent. When he saw those transformer-like arms, the criminal screamed miserably. "But I'm still in the lead," Luke said. He swung around and the cape on his back hardened, the tip sweeping over the wrists of a criminal on the side who had just turned around. Two bloody lines appeared on the criminal's hands as they dangled lifelessly and his rifle slipped to the ground. My hands," Luke said, "you can still use them to eat." Of course, the man could forget handling a gun for the rest of his life. In one moment, dozens of criminals outside a bank were flanked by two people. One criminal aimed his rifle at the silver armor and shouted, "Go to hell. Go to hell, you meddling fool." Pushing off from a wall, Tony switched directions and landed behind the criminal, and knocked him on the head with one finger. Dong! There was a loud and clear rap, and the criminal collapsed with his eyes rolled back. "Sir, you found a non-lethal way to attack," said Jarvis without missing a beat. Tony's lips twitched. "I can only hit these hooligans with my fingers in my super armor." In the beginning, he had built this armor to face off against Batman. The gap between expectations and reality was too big. As he spoke, he turned around and stretched out his hand. Bang! A garbage can was sent flying by the pulse cannon and hit two criminals. "This is very suitable. But, sir, I have to remind you that the power supply for the armor is starting to become unstable. It's best to return immediately," Jarvis warned. Annoyed, Tony ran a few steps and directly smashed into a car to send two criminals who were hiding behind it flying. Looking at the data from Jarvis, he did a quick analysis. "It's just a minor problem from sustained use of the thrusters. It'll be fine if I don't use the pulse cannon or fly." This was the most common problem with experimental models, they weren't stable enough. A lot of defects wouldn't become clear without continuous operation and field tests. For Tony, this was a good opportunity to collect data on his armor, and he couldn't miss it. Looking at Luke, who charged forward and knocked 4 or 5 armed criminals into the wall, Tony sighed. This guy's skills definitely aren't bad. His armor is a low-level model built for this sort of fighting in the city. Luke didn't care at all if Tony could beat him or not. A certain young master's arrogance was something that spilled over the horizon. It was impossible for him to plot against Luke. Since he had chosen Batman as his opponent, he wouldn't let anything taint his victory. Taking advantage of the moment when Batman was saving people, Tony directly flew over with a blast. Such a victory was meaningless. It was like how a boxing champion wouldn't find a bunch of hoodlums to beat up his opponent and send him to the hospital before their match. Only by defeating his opponent head-on in the boxing ring would his reputation and takings increase dramatically. Tony had to beat Batman fair and square to satisfy his sense of superiority. After Luke arrived, he quickly cleaned up a few of the most dangerous criminals and rushed to the back of a small car. He picked up 2 female officers who were hiding behind the car and escorted them to a corner not far away. "Wow, Batman! The eyes of one of the female officers sparkled as both her hands groped his chest plates. Luke tossed her firmly into a corner, before he helplessly pulled off the other girl who was also fondling his chest and said, "Hide properly." With that, he turned into a black shadow again and charged up the wall. He ran 5 to 6 meters over the side of the wall before he somersaulted and kicked backward. 2 criminals who had been shooting at them were kicked in the chest and sent flying 10 meters away. They rolled over the ground before they stopped moving. "Wow, Claire, he's so handsome," exclaimed one of the female officers excitedly. The other officer was also watching intently from the corner. "Enough, Karen. You say everyone's handsome. You just said that you were going to marry that Iron Man. Humph, you fickle woman. I hereby declare that you've been removed from Batman's #1 backup force. Karen, dream on." Naturally, the 2 female officers were Karen and Claire. Unfortunately, they had chanced upon a premeditated bank robbery. After seeing Professor Lawrence's warning about the earthquake, a large gang of robbers were going to seize the moment after the earthquake to destroy the bank's vault. For this huge job, they had sent more than 50 people. Claire had initially been tagging along while Selina was on duty, but Elsa suddenly called and said that emergency backup was required elsewhere. Selina hadn't planned to go, but Claire didn't want to become a burden. She repeatedly promised that she would follow the main unit carefully and wouldn't mess around. In the end, Selina chose to leave. Firstly, it was Elsa who had asked, and Selina had to go in Luke's place. Secondly, since Gold Nugget was protecting the little monkey, it was safe. Selina could also confirm everything about the little monkey through the connection between Gold Nugget's clones. Finally, she also asked Luke in a text, and he agreed. Humans needed to grow. Luke had made the best preparations for his sister's growth, and couldn't interfere any further. Not long after Selina left, Claire's patrol squad encountered the robbers, and the 2 parties immediately started fighting. In fact, the extremely busy patrol officers didn't want to fight at all, but they couldn't just watch the robbers blow up the vault and move the money. The robbers weren't willing to let go of their prize, so they started fighting at the bank entrance. A team of 10 patrol officers and 8 students was very weak against 50 robbers. A small portion of the robbers locked them down far from the bank entrance. Karen had been a step too slow when she was moving and got stuck behind a car. In order to protect her, Claire was also stuck behind the car. They could only lean back against the engine and didn't dare fight back, for fear of attracting the criminals' gunfire. The robbers were too focused on the vault to continue closing in. She and Karen were hiding to one side of the area of conflict. It wasn't dangerous, and Claire didn't call Luke over to beat them up. The patrol officers were severely outnumbered, and couldn't provide enough firepower to cover the girls' escape from behind the car. It was precisely that moment when Tony rushed over to snatch heads after finding this place through the patrol officer's request for backup. When Tony's silver armor fell from the sky, Karen was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "Wow, this Iron Man is so handsome." Claire had agreed at the time. But a moment later, a black giant fell from the sky, and her attention was no longer on the silver figure. Mecha or robots were mostly a man's romance. While Batman's mysterious and heroic temperament was mostly a woman's romance. This was purely a difference in taste between men and women. That was why when Batman appeared, he suppressed Tony, who had yet to make a name for himself, with the popularity and fame he had accumulated. Even if Tony's armor was more impressive, this was how things were. When Luke rushed over in the rain of bullets and protected the little monkey and her pal Karen as he brought them to safety, the scales tipped even more obviously. Except for his family, Tony had never cared for any women. Except for some unique ones, most beauties were just means for him to pass the time. He was too busy snatching heads to bother with the 2 police officers. In any case, they had cover, and after he took down all the robbers, the police officers would all be safe. So, Tony essentially had the typical guy mentality. It was just that he was rich and had a flamboyant temperament, which many women ignored or even fell for a little. Luke was the same, but that was his sister. Naturally, he also saved Karen in passing. At that moment, two figures, one silver and one black, shuttled back and forth at the intersection where the bank was located. One was in the sky and the other jumped around on the walls. These two untouchable vigilantes who had disrupted the operation completely destroyed the morale of the robbers. Tony's plan to take down the robbers was flawless. With the advantage of being the first to arrive, he took down almost 40 robbers. Later, Luke helped his sister and Karen escape danger, and only got 10 men. The redundant police officers fired relentlessly and also took down 2 or 3 criminals. At that moment, the battle came to an end. Because of the overload on his body, Tony had turned on energy-saving mode, and his combat style was similar to Luke's. He used the armor's super strength and defense to jump around the battlefield and hit the robbers in the head with his fingers. He didn't forget to remind Luke, "Charcoal head, I'm ahead of you." Luke's hand brushed against his waist and he threw out 2 spinning shadows. Ah! Ah! With 2 screams, 2 robbers who had been about to sneak out their guns were cut by the bat darts. "I'm still in the lead," Luke said indifferently as he caught the 2 returning darts. The 2 bat darts spun on his fingertips before he put them back at his waist. His posture was as natural and handsome as a cowboy who had just finished shooting. WTF. Tony felt that his honor in a particular area of specialty had been severely tarnished. But there was nothing he could do. His armor was only equipped with a pulse cannon, and he didn't dare use it recklessly. He could only decide that he had to perfect Mark I as soon as possible when he got back. At the same time, he had to start developing the other Marks II, III, IV, and V that would be needed in the future. Next time, he absolutely wouldn't let this guy act cool in front of him again. Thinking that, he flew at the wall of the bank and smashed through it. He grabbed the last robber hiding in the bank and threw him out of the hole. Bang! Even though this unlucky, trembling robber had been hiding in one corner of the bank, he couldn't escape his fate. A vexed tycoon smashed him into the roof of a nearby car so that he could no longer move. The battle ended, and the score was even. Looking at Luke, Tony suddenly said, "Now, let's go one round." With that, he lunged at Luke. Luke chuckled as he watched the Iron Man jump over. Only when the man was in front of him did he raise his hands to block Tony's arm. Tony was about to grab Luke's hands, when he felt the black giant slide past him in an extremely smooth manner. The 2 arms that were blocking him also fell away at contact. It was followed by an enormous force which made him spin half a circle. He was then kicked hard in the butt and was sent flying. Bang! Following in the last criminal's footsteps, Tony smashed into a car 10 meters away. Just now, Luke had blocked, slid to the side, and kicked out. His 3 movements were smooth and fluid, as he firmly sent the tycoon flying all in one breath. He said, "Someone in the sky is waiting to capture you for research. No fighting today." He then dashed into a nearby alley. Tony suddenly climbed off the car and yelled in dissatisfaction, "Hey, you want to run after hitting me? What do you mean?" He obediently went after Luke. He had just entered the alley when he saw that Luke had already opened a manhole cover. Luke turned his head and said to him, "You can follow me or you can wait for the people on the helicopters to arrest and interrogate you, baby Iron Man." With that, he stuck his hand out of the hole to wave farewell, then pulled the manhole cover back over him. Tony was flabbergasted. "What the F***ck? You're actually going through the sewers. You're asking me to do the same." Unfortunately, Luke had already run off into the sewers. So what if it was the sewers? He had already been through them many times. This was the iron will of a real man. Selena's message had arrived. A massive firefight had broken out at the Los Angeles County Jail. The criminals had broken through the defensive perimeter, and Dustin and Harrison had called Luke for help. Initially, Luke should be going over in his Batman persona to increase the police's favorable impression of him. While it wasn't to the point of being on friendly terms, he had to maintain a neutral status quo with the police at the very least. In the end, a certain tycoon suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started fooling around on a grand scale in his big metal toy. Luke didn't dare go along and act crazy with him. He wasn't that valuable himself, but by throwing the Iron Man armor into the mix, it was enough for various forces to take the risk and make a move. If the two showed up at the prison together, more people would be mobilized by those forces to use the opportunity to set up an ambush. Thus, Luke decisively switched disguises and went over with his detective ID. He could openly use his gun and earn experience and credit points. Moreover, this was the best time for Batman to escape by tossing out the baby Iron Man to distract the helicopters. Luke's smart program wasn't half bad. It had of course noticed the small problem with Tony's mecha suit. It wouldn't be a problem for the tycoon to escape, but it definitely wouldn't be as easy as when he had first come. Selling out his teammate? As if, the tycoon wouldn't admit that they were teammates. What could Luke do? He could only fulfill the man's wishes. Coming out of the sewers a few blocks away, Luke changed his gear in a safe house and then rode his bike to the prison on the east side. In the air, Flegg, who had been monitoring the two men, sighed. Lost him again. The team member said, "Captain, Batman has entered the sewers. There's nothing we can do. Flegg, follow this new Iron Man first. His armor is a lot more functional." The team member said, "Iron Man is also leaving the city. He's speeding up." We lost him." Flegg, "Fine, anyone who can hang around with Batman isn't that simple." A while later, Tony pulled his head out of the sand from where he was lying flat on the beach. "Jarvis, check for system failure. The propulsion system overloaded and the damage is 40%. It's impossible to continue flying steadily," said Jarvis. "Just great. Any other good news?" Tony sat up on the beach helplessly. He wasn't as cowardly as Batman. Even if the Iron Man armor was exposed, he was confident he could fool the other party. It was just that Batman had slipped away without a hitch, while he had crashed in the middle of the flight. That was too annoying. Once again, he was certain he knew why that damn charcoal head used an antique suit. Batman was clearly far stronger than a regular person, so he trusted his physique more than a machine that could malfunction. Tony snorted. Human beings were also highly sophisticated machines that could be damaged or malfunction more easily than a regular machine. However, he could take his time thinking about that when he got home. It was better for him to slip away now. Another piece of good news is that Supervisor Happy is about to arrive in your car with Security Team A, and you can leave everything to them. Tony relaxed when he heard Jarvis's words. It was Happy's responsibility to clean up the tycoon's mess. Sitting on the beach, Tony looked at the dark sea and mumbled to himself, "That guy has some brains." Just now, Luke had warned him that someone wanted to reap the benefits of his armor, and the tycoon didn't want to reveal his Iron Man suit for now. It was Tony's personal treasure. He didn't want it to be filched by anyone, nor did he want a bunch of Iron Man lookalikes to steal his thunder. He was Iron Man, not some energy-generating tin man. Thinking this, Tony suddenly slapped himself. His iron palm hit the helmet with a clang. "Damn it, what tin man? I'm Iron Man." Luke sped through downtown traffic on his bike. After flashing his badge, he hitched a ride on an SUV on the road outside the city and headed straight for the Eastern Prison. The driver glanced at Luke in the passenger seat as he drove. "God, what's wrong with Los Angeles? Even a kid like you is a police officer. Are they going to make you kids face armed criminals? That's so irresponsible." Luke's smile didn't waver. "Mr. Adrian, I'm a formal, trained police officer." "You're wrong about LAPD." The driver, Adrian, sighed. "What about your family? They don't object?" Luke shrugged. They're either retired soldiers or police officers, so. Lost for words, Adrian nodded. Fine, then you're quite suitable for this job. Luke was amused. Are you going east? Adrian nodded. Didn't the professor say that the earthquake is going to get worse in the west? I just called a friend in San Francisco, but I couldn't get through, so we want to hide out in the east for a few days. Luke said, there was an earthquake in San Francisco. It happened just a few minutes after ours, and was a magnitude 7.8. Adrian asked, really? From the police department. Luke chuckled. Consider it a small benefit. Adrian asked, what else? San Francisco is a lot more chaotic. Heading east is the right choice. Stay in one of the surrounding towns for a few days and keep an eye on the news. Professor Lawrence Hayes from Caltech will probably make another prediction in the next few days, Luke added. Adrian was suspicious. Is this also another police benefit? Luke wasn't angry. Since this concerned the safety of the man's entire family, questioning it repeatedly wasn't a surprise. It's not hard for us to dig up some internal information. I also have to consider my friends in California. After a brief silence, Adrian said, Luke, can you give me your number? There's no other reason, I just want to confirm the matter of the earthquake after a few days. Luke took out his official police card with a smile and put it on the dashboard. If you run into any trouble and I can lend a hand, you can call me, Mr. Adrian. Just call me Adrian. Adrian was relieved. A voice came from the back seat. Daddy, who's this big brother? Luke turned around and waved with a smile. Hi, pretty lady. Call me Luke. Nice to meet you, Luke. My name is Liz. A 5-year-old girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and gave him a big wave. It had to be said that with Luke's smile and nice face, it was easy for women to feel close to him, no matter their age. In the back seat, Adrian's wife also smiled in thanks. Everybody had to eat, and it was impossible to run from an earthquake indefinitely. With the help of a well-informed person like Luke, it couldn't be any better if they could minimize the impact on their lives as much as possible. As they chatted, the car got to 10 kilometers of the prison, and Luke stopped Adrian from continuing forward. Turn north first, then east. Try to stay as far away from the prison as possible, Luke said in a low voice in Adrian's ear. Adrian was surprised. What's wrong? Luke sighed. It's all because of that young gang master who put up that $100 million reward for his rescue. Some people took advantage of the earthquake today to take action. Some criminals might show up on the run here later. It's best that you don't pick up any hitchhikers, at least not during this period of time. Adrian was lost for words. Looking at Luke's departing back, he murmured, thank you. Jogging back to the car, he turned the wheel and headed north. Why are we suddenly going north? His wife asked curiously. Adrian, Luke just said that the road ahead might be blocked by the police. It'll be very troublesome to pass through. His wife quickly said, then let's go around it. On the other side, Luke rode his bike over and soon arrived at the prison. He screeched to a stop next to a command van. Luke craned his neck and asked, how's it going, Harrison? Harrison immediately scuttled out of the command van and threw a headset at Luke. Hurry up. Those guys are already inside. They're evacuating now. They must have succeeded. Wait, is that a bike? Luke said, there was traffic, bro. Harrison slapped his forehead. I forgot. Most of the police reinforcements are stuck on the road. Luke said, don't count on them. The city's a mess and looting is happening everywhere. By the time they get here, it'll only be for the cleanup. He put in the earpiece. Harrison said, the criminals are withdrawing northeast. If you hurry, you'll be able to catch the tail end. Luke said, got it. I'll get going first. He got on his bike again. Harrison climbed back into the van. Falcon is here. Attention, all units. Falcon is on a bike. Snipers, don't hit the wrong person. There was a brief silence on the radio before someone said, bike. Yes, a bike. Otherwise, would he have run dozens of kilometers here? Harrison cursed in frustration and quickly deployed the police force. The number of criminals this time exceeded everyone's expectations. There were more than 300 of them. Some of them were particularly tricky. They wore bulletproof vests and could still move quickly even after being shot. The prison itself wasn't that easy to break into. There were 3 walls around the isolation zone and a steel wire fence around the perimeter. But there had been a series of explosions inside the prison tonight which had blown up several key locations, allowing the criminals to charge into the prison and escape the police's encirclement. Harrison could only hope that Luke could create a miracle. At that moment, he didn't have high hopes. After all, Luke had arrived a little late. Luke rode his bike all the way around the prison to the northeast. A bunch of criminals were holding off the police. The police had been faced with a sudden attack. The robbers had opened up a new passage in the prison with the explosives, which caught the police off guard. For the moment, there was no way for them to head out and provide backup, and the new passage was occupied by the enemy. The situation was at an impasse. Luke arrived on his bike and tossed it into some shrubs on the side. He then stepped to the side and drew his gun. Pa! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, and the gunfire around the passage opening suddenly abated. Luke took down more than 10 criminals from the side, and the enemy formation was in shambles. Luke hid behind a slope and checked the situation with his lenses. At the same time, he activated Sharp Nose to track Alex Montel's scent. Very soon, he detected the scent of that pest. Sure enough, he was headed northeast. Luke unhurriedly reloaded. Chase after Alex? There was no need for that. This guy had been on Luke's blacklist for a long time, and it couldn't be any better now that he had dared escape police protection. If he died in prison, a lot of people would definitely investigate it. But if he died while escaping from prison, that was a different matter. If anyone wanted to investigate, they could ask the criminals who were with Alex. It was just that finding the criminals would be another problem. Thinking that, Luke took out a drone and controlled it to approach a fleeing car that had several criminals on it. The drone flew to the rear of the car and stopped. With a soft pop, it shot out a small tracker at the bottom of the car. Looking at the yellow dot on his fake phone, Luke nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up his gun and reloaded before he stood up again. Pa! 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 In the end, the last few robbers toppled backward, but the car with the GPS tracker had already fled. Crouching down again, Luke reloaded and reported in his earpiece, "Hondo, the criminals at the back door have basically been eliminated, but there's no sign of Alex. He probably ran away earlier." Harrison simply replied, "Got it. A team will immediately search the northeast. B team will check on our men and reload ammo. Reinforcements will be there in 5 minutes." He then said, "Thanks, Falcon." Luke smiled and mumbled to himself, "SWAT doesn't have Alex this time. Sorry, Harrison." Then, he called Selena. "I'm behind a slope 25 meters outside a gap in the northeast. Come pick me up." 2 minutes later, Selena drove the car to a road nearby and picked him up. The case here now had nothing to do with them, since Luke was just a temporary helper. Harrison's SWAT team was the main force sent by headquarters to provide reinforcements. This was a transfer of resources between LAPD HQ and the LSPD big shots. As for the pursuit, that involved the jurisdiction and authority of the county police. The police department had never been involved, and it would be troublesome if Luke and Selena meddled. Luke and Selena returned to the city peacefully. The city was a mess and they needed more manpower. It also had more experience and credit points. They had just reached the outskirts of the city, when Luke saw a fatty dash out of a side street, his gear flopping around his fat frame. He stopped the car and murmured, "Why is this fatty here?" When they rolled down the window, they heard the fatty shout into the walkie-talkie on his shoulder, Instructor Harry, help. There are dozens of thugs chasing me." "Ah, Instructor Harry, I see you." Luke looked in the direction that the fatty was running. A man walked out of an alley not far away with a doubtful look on his face and shouted, "Calm down. I said, calm down, and report the situation slowly, you be ****. It was none other than Instructor Harry. Looking at the fatty running away, he complained, "What the hell is Barbara doing? Didn't I tell him to remain at his post and not run around? He didn't even run this fast during training." As he spoke, he heard footsteps behind him. Instructor Harry turned around, only to see a huge crowd of people. They were holding all sorts of things, including sticks, mops, poles, dustbin covers, and so on, and instantly surrounded Instructor Harry in his uniform. "Look what we found. A police officer. Oh, and a lieutenant at that. What a big officer." A hoodlum with a black stocking over his face stepped forward and grabbed Instructor Harry by the collar, lifting him into the air. The hooligans shouted excitedly, "Strip him! Strip him! Strip him!" Luke and Selena, WTF. What's wrong with you? Shouldn't you be shouting at him to be killed? Helpless, they could only get out of the car. Even though Instructor Harry was a bootlicker didn't deserve to die, and they were all LAPD colleagues. They couldn't really watch him get beaten up by hooligans, or stripped naked. "All right, enthusiastic citizens, calm down. Look over here and see what this is." Luke's voice attracted the hooligans' attention. In the headlights, he and Selena were standing there with their bodies slightly bent in the standard shooting posture, each holding an M4A1. "It's the police," one of the hooligans shouted. They panicked. "Don't panic." A sudden roar stopped them. The leader of the hooligans, who was wearing a black silk stocking over his face, turned to Luke and grinned darkly. "We have a lieutenant with us. What are you afraid of? Now, put down your guns and get on your knees." Selena glanced at Luke. Luke sighed. "I'm sorry, but this officer was my instructor when I was in the police academy. He wanted to expel me just because I'm more handsome than he is. If you want to kill this ****, I can only avenge him." The hooligans were dumbfounded. WTF. Despair filled Instructor Harry's face. "No, no. Who are you? Bill, Bart, Joyce, Trick, Michelle. No matter which student I've taught, please believe that everything I've done is for your own good. I was only scaring you when I said that I would expel you." The hooligans, this bastard really wanted to expel so many students. No wonder he wants you to die in the line of duty. Luke said, "It's fine, Lieutenant. You might not die even if they hit you a few times. If you really die, I can vouch that you died bravely in a siege by these thugs. Now, I'll count to 3. If you don't get on your knees and surrender, you'll be killed on the spot. 1. 2. Boom. The hooligans suddenly scattered and ran in all directions. It was obvious that this man wanted to kill them along with that jerk and lie that they had killed the lieutenant. They were here to have fun and make a quick buck, not to take the blame for this black-hearted police officer. Almost instantly, only Black Stocking was left standing foolishly at the scene. Wait, don't run. Boss, just surrender. The prison is full right now. You'll be out in a few days at most. We'll wait for you at the usual place," shouted a lackey as he ran. Desperate, the boss looked at the 2 black muzzles and took a deep breath. Determination flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly took action. Thump. "I surrender. Officers, I surrender. Don't kill me. You can kill this B***starred lieutenant. I can testify for you and say that it was those guys that ran away who killed him. Really, the boss raised his hands and dropped to his knees as he rattled on. Selina, huh? Luke walked over with a smile. Taking the handcuffs from Instructor Harry's waist, he handcuffed the boss. Lieutenant, you can call your men back to escort him, he said to Instructor Harry, who was lying on the ground in a cold sweat. Instructor Harry asked in a shaky voice, which batch are you from? What's your name? Why don't I remember teaching you? You never taught me. I was just lying to them. If they didn't let you go, we would have retreated and called for reinforcements to save you. How could we really attack? Luke smiled. Instructor Harry asked, what? Luke picked him up and continued, but reinforcements will probably take hours to arrive. By then, we wouldn't be able to ensure that you're still alive. We could only take a risk and test them, but they really ran away. Instructor Harry. The boss was speechless. Selina, I knew it. At that moment, a police car drove over and stopped at the end of the street. An old man with silver hair stuck his head out from the driver's seat, as if to observe the situation around him. Instructor Harry narrowed his eyes and was overjoyed. It's Principal Lassad. He must have brought reinforcements. Luke and Selina looked at each other and didn't say anything. They simply retreated behind the car. As if. The drones above their heads showed that there were only 30 officers and students around them, and just 5 to 6 police cars. A large group of thugs was headed their way. It was possible that the thugs who had escaped earlier had called for backup. However, the thugs were still on a side street, and Instructor Harry was too distracted to notice them. Instructor Harry felt that it was safer to rely on his old superior. He didn't trust these two colleagues at all. He had almost lost his life just now because of this youngster's random joke. He stumbled toward Principal Lassad's car. Instructor Harry hadn't gone far, but several guys in uniform were faster. They ran out of a side street, turned a corner, and ran the last few meters to the police car. They opened the door and crawled in. Instructor Harry stopped and shouted, Mahoney, George, Ravel, what are you doing? Instructor, get in, George Martin said. On the other side, Mahoney said, Principal, we have to retreat. We can't hold on anymore. Principal Lassad was stumped. What's wrong? Mahoney, Principal, look in the rearview mirror. The principal looked in the rearview mirror and saw a huge crowd appearing from around the corner. Holy sh**t. Old man Lassad was suddenly very lively, and his hands moved quickly. Putting the car into gear, he reversed and swung around before he disappeared at the next intersection. Instructor Harry's helpless hands froze in the air as he stared blankly at the police car that had disappeared swiftly around the corner. For a moment, he was speechless. Footsteps rang out and a group of people surrounded him again. Wow, look what we found. A lieutenant? What a big officer. Luke and Selina rolled their eyes. Principal Lassad wasn't loyal and the students couldn't be bothered with Instructor Harry anymore. Instructor Harry was an eyesore in the police school. Nobody wanted to die for him while running for their lives. This time, Luke didn't bother to say anything. There had been too few of them earlier, and they could be taken care of with just a few threats. Now, there were at least 100 thugs, who might not be intimidated by rifles. Let's go. I'll use tear gas grenades, and you can shoot 2 stun grenades in between, he said to Selina. Luke and Selina walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. They took out 2 big guns, M79 grenade launchers. Both of them loaded their ammo. Luke was slightly faster and fired 2 tear gas grenades. 2 balls of smoke suddenly exploded at the intersection dozens of meters away. The aggressive thugs were stunned and quickly fell into chaos. Coughing and screams came out of the smoke. A moment later, Selina pulled the trigger. Bang! A stun grenade landed near Instructor Harry, and he and a group of thugs were instantly laid flat. Luke used 2 more tear gas grenades to drive the crowd away. After observing for a moment, Selena fired a second stun grenade and took down a small group of people who were trying to incite the crowd. The main force collapsed, and without them, the instigators finally dispersed. "We're done. I'll bring Harry out." Luke threw the M79 into the car and jogged over. A moment later, he dragged out Instructor Harry, who was in a semi-conscious state and still had tears on his face, and threw him into the back seat. "Let's go. Gold Nugget, don't lick him, or I'll cut your snacks for tomorrow." Gold Nugget, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at him disdainfully. Who would lick such a smelly and sh*tty fellow? Selena picked up the walkie-talkie and reported to the main desk that thugs had gathered here. The people who had gathered were no longer just gangsters, many of them were poor people who were messing around. It was the traditional group show in Los Angeles, a riot. In a situation like this, many ordinary people who were dissatisfied with their lives would be fired up by the chaos and go on a wanton rampage. There wasn't much the police department could do. Once a large-scale riot broke out, easily hundreds of thousands of people would be involved. Traffic in the city was still a pain, and the thousands of police officers on duty couldn't gather enough strength to deal with such a large-scale riot. Luke wasn't in a hurry. He simply told Selena to drive home. On the way, he ran into Principal Lassad, who had escaped 2 blocks away. He stopped them and threw Instructor Harry, who had recovered slightly, into Lassad's car. They could only take Instructor Harry as they ran since Luke was still on duty. After chucking out Instructor Harry, who was a hindrance, Luke and Selena were immediately a lot more efficient. In the meantime, they went back home. Luke went to the basement and brought out a few boxes of tear gas grenades. They took up half the back seat of the car. Selena was stunned. "When did you get so many tear gas grenades?" Luke chuckled. "After talking to Lawrence, I started making preparations." Selena shook her head and sighed. "I need to tell the police department to remember to wear gas masks. You'll be washing all the main streets of Los Angeles with this." Luke denied it. "You're exaggerating." Noticing the disdain in the eyes of the woman and the dog, Luke coughed and said, "It's only enough to clean up the 2 most chaotic areas in the southeast once or twice." Selena chuckled. "Right. That's only 2/5 of Los Angeles, not exaggerated at all." After that, Selena provided intelligence via the drones, and Luke drove around the southeast district. He didn't get out of the car when he ran into a bunch of thugs. He simply shot a few tear gas grenades through the open window to break up the situation. Ever since the incident in Boomtown, Arizona, Luke had done some research on non-lethal weapons. His own tear gas grenades covered a wider range and were more durable and effective. Since he knew that an earthquake was coming, he had naturally put a huge bunch of the grenades in the trunk, along with a handful of stun grenades. Stun grenades could be used in certain situations. For example, when Instructor Harry had been surrounded just now, taking all of them down before he pulled Instructor Harry out was the best way to prevent the thugs from dealing a few blows to Instructor Harry before they ran away. Most of the riots happened in areas where jobless people gathered. Most of the participants weren't professional criminals, but ordinary people who were taking the opportunity to vent. Hive mentality and a rebellious spirit were the reasons why these ordinary people joined the riot and wreaked havoc everywhere. Luke didn't want to kill these ordinary people, so he could only drive them away. His self-made tear gas lasted for a long time and was very effective. Soon, the area was filled with this powerful tear gas. The people ran and bumped into each other on the smoke-filled streets every now and then. They had no choice but to take a detour. Naturally, some of them would leave the main force to steal and smash things. Unorganized riots were hard to control. It wasn't long before the scale and frequency of the ruckus in these areas started to drop. After all, anyone hit with Luke's powerful tear gas would be crying for at least half an hour, and would also feel unwell for 2 hours. There would still be some fierce people who could still smash and loot places during this period, but they were definitely 1 in 1,000 masochists. What Luke didn't know was that at that very moment, little monkey Claire was currently experiencing the first, magical journey, of her life. Today, Claire had personally participated in 2 large-scale gun battles, and her mentality had changed. When Robert and Luke massacred the Carlos family's 50 armed bandits in Shackleford, she had naturally heard of it. But Luke hadn't wanted to tell her what happened that night. He would always dismiss her with a few words. Claire could only pester Robert. Robert loved Claire very much. After all, she was his only daughter. He didn't go into detail, but under the little monkey's persistent questions, he roughly described what happened that night. Since then, Claire understood that even in a peaceful town like Shackleford, being a police officer was a dangerous job. With the 2 gunfights today, what she had only ever heard about turned into something she saw with her own eyes. The only difference was that the people who rescued her weren't good partners like in the movies or on TV, but 2 superheroes. They fought the armed robbers like kids fighting dolls. It was very cool, but the situation was far less dangerous than what Robert had told her. Claire was wearing Luke's special bulletproof vest, which even gave her the illusion that apart from their ability to fly, the only difference between her and them was perhaps, the helmet. Given the chaos, Claire inevitably encountered danger. When they saw that a bunch of hooligans had gotten hold of a flustered young woman and were trying to drag her away, Claire and Karen rushed over without hesitation. When they raised their guns and shouted LAPD, the 7 or 8 guns that came up were a warning to them that Los Angeles at night wasn't the same. Right now, Los Angeles was the criminals' and thugs' home turf. Claire, who was standing in front, reacted quickly. She immediately grabbed Karen and ducked behind a trash can next to the wall. Pa! 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 The gangsters on the other side fired without hesitation. It was a chaotic night. It was time for them to do whatever they wanted. Even if they killed people, nobody would be able to track them down. The fact that there were only 2 police officers on the other side made them even braver. Crouching in a corner, Karen couldn't help but cry out when she heard the trash can rattle. Are we going to be killed? I don't want to be disfigured. Claire rolled her eyes. They have a hostage. We can't shoot randomly. Also, if you're killed and your face isn't disfigured, are you sure they won't do something even more disgusting? Karen shuddered. But I don't want to die, and I don't want to be disfigured. Then shut up and curl in on yourself so that you don't get hit by a stray bullet. As the monkey spoke, she deftly stuck out a mirror for a look. The issue now isn't about saving the hostage, but that they're not running away and are closing in on us. Karen's gun trembled. Then, what should we do? The other side had more guns and a hostage. Things didn't look good for them. Claire stuck out her gun and recalled the key points of mirror shooting which Luke had explained to her. After a brief calculation, she pulled the trigger. She had to decisively stop them from approaching, or they were doomed. Pa! 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 The first 2 shots were for testing the trajectory of the bullets, and the last 3 shots were for real. A criminal screamed and fell, clutching his crotch. The criminals shouted, "Ah, Black Dog was hit. Damn, his bird's gone. Kill those 2B** cheese." Looking at the criminals who were closing in on her through the mirror, Claire didn't panic. Instead, she was unusually calm. Pa! 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 Ah! Shot 3 times in the chest, a second criminal fell. The criminals were shocked. What kind of marksmanship was that? 2 people hit after 2 rounds. Had they run into a tough enemy? "Boss, use this," one of the criminals shouted. Claire cursed inwardly when she saw what the other party took out. The two criminals behind them were carrying AK rifles. The metal trash can could only just block bullets from a regular pistol, but wouldn't be able to stop a rifle bullet with a strong penetrative force. Although both of them were wearing bulletproof vests, Claire's head wasn't bulletproof, and Karen's bulletproof vest only covered her vitals. It was equally dangerous for them to retreat. What should she do? She grew anxious. "Girl, do you need strength? Call my name." A deep voice rang out in her head. Claire asked, "What the hell?" "Apologize. I'm not from hell. Also, just talk to me in your head. You don't have to say it out loud." The deep voice that sounded like a demon king from a game instantly roared angrily. "Claire, okay, sorry, what are you?" "Say my name, and I'll give you strength," the deep voice continued. "Claire, then you have to tell me your name first." A deep voice said, "Air Glutton." "Claire, Air Glutton." "Stupid, that Air isn't in my name." The voice sounded exasperated. Claire couldn't help but curse. WTF. Apologize. Don't you dare curse at me. The deep voice was unhappy again. "Sorry, but can you hurry up? Haven't I already called your name?" Claire roared inwardly. "You didn't say it right. Say it again. Repeat after me, glutton." The deep voice was very persistent. Claire's chest hurt with anger, but she could only recite, "Glutton. You already have my strength." "Fight, girl chosen by fate," said the deep voice. Claire was dumbfounded. "Wait. What kind of strength is that? Why don't I feel anything?" "Stu, girl. Relax and don't resist," the deep voice scolded. Claire suddenly felt her hand raising her gun. She exclaimed and tried to control it. "Idio. Girl, that's my power. Don't resist it." The deep voice almost cursed again, but like earlier, it didn't dare. Claire's mind whirled, but in the end, she still chose to comply. After all, she didn't have any good solutions right now, and it was too late to call for Luke. Under her gaze, her right hand stretched the gun out smoothly. Pa. 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 Without even making a sound, 5 criminals fell to the ground with headshots and died on the spot. "Girl, you can go and clean up the battlefield now," said the deep voice. Claire, on the other hand, was still looking at the mirror in shock. She had only been able to see her right hand just now and couldn't see the 5 criminals at all, so she couldn't aim. In the end, all 5 of them were shot and they all collapsed. A few seconds later, she came back to herself and gestured at Karen in tactical sign language. The 2 of them covered each other and slowly approached the bodies of the criminals. What Claire trusted the most was Luke's safety training. Getting carried away before you confirm your victory can get you killed. Even if she had that weird glutton. Apologize. I'm not weird. Also, didn't I tell you not to call me by my real name? That's a spell, understand? The low voice rang out again, and this time, it spoke more quickly. Claire's apology was even quicker. "Sorry, you." As she communicated with this mysterious existence, she examined the criminals before she finally relaxed. The only survivor was the unlucky guy whose bird had already flown away, but he had passed out from the pain and blood loss. The other criminals, including the one she shot in the chest, were all dead. "Oh my God. You did this?" Karen mumbled. Claire pulled a long face. "Would you believe me if I said that it wasn't me, but something else?" "I'm not something else." "Apologize," the deep voice roared in frustration. "Sorry." Claire apologized quickly. She also thought of something else. "If I can't call you by that name, what should I call you? As long as you want to speak with me, I can sense it. You don't have to specially call for me." With that, the deep voice fell silent. Claire still wanted to talk to the deep voice. Karen, who had finished the inspection, suddenly turned around and gave her a peck on the cheek. Cool. Girl. You've been hiding your shooting skills all this time. Were you afraid you would hurt your classmates during training? Claire, huh? Karen couldn't stop talking excitedly. This is awesome. I have a super cool policewoman by my side. My mother even said that women can't be police officers, and told me to go back and learn music or painting. Huh, I want to see what she has to say now about the facts. Claire smacked her butt. What are you doing? Karen covered her butt and jumped around. Are you sure that if you tell your mother that your schoolmate killed 6 armed criminals in one shot, she'll let you continue in this job? Claire glared at her. Karen, fine, I won't tell her. But you can't keep this a secret from the police department, right? You'll have to write a report when you get back. Do you need my help? Claire recalled how Selena had told her about the investigation, report and psychological evaluation that followed the shooting and killing of a suspect, and she felt her head ache. How can you help? Karen said, I have an uncle in LAPD Internal Affairs, so you know what I mean. Claire, terms. Luke had once said that as long as she had been shooting in the line of duty, the aftermath was troublesome, but it wasn't a big deal. She didn't think that Karen would help her for free. Even though they were close, it wasn't to the point of wasting resources on her. Firstly, from now on, you're my personal shooting coach, and combat coach, said Karen excitedly. Claire sneered. In your dreams. I'll only be your consultant for 2 hours a month. Take it or leave it. Karen, deal. Stunned for a moment, Claire finally understood. You were prepared for 2 hours anyway. Karen smiled without answering. Secondly, I'm chasing your brother. You have to help me. Claire refused decisively. No way. Looking at Karen's face, she added, I won't make trouble, but if you want to chase him, do it yourself. I don't have time to play this childish game with you. Karen thought for a moment before she nodded. Deal. She knew that while Claire seemed cheerful and generous, she had a strict bottom line. Whoever tried to force her would only rebound even harder. Karen's family principle was to get as much of the best benefits as possible. Quitting while she was ahead was also a family teaching. Claire, on the other hand, mumbled to herself, I would be crazy to help you go after Luke. If you're rejected, you can only complain angrily to me. She also knew that Luke had very little patience for people other than his family. However, his cold nature was usually hidden by his gentle appearance and manners. Of course she wouldn't agree to such a hot potato of a condition. After the two friends reached an agreement, they let the patrol officers know to clean up the mess. Luke didn't know that some unreliable doghead had finally done something completely unreliable. He and Selena were busy chasing thugs around the city. That night, he earned a lot of experience and credit points from throwing out over 1,000 tear gas grenades. With his tear gas grenades, the mob quickly turned from gangs of hundreds to small gangs of 10 to 20 people, and then into groups of 3 to 5. As he broke up these troublemakers, his experience and credit points went from around 100 to between 30 and 50 points. Ultimately, they weren't even worth 10 points. However, that didn't stop him from working hard the whole night. He earned more than 5,000 experience and credit points from taking down these small fry. He had also earned more than 2,000 experience and credit points from saving some people and beating up others with Baby Iron Man at the beginning. His experience in the system had also increased to 55, 730/90,000. Credit points, 44,230. Luke was satisfied. After he did 2 rounds of the Southeast District, the chaos from the earthquake finally passed. As the sun rose, the riots gradually settled. Claire was already asleep when Luke returned home. She had called at 7 in the morning to tell Luke and Selena that she had already returned home and eaten, so they didn't have to worry about her. After a quick shower, they heated up the sandwiches which they had prepared beforehand and had breakfast. Selena went straight to bed. Luke, on the other hand, sat quietly in the living room and read the news on his tablet. As expected, the news in Los Angeles had exploded once again. The TV was full of news about the various earthquakes, including the one in San Francisco, which was much worse. They probably wanted the people of LA to feel a little better. At the very least, Los Angeles wasn't the worst off from the earthquake this time. Thanks to Professor Lawrence Hayes's early warning, the number of casualties from this Californian earthquake wasn't as high as they had expected. Only 37 people had died in Los Angeles in the earthquake, and 76 in San Francisco. Of course, it was only the number of deaths that was small. Too many people had been injured, and it was very hard to come up with an estimated number. Also, there had been huge riots in Los Angeles and San Francisco last night. By morning, it had basically been confirmed that the riots in Los Angeles wouldn't continue to grow, and instead were slowly settling down. San Francisco, however, wasn't so lucky. The riots there continued even during the day, and many poor people from the surrounding areas had charged into the city to make a quick buck. Naturally, it was a huge headache for the police department there. In contrast, while LAPD was very busy, the utterly exhausted officers felt bursts of pride when they saw the riots in San Francisco. Los Angeles and San Francisco had never been on the same level. This was one of the biggest crime cities in the United States. It was a miracle that LAPD managed to suppress the riots overnight after the earthquake and cut them off at the root. At the same time, everyone was well aware of one thing. A lot of the credit didn't belong to them, but to the two who had stepped forward in the chaos last night. Batman. Iron Man. There were plenty of weirdos in San Francisco, but there weren't any superheroes to distract the public. Thus, the reporters in Los Angeles were very happy. This time, they had the experience of reporting after the earthquake and had made ample preparations. They had superheroes, and two to boot. Taking to heart the principle more for less, various videos and reports of the two superheroes played on TV in turns, and most of the residents were glued to the screen rather than causing trouble on the streets. That was also one of the reasons why the riots in Los Angeles didn't last. These TV viewers didn't just comprise downtown Los Angeles, but also the surrounding LA area. People who were too busy watching TV and discussing wild theories would hardly be thinking of charging into the city to take advantage of the situation. Besides, the news reported that more than 200 criminals armed with lethal weapons last night had been hospitalized by the two superheroes. Anyone with common sense didn't want to be like those unlucky B***stars who were interviewed on TV. These criminals all had broken bones in different parts of their bodies. The most severe case was a collapsed chest, and the man was in critical condition. These TV programs were the result of negotiations between Los Angeles's lawmakers and the TV stations. News of the two superheroes was both a distraction and a deterrent. However, Luke's other speculation was confirmed. The system didn't reward him any experience or credit points for sending out the warning. He was a little disappointed, but it was understandable. All this time, if he wanted to earn experience and credit points, he had to personally participate in the operation to punish evil and promote good. For example, when he had been escorting Alex last time, Luke had tipped off his colleagues, who took down 50 to 60 criminals, while Luke had gotten nothing. Later, he tested it multiple times via the internet, phone, and text messages, but the system never made a call on his actions. Thus, he confirmed an ironclad fact: Daddy's system was an old antique. It didn't react to the outcome of modern methods. Whether it was to earn points or obtain a list of abilities, Luke had to directly take action. Using modern communication equipment to cinch a victory was impossible. Thus, when he helped Professor Lawrence to issue an earthquake warning on TV, the system didn't reward him with experience and credit points. Luke made an even bigger guess. The biggest possibility was that the system wasn't that powerful. If it didn't call it, it might not be because it refused to do so, but because it couldn't recognize other rescue methods or ways to take down opponents. It was just like how people in ancient times wouldn't understand that online payments were also a money exchange. Luke didn't regret it. He had indeed done a lot of things for experience and credit points, and had even gone on killing sprees. But he also had a basic conscience. In a situation where he had the ability and it posed no threat to him, it was only right for him to make public news of the earthquake and save a lot of lives. Not many people had died in Los Angeles this time, while there had been more in San Francisco. If there had been no warning, the number of deaths in these two densely populated areas would have been double. While Luke was reading the news and thinking about his harvest, Tony finally put down his tools in his Malibu villa. "Jarvis, play the local news for me." As he spoke, he washed his hands, opened a paper bag not far away, and took out a cheeseburger. Yesterday, a new superhero appeared. He's called Iron Man. Batman and Iron Man work together to save victims and attack armed thugs. What is the relationship between Batman and Iron Man? What do you think of Batman and Iron Man? What? They're a pair. Sorry, there's a problem with our line here. Tony's face darkened. What kind of audience is this? Are their brains full of sh*t? Jarvis pointed out considerately, 92.3% of the reports are related to you, sir. Tony asked, what about Batman? Jarvis, 98.7%. Tony's mouth twitched. Over 90% of the reports were related to them, which meant that most of the reports were about them together. He didn't regret what he did last night. It wasn't as wonderful as he had imagined, but it wasn't bad either. Looking at the joy, admiration, and respect in the eyes of the ordinary people who were saved gave him a slight sense of satisfaction. Just a little. What he was truly unhappy about was his armor. If the armor had been a little more developed and functional, he would have been able to defeat Batman last night. Fine. Maybe not. Tony sighed inwardly. He was proud and arrogant, but not an idiot. It was also his first time observing Batman up close. From the moment he first saw Batman, Jarvis had used all his capabilities to record everything about Batman, not just videos. For Tony and Jarvis, Batman had finally become a real 3D figure. Have you figured out his real identity? Tony asked. That was what he was really interested in. It had to be said that that was what most people in this world were most interested in. Who was Batman? Why did he hide everything and appear in such a high-profile manner? The Batsuit is mainly used to conceal his physical features. At the same time, it also has a particular internal support system which makes his movements very different from a normal person's. After searching the database, I didn't find any targets with more than 80% similar, said Jarvis. Hearing that, Tony gave up. If the similarity was lower than 10%, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tony said, how about his speech pattern? This guy doesn't seem like a quiet person. Jarvis said, I found something. Tony perked up. What did you find? Apart from short discourse, Batman's every sentence can be found from films and TV drama, said Jarvis. Tony stopped chewing and widened his eyes. What? Jarvis said, from the use of certain vocabulary, I discovered that he uses a lot of colloquialism, including from other countries where English is habitually spoken. In the end, after performing a comparison, I discovered this phenomenon. As Jarvis spoke, he ran film clips on the screen. I'm an American, and a superhero. You're not too stupid. I'm still in the lead. After Jarvis made the adjustments, the character lines from the film and TV clips turned into Batman's recorded words. After listening to a few sentences, Tony realized what was going on. **T. This guy even uses the same tempo and script. Jarvis said, yes, that's why in his conversations with you, only one out of a countless number of lines might be his own. Tony rubbed his chin. Is there something wrong with this guy? Does he have to guard his identity so tightly? Forget it. What about the armor materials and components? Can you find the source? Jarvis said, I found some leads. He may have used some of the materials from these batches, but when I checked the files and removed those whose origins are very clear, a lot were reported as defective and there's no way to continue investigating. Tony asked, defective? Stolen, lost, accidentally damaged, discarded, and so on, Jarvis explained. Tony narrowed his eyes. So, he's using contraband materials. Humph, no wonder he's all black. That should be the case. I followed up on the reportedly defective materials and found possible connections to gangs that loot or fence them. The leads ended there, said Jarvis. Tony asked, what happened? Since the leads led directly to the gangs themselves, it was impossible that there wouldn't be any more clues. There have been a lot of changes with the gangs in Los Angeles recently. They've been disappearing, or annexed or integrated by other gangs. If we want to find out exactly where those contraband goods go, we can only send someone to ask them, said Jarvis. Tony understood. This was the weakness of an AI system. It was very hard for Jarvis to investigate underground transactions for which there were no electronic records. I'll send someone. Any other leads? Tony asked. Jarvis said, this is the only verified lead, sir. Tony finished his burger and clapped his hands. Just send Pepper an email to investigate. I think it's more fun to catch this guy myself and unmask him. Jarvis said, sir, it doesn't seem interesting to me. Tony chuckled. Think about it. Isn't it interesting for a guy who goes to so much trouble to hide his identity to look on helplessly while I expose him? Jarvis said, sir, you've exposed at least 30 ladies. It seems you really like doing this. Tony, no, that's different. Batman is a man, okay? Wait. Is he really a man and not a woman? Jarvis, analyze it. What are the chances that Batman is a woman? Jarvis said, I can't be sure. While my programming has determined that his mode of operation is more like a man's, I have my reservations. After a brief silence, Tony nodded. That's right. This guy is hiding his identity so deeply that this could be a deliberate smokescreen, no matter if he acts more like a man or a woman. At this point, he slapped his forehead in frustration. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Making random guesses won't get us anywhere. Forget it, back to work. At that moment, a certain someone who had been hiding in the shadows wasn't sleeping. Instead, he was reviewing last night's operation as he read the news. The baby Iron Man's appearance last night had shocked him. But not long after, he felt that this was simply a gift from God. The competition to beat up hooligans ended in a draw. Provoked by Luke's parting words, Tony decided to run away because of an issue with his armor's stability. Their competition thus officially ended. In the first bet to save lives which Tony had tacitly agreed to, he lost to Luke. So now, Luke was one up on Tony. In the system, Tony's abilities lit up again. This time, they were different. No matter how calm Luke was, his heart trembled. This was the ability to create an Iron Man suit. Luke had once possessed Tony's abilities, but hadn't been able to make a complete Iron Man suit since the most important thing that was lacking was inspiration. Without that sort of explosive inspiration, nobody could make a metal suit without a design plan in 1 month and even launch it straight into battle. From what the smart program recorded last night, this metal armor of Tony's should be Mark 1.5. It was much better than the Mark 1 model that he had cobbled together in the cave, but it wasn't like the Mark 2 model since its thrusters had malfunctioned after just a few minutes of hard work. Thus, it could only be considered a 1.5 version. This also meant that the suit's stability issue wasn't a small one, and not enough consideration had been given to the overall situation. Tony also didn't have time to consider the overall situation. The suit had been built to clash with Batman, an extraordinary human being. Tony's thought was that the stronger, the better. Last night, Luke had taken the initiative first and made use of Tony's pride to convince him to tacitly agree to save people first before their competition. On this point, Luke felt a little apologetic toward the tycoon. But in the face of experience and credit points, he had no time to waste on the man, and took decisive action. Moreover, since Tony had already made a Mark 1.5 suit, whether or not he would still suffer that critical turning point in his life was another problem. Luke didn't really care. Tony had the potential to be a hero. Thus, his mistakes were always earth-shattering, and he would improve even faster in the future. He was always someone who stood in the limelight. Without this kidnapping, he would still have other trials. As the savior of the world, he would eventually choose that path. That wouldn't change. Even if something really did happen to Tony, Luke didn't mind lending a hand. The tricky thing was that it was only 2004, and there were still 3 to 5 years until Tony was attacked. It was impossible for Luke to keep an eye on the tycoon's movements for that long. This was Tony Stark, a super magnate and national weapons supplier. As long as there was the slightest hint that Tony was being monitored, a lot of people would investigate, including S.H.I.E.L.D. The certain Black Baldy's attention on Tony had never once wavered. Even if that person technically was a good guy, Luke didn't want to provoke him beforehand. Suppressing the urge to upgrade his suit immediately, he entered the basement and used the SMART program to go over his last operation and ensure that he hadn't missed anything. Tony Stark's abilities weren't going anywhere. Controlling one's irrational impulses was also an important lesson. It couldn't be any better to hone his patience with the manufacturing technology for the metal suit. Selina and Claire woke up at around the same time in the afternoon. At the dining table, Selina looked at Claire. "You seem a little distracted. What's up?" Claire raised her head. Nothing." Selina looked at her for a moment before she turned her gaze away and stopped asking. But in her consciousness, she immediately asked another fellow who would definitely know what was going on, what happened to her. Gold Nugget was conflicted for a long while, but it couldn't resist the instinctive reaction to respond, and confessed, "She was in danger last night, I just helped her out a little." Selina immediately sensed that something was wrong. Gold Nuggets but was up in the air, and Selina knew it was going to try and pull some *T with her. She said firmly, "Cut the crap, how did you help?" Gold Nugget, "I just pretended to be an old man." Selina, "What?" She had already thought up all sorts of answers. Maybe Gold Nugget had saved Claire by controlling her body for a moment, and made her think that she had some sort of out-of-body experience. She had never expected such a baffling answer. "Grandpa." "What was that?" Selina had a bad feeling. You know, like those stories that Luke tells. When a young man picks up an ancient item and obtains a mysterious power of some old magician, he gets a promotion or a raise, wins the heart of Miss Perfect, and reaches the top. Gold Nugget expressed everything in one go. Selina gritted her teeth. "What the hell did you do? Don't make me call Luke to deal with you." Gold Nugget immediately cringed. Selina usually wouldn't threaten it with Luke. At most, she would shut it up with "Go find Luke." But if she said "Call Luke," it meant that she was really angry. Gold Nugget confessed everything. Selina felt the veins on her forehead pop. "If you're so capable, why don't you ascend to heaven?" "That's Claire. How dare you mess around like that?" Gold Nugget, "At most, when I leave, I'll let Claire know that I'm off to enjoy life in paradise." Selina was lost for words. "Do you really want to be sent to see God? I told you that you have to be careful when it comes to Claire. Luke is most sensitive when it comes to family." Gold Nugget, "But if I had directly controlled Claire's body back then without asking her, wouldn't that be just as big a problem?" Stunned for a moment, Selina thought for a moment. "That makes some sense. You better pray that Luke won't be angry." This time, Gold Nugget was surprisingly bold. "I'm not scared. He was the one who said that protecting his sister takes the highest priority, not letting outsiders find out about me is secondary to that. Is Claire an outsider? Selena choked. She was Luke's sister, not an outsider. After thinking about it, she finally relaxed a little. Fine, you're smart now. I can't control you. Gold Nugget, are you praising me? Selena, I'll praise you after Luke praises you. I can even treat you to cake today. You can choose whatever you want. Gold Nugget was full of confidence. It's a deal. After breakfast, Claire drove to the police school. After her car left, Luke looked at Selena. All right, tell me what the problem is. He had long noticed the strange expressions on the faces of these two, and that they were deliberately dragging their feet. Gold Nugget needed to protect Selena and Claire at the same time, but it also needed to provide Dollar's old body with energy regularly. Thus, it would stay in Dollar's body most of the time when it was at home. To make communication easier, the host on Selena was called Gold Nugget number 1 and the host on Claire was Gold Nugget number 2. Selena raised her hand to Gold Nugget number 1 to indicate it could speak, but the dog gave her a meaningful look. She knew that the dog head was still afraid of Luke, so she could only sigh and tell Luke what Gold Nugget had done last night. Luke paused with the tea in his hand when he heard that. He glared at the dog head. Did you learn that from the novels I was talking about? Gold Nugget nodded as if it was only natural. Luke didn't get angry right away since that wouldn't help. He simply leaned back against the couch and frowned thoughtfully. No matter what happened, impotent anger was useless. Looking at the current situation, the most important question was, had Gold Nugget really done something wrong? Thinking for a moment, he realized that it hadn't done anything wrong this time. From the results, the dog head's behavior wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad either. At the very least, it had used a lot of tricks from movies and TV shows. It was easy for people to be skeptical, and they wouldn't think that it was a ghost possessing their body. Secondly, it was like what Gold Nugget said. When it left, it could let Claire know beforehand, to prevent her from taking risks just because she thought she was protected. There were repercussions from this operation, but the fact that Gold Nugget could consider the consequences from the beginning was very good. Even if the trick was a little weird, who would be able to guess that it was an alien dog head who had just arrived on Earth that was playing such a far-sighted trick? There was no point nitpicking. If it was anything else, Luke would have seized the opportunity to berate this dog head, but when it came to protecting his family, he didn't want Gold Nugget to think it had made a mistake. Otherwise, if the dog hesitated to protect his family next time, there might be serious consequences. After sorting out his thoughts, he picked up the teacup on the table and nodded affirmatively. You did the right thing. You protected Claire, but you didn't expose your real situation. Gold Nugget wagged its tail. Luke glanced at it and said, but your way of handling it can only be considered SOSO, so I'll only double your pocket money from yesterday and make it $1,000. Gold Nugget whined and looked at him with sparkling black eyes. It never thought that SOSO method could increase its pocket money by so much. Luke said, if you do outstandingly well, your pocket money can be $2,000 or even $4,000. So, when you have the time, think about the safety training rules and come up with contingency plans. You're not that smart, so don't try acting like it. Gold Nugget whined unhappily. Looking at the dog's expression, Luke sneered. Properly reflecting on your strengths and weaknesses is also a prerequisite for living a good life. I don't think I'm smart enough myself, and you think you are. Carry on acting as an old man for the next few days. If anything happens to Claire, let me know immediately, understand? Gold Nugget nodded again and rubbed its head against Luke's calf. Luke rubbed its head with a smile. You've improved a lot. Keep it up. Don't get too proud. Selena exhaled. She had been afraid that Gold Nugget might not be able to deal with the aftermath, so she couldn't hide what it had done last night from Luke, but she hadn't wanted Luke to berate Gold Nugget either. Thankfully, the result was unexpectedly good. Let's go. "We're going to be busy today," Luke said as he got up. In the car, Selena told Luke to go to the bakery first. She would pay for the snacks and pastries today. Gold Nugget nodded in satisfaction and praised her initiative. Luke took out his phone. "I'll ask Lucy if the store is open today. After the earthquake last night, many shops would definitely be affected today and might not be open." After saying a few words, he hung up the phone and stepped on the gas. "The good news is that they're open as usual today." Selena knew that he had more to say, so she played along. "And the bad news is, business is booming today. If we're late, we can only buy flour and sugar from them to make the cakes ourselves at home." Luke smiled bitterly. After putting his ghost butcher identity to rest, the amount of time he spent cooking plummeted, and he didn't want to make pastries that were too time-consuming. But today was meant to be a reward for Gold Nugget, and Luke clearly couldn't use the ordinary pastries he made as a reward. Lucy was an employee at the bakery they frequented. The prices at the bakery were on the high end, so business was usually moderate and there rarely was a long line. Today, however, there weren't many bakeries in Los Angeles that were still operating as usual. Gold Nugget whined. It was well aware of the difference between this shop and a regular bakery. It didn't want to eat pig swill at all. Luke smiled. "All right, Lucy specially put aside an entire tiramisu cake for us in the kitchen. She guessed that we would want it today." Selena snorted. "Wow, she even considered that for your sake. Tell me, how many times has she given you her number?" Luke said with a smile, "The second time we went, I got her number. Did you forget that we bought over 100 pastries and became her biggest client?" Selena was lost for words. As soon as he said that, she remembered. Even when Luke went on business trips, Selena used Luke's VIP client status at the bakery, and Lucy would be as enthusiastic as always. Thanks to Luke's astonishing purchasing power, Lucy always hit her monthly sales ahead of schedule and received a huge bonus for it. Of course, Luke wasn't stupid enough to tell Selena that Lucy had called him privately several times to ask him out for coffee. The main thing was that he was too busy at night to pick up girls. Luke frowned when he reached the bakery. Selena also looked at the bakery not far away. It was noisy and a lot of people were running over. But they weren't running fast and didn't look especially scared as they looked at something. Many people even ran across the street and craned their necks to watch. Luke and Selena looked at each other. "Dear God, please let our tiramisu be safe." Selena was a little worried. She had promised a certain dog head a delicious cake, and it would probably mock her if she failed. Luke said, "Although I want to comfort you and say it will be fine, the probability isn't very high." Gold Nugget was a little nervous. This was a reward it had earned fair and square, and it had been personally acknowledged by the fiend. If it was gone, wouldn't that be a waste of the plan it had racked its brain to come up with on the spur of the moment yesterday? Luke said, "Okay, I guarantee we'll get good food today. If this shop doesn't have any, we'll get gourmet burgers from In-N-Out for lunch." Saying that, he opened the door and quickly headed to the bakery. Squeezing through the crowd, he saw a group of people inside. They were holding signs in their hands and talking animatedly. In the bakery, 2 female employees, including Lucy, were talking to the 2 leaders with helpless expressions. However, the man roared angrily, "You rich people eat like kings, but never think of helping the community. You're all vampires." Luke silently fished out his badge and hung it around his neck before he pushed the people aside to enter the store. The person who had been pushed aside opened his mouth to curse, but when he saw Luke's badge, he shut up. Luke was quick, and after he entered the shop, he patted the 2 people yelling at the shop employees. "What are you doing?" The man and woman turned their heads unhappily, only to see Luke standing behind them with his badge. They choked. Luke said, "LAPD. Is there a problem here?" Lucy was pleasantly surprised. "Luke, you're here." The men and women instantly turned vigilant. Are you on the same side? Luke looked at them like they were idiots. I'm a customer here. Can it be you're with McDonald's and In-N-Out? They were lost for words again. Luke said, all right, I'm going to ask you now, what did these two employees do wrong? Did they give you the wrong change or wrong order? The pair looked at each other, before the woman said, they refused to provide us with food. Luke looked at Lucy. Lucy, who was quite familiar with Luke, quickly said, no, that's not it. They want us to give them pastries for free, but we have no instructions to do so. We've contacted the boss, but she has something on and can't make it. Luke had a rough idea about what was going on. This was a high-end bakery that wasn't big and didn't have many customers. There were only 2 female employees in the store and no manager. Lucy had been working here for a long time. She had a good attitude and was highly rated by the customers. Thus, there had never been a formal manager here. Luke raised his hand. Got it. So, these two are protesting because you're not giving them anything for free? The pair shouted angrily, we're disaster victims, we need help. Luke said calmly, is this a welfare agency? Or a church rescue center providing free provisions? Looking at the pair who didn't say anything, he continued, this bakery doesn't have a lot of stock every day, it would already be pretty good if they can feed 300 people. If you want the disaster victims of Los Angeles to be fed well, you can go protest at the fast food restaurants. Each one has enough to feed 2,000 people. So, why are you here? You're a lackey of the rich, the woman screamed. You're the ones who help the rich squeeze us ordinary people dry. That's right. You come here to eat often. The cakes here are so expensive, you must be a dirty cop, the man on the side quickly chimed in. Luke smiled and took out a pen from his pocket. At the same time, he tore off part of a poster ad in the bakery and wrote down a few numbers on it before handing the slip of paper to them. This is the complaints line for LAPD's Internal Affairs Division, the complaints line for West Side's Department of Internal Affairs, and the hotline number for the police chief at HQ. You can file a complaint directly with them if you have any evidence. At that point, Luke changed the topic. However, I must ask you to leave this shop immediately. You're not allowed to disturb their regular operations. Both the man and the woman shouted, don't even think about it. Sure enough, you're here as a thug for the rich. As he spoke, the man grabbed Luke's shirt. Luke unhurriedly raised his hand to block, before he pushed the man back 2 steps. If you do anything else, I'll sue you for assaulting a police officer. Wow, what's this? He looked at the floor mockingly. After he pushed the man away, a roll of cash suddenly dropped from the man's clothes to the floor. The onlookers also looked at the roll of cash and exclaimed in surprise. That's almost $2,000, right? Luke smiled and stared into the man's eyes. Now, tell me, why do you have so much cash on you? Because I suspect that you might want to use it in illegal drug transactions. Everybody looked at the man who had taken the lead. Nobody thought that Luke was abusing his power for personal revenge. Those were $100 bills, and close to 20 of them in one roll, which was almost $2,000. People who casually carried rolls of cash on them like this were mostly drug dealers or businessmen. The man's face stiffened, and he quickly picked up the roll. These are my bank savings which I just took out. It's none of your business. Luke smiled. Then wait a moment. Selena, who had been investigating the troublemakers, came over and gave him her phone. Checking the content on the screen, Luke asked, Mr. Larry Falkerson, right? Your bank records indicate that you didn't make any large withdrawals this month, and that you've even been out of a job for half a year. May I ask, where did these savings come from? The onlookers exclaimed again. For a society that didn't like saving money and instead were more keen to spend it in advance, it was absolutely rare for someone to still have $2,000 in cash after not working for half a year. It was like someone appearing at a murder scene with a bloody murder weapon in his hand. Although it couldn't prove that he was the killer, the suspicion was overwhelming. The man panicked even more. You're lying. I have a job. This is my salary. Luke's smile grew even wider. Is that so? But according to your police record, you were arrested 3 months ago for burglary. You just got parole a month ago. May I ask, what is your new job? Looking at this amount, you must have found a job that pays at least $5,000 a month. The spectators were in an uproar. How could someone who was still on parole after committing a burglary find a job with a monthly salary of $5,000? The man was completely defeated by the information. His face was pale and his eyes grew unfocused. He didn't dare look Luke in the eye as he turned around and left. Nonsense. I don't want to talk to you. Luke didn't stop him. Unless the protesters directly smashed up the shop, he really didn't want to bother with protests like this. If it had been any other bakery, he wouldn't have bothered. But there were too many troublemakers here, and the police detention center was as packed as the trains in China close to Chinese New Year. Capturing a few dozen people over such a small matter would just make things difficult for the officers at the detention center. He simply looked at the woman. Miss Mary Johnson, do you want me to read out your police record? It has a lot of words. There was fear all over the woman's face as she turned around and fled. Luke's line of sight didn't linger on her. Instead, his gaze swept over the other protesters. Most of them were scared and quickly left the shop. In fact, Selena had only investigated the leaders for now, but looking at their clothes and behavior, Luke was certain that there weren't many who had clean records. A bunch of thieves and robbers running over to a bakery to cause trouble wasn't exactly righteous. Some didn't leave, hesitant expressions on their faces. Luke ignored them. How could these few people compare with the dozens of customers outside? As he had said, the bakery was a place of business, not a charity. Lucy and the other employee weren't obliged to give them the pastries for free, those belonged to the shop, not to them. He turned around with a smile. I don't think there's a queue anymore. Can I buy a cake now? We're counting on them for lunch today. Lucy nodded quickly. I'll get it for you right away. Surrounded by the customers who had just returned, Luke walked out with a few boxes of cakes. In the car, Selena chuckled. Shouldn't we be thanking the guys who protested just now? If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to buy so many cakes. Luke said, yes. Thank you, scoundrels, for helping us chase away the customers in the queue and saving us both time and pastries. Selena had already opened a box and was eating a Napoleon cake. She gave Gold Nugget a portion as well. Satisfied, she said, it's a good thing we're not patrol officers. Otherwise, we would have to deal with all this crap for the next 2 days. Luke hummed in agreement. As police officers, boring work always took up the bulk of their jobs, especially for patrol officers. Most of the time, regular patrol officers whiled away the time by wrangling and wasting spit, and didn't use their guns to solve problems. Thankfully, Luke and Selena were in the Major Crimes Division, so they didn't have to worry about these things most of the time. When they reached the police department, Luke knocked on the door. Boss, don't tell me you haven't had lunch yet. Elsa said a few more words, then put down the phone and leaned back in her chair. I think it'll take me less than 2 years to become a supervisor. Dustin dumped a whole load of admin work on me in the last 2 days. Do you know how annoying it is? Luke waited for Selena to come in before he closed the door with a smile. Wow, don't say that. At this rate, you'll be promoted to captain before you turn 40. What's so bad about that? Elsa opened the box he put down and took out a slice of tiramisu. She sighed in satisfaction. This is still the best. But if I eat this in my office every day, I'll definitely become a 200-pound fatty before I turn 40. Luke said, then sign up for a fitness program. Haven't you always been going to those combat training and yoga classes? Elsa said, the combat classes were suspended since the last earthquake, and the yoga classes will probably stop for now as well. Luke was lost for words. Elsa said, the cases have piled up recently, but apart from the ones I've earmarked, don't spend too much time on them. Luke said, got it. Let's go. At that moment, his phone rang. When he took out his phone, he looked at Dustin's office since the call was from Dustin. Dustin's office, however, was empty. Luke picked up the call, and Dustin's voice rang out quickly. Luke, number 2304, on Cicero Street on the east side. Hurry. Luke suddenly stood up and said to Elsa in a low voice, Dustin's in a gunfight. I'll give you the address and more details later. Putting in his wireless earpiece, he sent Elsa the address once he got it on his phone, then ran out of the office with Selena. A moment later, their car rushed out of the parking lot and sped east. Dustin didn't hang up, but he was clearly occupied and could only talk to Luke occasionally. He had run into an attack by armed criminals in a luxury apartment building. Their firepower was very fierce, and there were about 20 of them. Many of the patrol officers who had rushed over were overwhelmingly suppressed by the criminals. After determining that the situation was critical, Dustin called Luke as soon as possible. Nobody in LAPD could compete with him. However, the criminals he was facing were indeed extraordinary. Although they didn't look like they had any sort of professional training, they were very good. Two of the patrol officers who had rushed over to help after hearing the gunshots had already fallen. Dustin could only pray that SWAT's helicopter arrived soon, or that Luke was quicker. Otherwise, he would probably be killed today. Dustin, take the files and go. A determined female voice rang out behind him. Dustin shot twice at the criminals to deter them from charging forward without any qualms. He said, Jennifer, why don't you go look for some flammable items to throw out and slow them down? It's no use. They're here to silence me. They drew away the nearby police force on purpose. I won't survive, the woman called Jennifer said bitterly. She had a black satchel on her back and was holding a pistol. Dustin grabbed her pistol and gave him hers. Help me reload. The clip is on my left belt. Jennifer shook her head helplessly, but quickly reloaded the gun. Dustin cautiously took out a mirror. This thing had become very popular recently, and many police academy students said that it was practical. When the gunfight first started, Dustin had gotten Jennifer to give her the small mirror she was carrying. He checked the situation on the other side, calculated the angle, and stuck his gun out. Pa! 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 Ah! One of the criminals was unlucky enough to be hit by this blind shot and screamed as he rolled back into the corner. Don't worry. I called LAPD's strongest backup. He'll be here in 10 minutes, Dustin explained, in case Jennifer gave up. Jennifer, SWAT. The man who single-handedly killed more than 30 criminals during the Nakatomi Plaza robbery. Jennifer was stunned for a moment, but then immediately stretched out her arm and fired 2 shots as she cooperated with Dustin and forced 2 criminals to retreat. She couldn't help but ask, is it that King of Kills detective that everyone in the department has been talking about? Dustin reloaded his gun. That's right. As long as he gets here in time, I guarantee that all the criminals here won't last more than 10 minutes. Jennifer said, how can you? Forget it. I'll look for some alcohol and see if I can make some Molotov cocktails. Dustin grunted and fired twice more. You better hurry. They're getting impatient. In fact, the criminals weren't just impatient, but super annoyed. Initially, their target was a woman who lived alone and was only a lawyer. Logically speaking, killing her wouldn't take more than a minute. Their main mission was to search her place and retrieve important information. In the end, when they swaggered out of the elevator, they met Dustin's eyes just as he was walking out. From that gaze alone, they instantly confirmed that they were enemies. Dustin yelled, LAPD, don't freeze, before he suddenly jumped back into the apartment. Sure enough, the criminals didn't waste any time. They simply opened fire and destroyed the nearby wall. Dustin didn't back down. He drew his gun and fired a few times, and managed to hit a criminal. He had been a detective for a long time, and had worked many major cases with his old partner, Roger. Even though he hadn't participated in a frontline battle for a long time, he had kept up with his shooting practice and hadn't lost his gun sense after 20 years of training. Coincidentally, a tenant downstairs had just happened to call the police about being robbed. A patrol car thus arrived at the scene behind the criminals. When the two officers heard the gunshots, Dustin yelled for reinforcements from inside, and they immediately joined the battle. The criminals had no choice but to attack both sides at the same time. Even if someone had made some arrangements in the neighborhood earlier and there weren't many police officers patrolling the area, 4 to 5 police cars arrived in 5 minutes, including 2 detectives from the Major Crimes Division. Furthermore, all police cars in Los Angeles were stocked with rifles and enough ammo to deal with intense violence. The firepower of 10 armed police officers was no less powerful. Both parties instantly tangled together. Luke turned on the police siren in a rare move and shot forward in the car. Thankfully, there wasn't much traffic in LA today. A large number of people had gone to hide in the surrounding areas, and there were also a lot of people who had taken leave from work, so there were fewer cars on the city streets. Going at 140 kilometers per hour in the city, Luke reached the address which Dustin had given him in 7 minutes. The car screeched to a stop 20 meters away from the apartment building. Luke got out and ran. He didn't want to park his car at the entrance of the apartment building, where the police and criminals were already engaged in a fierce battle. The car was bulletproof, but he didn't want to have to repaint the car or replace the bulletproof glass unless necessary. Taking a running leap, he started to climb up the side of the apartment building to the 5th floor. Dustin had already briefed him, and Luke had a basic understanding of the situation in the building. Upstairs, Dustin and Jennifer were in desperate straits. Dustin had run out of bullets. Even if he had been carrying a few extra clips in the last 2 days, he only had 5. Under the pressure of more than 10 rifles, he had no choice but to increase his gunfire to slow the enemy's approach. It was thanks to Jennifer's Molotov cocktails that the bullets had lasted so long. She lit them and threw them at the elevator, blocking one of the criminals' attacks. But the criminals were also anxious. 2 more police cars had arrived. At this rate, they would be surrounded by more than 100 police officers in less than half an hour, who would most likely be SWAT. LAPD had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. The police officers who arrived all knew that one of theirs was under attack and that the situation was critical. So, when reinforcements arrived, they didn't waste any time and simply took out their guns, ready to kill all the criminals. "We'll charge in together. Only when we complete the job will we get the remaining 80%, the masked criminal leader roared. Seeing their boss charge out of the stairwell, the criminals no longer hesitated. "We'll charge in together," or "go and charge in," these were 2 different operations, not to mention the boss had mentioned the money. The 7 or 8 criminals pulled away slightly. Moving in single file, they charged toward Jennifer's apartment. Dustin smiled bitterly and growled into his phone, "Luke, are you coming or not? I'm about to meet God." Hearing Dustin shout, Luke cursed inwardly and climbed even faster. At that moment, he had only reached the 3rd floor. The criminals finally broke in and started sweeping the apartment with their rifles. Pa! 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 4 criminals collapsed from headshots. Luke exerted strength with his left hand, the Glock in his right hand still aimed at the door as he pulled himself up. The other 3 criminals subconsciously followed the gunshots. Pa! 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 Their heads exploded as well. Luke entered the apartment. "Clear. Boss, where are you?" The bathroom door opened a crack, and Dustin looked out with a face covered in dirt. "If you came any later, you would be collecting my body." Luke chuckled. "I'm done here. I'll go downstairs now. Huh. His face changed, and he quickly helped Dustin up and put him aside. He also gave him the Glock and the clips. Guard the door. Dustin was stunned. Luke walked over to the bathtub and helped Jennifer up. Jennifer's back was exposed, and there was a pool of blood. Dustin gritted his teeth. Damn it. Jennifer, you were shot. Jennifer forced a smile. It's fine. It's just one shot. Unfortunately, even though she had been hiding in the bathtub, she had still been hit by a bullet. Luke, however, turned around and gave Dustin a look. Call an ambulance. Then, he turned around and said with a smile, beautiful ladies shouldn't get hurt. Jennifer's eyes were hazy. Who are you? Are you the King of Kills detective? I can't see your face clearly. Luke quickly lay her down on the floor and ripped the cloth around the wound. You must be seeing things because I'm too handsome. Don't praise me too much. Jennifer murmured, no, but you do look like a boy I had a crush on in high school. He also had black hair and a smiling face. Dustin's heart sank. It wasn't that he was jealous. Luke had blonde hair, and Jennifer was a tight-lipped person. Saying something like that to a stranger like Luke before the battle was over could only mean one thing: her consciousness was starting to fade. And when that happened after being shot, it usually meant massive bleeding. Luke frowned and took out a pair of rubber gloves from his backpack. Jennifer, can you talk about the boy? He then said to Dustin, if the ambulance doesn't arrive in 10 minutes, she might die. Dustin's hand shook, and he let off 2 shots that were aimed outside. Boss, don't waste any more time. Her liver and blood vessels were nicked. I can only stop the bleeding for now, Luke said in a low voice. Dustin quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. This is Dustin, apartment 2304, on Cicero Street. Do whatever it takes to get an ambulance here in 10 minutes. It's a gunshot wound and bleeding in the liver. The other side said a few words, and Dustin roared, she can't hold on for much longer, hurry up and send someone over. The other side no longer said anything. It was clearly unwise to argue now. Every moment wasted was a delay in saving Jennifer's life. Luke quickly took out a small bag of first aid supplies and used them on Jennifer. He only knew how to stop the bleeding temporarily. There was no way he could perform a more professional surgery here, slowing the bleeding was the most he could do. He took off his gloves and put them in a plastic bag. Carrying Jennifer out of the bathroom, he placed her on the couch in the living room. I'll clean up the criminals downstairs so that the paramedics can come get her. Boss, monitor her condition. Call me if anything happens. With that, he went out. Dustin stood guard at the door, but his mind was in a mess when he looked at Jennifer, who was lying on the couch. As Luke went downstairs, he communicated with Selena and told her to tell the police officers outside the building to open fire. The remaining criminals were distracted by the intense gunfire, and before they could react, Luke opened fire under the cover of this concentrated firepower. Before the criminals knew it, they fell one after another. After reloading the M686 twice, Luke said to Selena in his earpiece, okay, tell them to stop. They can come in and clean up the bodies. Don't block the paramedics' way later. After waiting 10 seconds, Luke shouted, LAPD. You can come in now. He stretched out a hand at the top of the stairs and waved his badge. After confirming that there weren't any jumpy individuals, he walked out and said, a civilian was shot upstairs and is in critical condition. Clean up the bodies so that they don't block the stretcher later. With that, he went back upstairs. In Jennifer's apartment on the 5th floor, Luke checked on her again and asked, where are the paramedics? Dustin dialed the number again and spoke impatiently before he hung up. It'll be at least 5 minutes. Luke frowned. At this rate, the chances that something would happen to Jennifer were still pretty high. After all, it would still take the ambulance time to return to the hospital. However, There were emergency blood bags in the ambulance which could make up for Jennifer's blood loss for the time being. At that moment, Luke raised his head and looked at the door. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses cautiously stuck his head in. "Excuse me, officers, what happened?" "Huh, Jennifer." Luke looked at the man who cried out in shock and entered the room. "You are Bruce Banner." The middle-aged man was a little anxious. "Jennifer, what's wrong?" Luke asked. "How do you know Jennifer?" "She's my cousin." When Bruce saw Jennifer's torn and bloody clothes, his face twisted. "Is she hurt?" Luke said, "The criminals shot her just now. She's losing blood quickly." "What?" Bruce quickly stepped forward to survey Jennifer's injury. Luke didn't stop him. The man had a gentle temperament, and Luke's mental connection told them that the man didn't mean any harm. Besides, he had no weapons, no muscles, and no signs of training. He was just an ordinary person, or rather, a weak geek. Selina came up at that moment. When she saw Bruce, she asked curiously, "Is he a doctor?" Bruce came back to his senses at her words and turned around. "She's lost too much blood. It's dangerous. Where are the paramedics? She needs surgery as soon as possible, not a temporary measure to stop the bleeding." Luke looked at Dustin without saying anything. "Dr. Banner, I've heard Jennifer mention you." Seeing Bruce's anxious expression, Dustin slapped his face hard with both hands. "The ambulance is on its way. There are professional emergency doctors on it, but they can't fly over." Bruce could tell that Dustin was nervous and helpless. Since the ambulance was on its way, there wasn't much more he could say. He could only pace around. "We have to hurry. Jennifer isn't doing well." On the side, Luke quietly took the first aid kit from Selina and examined the syringes. If anything went wrong later, he could use these first to buy time. More importantly, Gold Nugget had quietly followed them. He pulled the dog head to a nearby room and quickly typed on his phone. When the dog head saw the request on the phone, it immediately shook its head. "What a joke. When I heal someone, it's a full recovery in seconds, how can it just stop at repairing major blood vessels?" But under Luke's gaze, it could only type out a simple word on the phone, uncontrollable. Luke rubbed his head. Gold Nugget could save Jennifer. Jennifer was bleeding internally, and Dustin and her cousin Bruce had seen her condition with their own eyes. If the paramedics arrived and discovered that all her injuries had disappeared, how were they going to explain that? Being able to instantly recover from a near-death injury was something that many big shots would pay close attention to. Suddenly, he heard Dustin shout, "What? Isn't she type B?" Bruce was stunned. "She's Rh negative type B. Wait, don't tell me you only gave her regular type B blood." Dustin was vexed. "I heard her say before that she's type B." Bruce, explaining to people who don't know anything about blood types is very troublesome. If there's no need to explain it, we usually just say that we have type B blood. Luke walked out and frowned. "Boss, ask what blood bags the ambulance is carrying." Dustin made another call, and his expression was ugly. "They're carrying regular type B blood. Also, there has been a shortage of Rh blood recently, and the hospital doesn't have much stock." His phone rang again. After a brief conversation, Dustin said gloomily, "I'll send someone over right away." Hanging up, he said, "The ambulance is 2 blocks away. It collided with the cars of a few suspected drunk drivers, who aren't letting the ambulance go." Luke rolled his eyes. "Selina, bring the ambulance over. Don't waste time." Selina turned around and left. Any other officer might still try to persuade or give the drivers a warning. Since Luke had told her to go, he was telling her not to beat around the bush and to act right away. As Dustin's loyal subordinate, Luke had to support him at this critical moment. Luke gave Gold Nugget a look, and the dog head immediately followed Selina out. It wasn't safe for Selina to go out without this guy, Who knew if she would run into some psycho with a gun? After that, he looked at Bruce. "Mr. Banner, did you just say that you're type B?" Bruce nodded blankly. "So, you're RH too?" asked Luke. Bruce nodded again. Luke searched the first aid kit and took out an 4. "Let me ask you something first. Do you have any infectious diseases?" Bruce shook his head. "No, my last checkup was only a month ago." "Now, are you ready to give blood to save your cousin, Mr. Banner?" asked Luke as he looked at that honest face. "Bruce, what?" A moment later, Bruce was lying down on the couch next to his cousin Jennifer. He had an 4 needle in his arm as his blood flowed toward Jennifer. Dustin finally relaxed slightly. After a brief hesitation, he gestured at Luke. They went to the hallway outside. Dustin looked around, then gestured at the black satchel in his hand. "This is a huge hot potato. I need to ask you first if you'll take this case." Luke reached into the bag and took out a thick case file. "You were almost killed. How can I not take it?" Looking around, Dustin said in a low voice, "They were here to kill Jennifer, not me." Luke was stunned. "Then how did you?" Knowing what he meant, Dustin smiled bitterly. "When I came out for dinner today, I received a call from Jennifer. She said that she discovered something big with this case and wanted to consult me." Luke nodded and continued reading the case file. A moment later, he raised his head and asked in the same low voice, "Ellsworth?" Dustin nodded. "Do you know how Jennifer and I met?" Luke shook his head. "Because of you," said Dustin. "When you took care of Dylan Ellsworth last time, she took note of you and wanted to contact you through me." "Luke, then how did it turn into you saving the damsel in distress?" After that simple handover, they returned to the apartment. Luke found a copy machine in Jennifer's apartment and copied the case file. He then put the copied documents into the folder, stuffed it into the black bag, and threw it into one corner of the apartment. Naturally, the original documents went into his own backpack. 5 minutes later, the paramedics rushed into the room with a stretcher. "Where's the patient?" Everybody pointed at Jennifer. A doctor quickly went over to check and was shocked when he saw the simple blood transfusion setup. "What are you doing?" "A direct blood transfusion can kill a person, you understand?" Luke said, "We get it. She was shot more than 10 minutes ago, and she has Rh negative blood. This gentleman here is her cousin and has the same blood type. You need to start first aid as soon as possible." The doctor was speechless. They didn't have any Rh blood in the ambulance. What he said was just a knee-jerk reaction. The moment Luke said that, the doctor reacted. This sort of emergency blood transfusion was clearly field treatment. It was a temporary life-saving measure under restricted conditions, and naturally wouldn't completely comply with the hospital's standard emergency treatment. If they had waited to give her a blood transfusion at the hospital, she might already be dead. "Take her downstairs." After saying that, the doctor was in a bind. There was only one stretcher, and Bruce was acting as the blood bag. It would be dangerous for him to run along with them. Luke helped Bruce up. "I'll take him. Just don't let anything happen to yourselves." The doctor was lost for words. Who was the professional here? Very soon, the cousins were brought downstairs and into the ambulance. "Let's go, boss. We'll take them to the hospital," said Luke. The 3 of them got into the car and cleared the way for the ambulance. Gasping for breath in the back seat for a moment, Dustin then said, "Thank you, Selena." Selena asked, "Huh?" Dustin asked, "You did it, right?" Selena smiled. "Boss, they were just a bunch of hooligans." Dustin didn't say anything else. In an emergency, it was still his loyal subordinates who were more reliable. There was no need to say any nonsense, nor did he have to beg for help. Soon, the police car arrived at the hospital with the ambulance, and Bruce was pushed in on a stretcher. The man looked helpless. Hey, I'm not a patient. Luke said, we'll talk to the doctor, but Jennifer needs you, understand, Mr. Banner? Stumped for a moment, Banner nodded with a bitter smile. All right, as long as we can save Jennifer. With that, he was pushed away. Luke and the other two followed Jennifer to the ER and looked at the red light. Dustin stared at the light for a moment before he sat down and waved at Luke. After Luke sat down next to him, he said in a low voice, recently, the Ellsworth family has been looking for people who are targeting them. I suggested that Jennifer do nothing for the time being, but it seems that she didn't listen to me. Looking at Luke's doubtful eyes, Dustin sighed. I'm partly to blame. I used my connections to find a lot of leads for her. We were actually exchanging information about Ellsworth over dinner. Luke's eyes were sincere, but Selena couldn't help but look away. *T. A lonely middle-aged man who would rather hide in his office and eat spaghetti every day was actually willing to take the time to have dinner in a restaurant? She jeered inwardly. Ignoring the fact that his poor excuse wouldn't fool his two smart subordinates, Dustin continued, she just told me that she took advantage of the earthquake last night and found key evidence of the Ellsworth family's crimes. Luke had a strange expression on his face. Boss, where did that state police investigation file and videotape come from? Jennifer has long been paying attention to Terry Rodri, a deputy commissioner with the state police. His wife is from the Ellsworth family, and he used that to climb to his position. Dustin smiled bitterly and lowered his voice involuntarily. Jennifer found out that he's wiped the Ellsworth's asses many times, and concluded that he must have something shady on his hands. He stopped. Looking at his face, Luke said, don't tell me Jennifer, used direct force. Dustin sighed and nodded. Terry was preoccupied with hiding from the earthquake last night. She found an opportunity to knock him out with a taser and grabbed the briefcase he was carrying. The briefcase contained the case file and videotape. We speculate that this might be a secret trump card which Terry left for himself. Nobody in the Ellsworth family knew about it. Luke was lost for words. How much guts could a person have? Jennifer was definitely a hero for daring to go up against the Ellsworths in California. Dustin didn't have any misgivings about telling Luke the truth. These things weren't obtained legally, and will become inadmissible evidence in court. So, she was asking me how they could be used. Just as I was about to leave, those people showed up to silence her. Hearing Dustin's words, Luke nodded. What were you planning to do? Dustin said, the Ellsworths are too powerful in California, and this might be covered up. At my suggestion, Jennifer contacted an acquaintance at the FBI. Then, those criminals showed up, asked Luke. Dustin nodded gloomily. I'm worried about her acquaintance. Jennifer only hinted that the intelligence she had was related to a major power, and we were attacked half an hour later. There's something wrong with that acquaintance, Luke said confidently. Does he know about you? Dustin said, probably not before the gunfight, but it might be different now. There was no way that news of this gunfight which involved dozens of people and a heavily wounded person could be hidden from the Ellsworths, who had eyes and ears everywhere in Los Angeles. Luke sighed. Boss, sleep on the floor at the police department for the next few days. Dustin shook his head. Jennifer is still here. After the nurse walked away, Luke said in a low voice, I left a copy of the evidence in the apartment building. I told Elsa to delay them from taking it away. We still have some time before they get their hands on the fake and confirm its authenticity. Dustin frowned. What do you want to do? Luke raised an eyebrow. I pissed them off a long time ago. Weren't you the ones who told me to restrain myself? I don't think I need to do that now, do I? Dustin smiled bitterly. Are you going to shoot them all dead? That's not possible. In America, using this sort of violent method to deal with a big family was impossible. This was how the hierarchy worked in this country. Such a crude method would only draw a collective attack. If he wanted to take down a big family, he would have to use the rules of the game between them. Luke said with a smile, "Don't forget that we have superheroes." Dustin, what? Luke shrugged. I just need to publish this information anonymously on the internet. With Iron Man's technology, do you think they won't be able to see it? Here, he deliberately described Iron Man and Batman as partners. Even if one day, a certain tycoon's identity was exposed, nobody would be able to ask him about it. Dustin frowned. But, they usually only save people, right? Luke said, there might be other victims that have suffered at the Ellsworths' hands. We can use them to expose everything. The Ellsworth family isn't strong enough to suppress news of a superhero. Dustin frowned and was lost in thought. Even if the Ellsworths controlled all the media in California, they couldn't control agencies like the FBI and CIA. As long as Batman's team clashed with the Ellsworths, the reason for the conflict would inevitably be revealed to these intelligence agencies. While the news media couldn't take care of the Ellsworths, the FBI and CIA could. The benefits of openly taking down the Ellsworth family were enormous, and some would be tempted. Thinking about it this way, this plan was indeed possible. Luke got up. I'll go prepare something for you. If you're not going to work today, let Elsa know that she now has a packed schedule. Dustin patted his forehead. I forgot. Luke shook his head with a smile and left. Jennifer had to be really charming. Even a workaholic like Dustin would actually forget about his job. After Luke left the hospital, he bought a bag of daily necessities and food and water from a nearby supermarket. He drove around the hospital and sneered inwardly. The Ellsworth family was anxious this time. Although Jennifer was only a weak woman, she was unexpectedly good at getting things done. When she found an opportunity, she struck and obtained crucial evidence. But the chaos in the wake of the earthquake also gave the desperate Ellsworth family the opportunity to use the most direct methods to dispose of the evidence as well as those who had seen it. Jennifer had only been in the hospital for half an hour, and the Ellsworth's eyes were already on her. Luke took out his phone and made a call. Harrison, it's time to return the favor. Not long after that, he returned to the hospital and gave Dustin the bag while passing Selina another bag and saying some things to her. Selina took Gold Nugget to the bathroom. A moment later, Selina returned after doing one round, and gave Luke a long satchel in passing. She was also carrying a long satchel which contained an M4A1 in clips. Luke and Selina walked to one side of the hallway, and hidden from sight by Selina, Luke put some clips into the satchel. Will they really come running into the hospital to murder someone? Asked Selina as she looked at the tablet. The image on the tablet was being transmitted from a drone cruising above the hospital. Luke put a lollipop in his mouth. Want one? Selina said, I'm busy. Help me unwrap it. Luke took out 2 lollipops and unwrapped them. He stuck one in Selina's mouth and the other in Gold Nugget's mouth. Jennifer obtained the case file using electroshock therapy, and it can easily become inadmissible evidence. As long as the information is exposed, however, their nest in Ellsworth City is definitely done for. It would be strange if they didn't try anything. Selina murmured, this time, it's going to be a head-on confrontation. Luke chuckled. The enemy will never give us enough time to fight back, but we must stand on the side of justice, like LAPD. Selina shrugged. What if they want to get us suspended first? Luke said, well, they have to be more famous than Tony Stark. Selina slapped her forehead. I forgot that Tony Stark was the one who got us this job. Luke chuckled. So, the tycoon is a nice guy. He's always covering for us. Are you sure you don't want to notify the police department? Selina didn't care about Tony at all. Luke sneered. You know how powerful they are in Los Angeles. If I tell the police, the word will be out in half an hour. Harrison's clear. Selina asked another question. Luke said, I'll confirm it myself. 10 minutes later, Luke received a call from Harrison. He walked out the back door of the hospital and pulled Harrison aside. After saying a few words, Harrison asked the people in the car to come down. Temporary mission. You'll now receive the mission instructions from Luke. The 4 people in the car looked at each other, but still did as he said. Harrison was a veteran and very capable. His authority in the team was unquestionable. After talking to the team members and watching them leave, Luke said to Harrison, "You don't blame me for dragging you into this, do you?" Harrison smiled bitterly. "I'm already here. What do you think?" Luke patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. The bigger the mess, the safer you'll be. Tell your teammates not to hold back." Harrison frowned. "There's no harm in taking more safety measures, but would the Ellsworths have someone in my team?" Luke said, "That's because you don't know what the Ellsworths are up to." Harrison asked, "What do they want?" Luke glanced at him. "It's safer if you don't know. At the very least, you'll come across as someone who doesn't know anything." Harrison, "I really King don't know anything." Correct answer, that's the most perfect performance. Luke turned to leave. "You're just a SWAT captain, not an agent, you would be killed if you knew too much." Harrison was lost for words. Watching Luke leave, he mumbled, "It really isn't easy to pay you back." "Harrison, need I remind you that I have the highest authority on the comms, and I can hear everyone?" Luke's voice came from the wireless earpiece which Harrison had just put in his ear. "Harrison, sorry, can you turn this off and leave me alone?" Luke said, "This is mandatory. Also, your authority's second only to me. You can listen in on your team members. There's an automatic secondary comms. You can try it first." "Harrison, thank you so much." "It's fine, just don't say what you're thinking, okay? It'll just make people feel awkward," said Luke. Harrison, "Okay. What if I'm the one who feels even more King awkward now?" But after this interlude, he wasn't in the mood to talk behind Luke's back. Instead, with the help of the secondary comms, he instructed his team to set up an ambush. The only thing he was glad about was that nobody in his team had contacted anyone yet, even if they hadn't turned in their phones. After all, this wasn't a mission assigned by the higher-ups, so he couldn't be that strict. That was why Luke had given them the wireless comms. This was for their protection, but could also be seen as a form of surveillance. Luke didn't feel guilty about it. If there was nothing wrong with any of them, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. The comms would then be nothing more than a gadget for today's mission. If he was right, this matter would be over in an hour or two, and he would take back the comms. More than that, he couldn't let the comms technology leak out. After finding Harrison, there was much less for Luke to worry about. Now, all he had to do was put on a show and let the Ellsworth family dig its own grave in front of everybody. Thinking that, he walked over to Dustin outside the ER and gave him a big bag. Dustin asked, "What's this?" "A bulletproof vest, a helmet, and a weapon," Luke said simply. "The people coming in won't just stop on the first try." Dustin subconsciously reached for his phone. "I can call for backup." Luke grabbed his hand and said, "It's too late. Within 10 minutes of us getting here, suspicious people in the hospital already started spying on us. Calling the police in advance will only be delaying the attack, and won't put an end to it altogether. Boss, we need to blow this matter up." Dustin eventually stopped reaching for his phone and frowned. Luke said, "Put on your bulletproof vest first, boss. You haven't been on the front line for a long time." Dustin said, "I took down a few of them earlier." Luke said, "Put it on before we talk, okay?" Dustin quickly put on his bulletproof vest and asked in a low voice, "You brat, how big do you want to make it?" Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. "It has to be the hottest news in Los Angeles tonight." Dustin asked, "You want to kill them all outright?" Luke grinned. "No, I have to do my best to keep the attackers alive, at the very least, their mouths have to work fine." It's much harder for a living person to keep their mouth shut than a dead one. Harrison's voice rang out in his earpiece. Luke, are you sure you don't want backup? We've already detected more than 30 suspicious people, and that's just what we've found. Luke said, your top priority is to ensure your own safety. You're just reinforcements, and you can also be witnesses to prevent me from being framed. Harrison, got it. Be careful. Selena's reminder arrived very quickly. 2 ambulances entered the underground parking lot, but their license plates aren't right. Judging by the load on the tires, there are at least 6 to 8 fully armed individuals in each ambulance. The truth was that her communication with Luke had the highest authority, and nobody else knew about it. Luke nodded and patted Dustin's shoulder. Don't be nervous when you hear gunshots later. Guard this place. I'll take care of them. Dustin nodded silently, slung the especially long satchel with the rifle in it over his shoulder, and leaned against the wall in one corner. That way, he had a line of sight on either side of the hallway, and could instantly take out his rifle and start shooting if he needed to. Luke, on the other hand, ran to the underground parking lot. It's starting. All the suspicious targets are moving toward the hospital, Harrison reported. Luke said, tell your comrades to hold their positions. It's not time for them to make a move yet. I'm going to eat them all. Harrison, you're such a greedy guy. Luke said, because I hate evil. Harrison was lost for words. As he spoke, Luke reached the underground parking lot. Seeing 2 teams of 16 fully armed men enter the hallway, Luke suddenly stepped forward. LAPD. Freeze. The other side was stunned for a moment, but when they saw that Luke was only holding a badge, someone suddenly said, kill him. Without any hesitation, 2 men in black raised their guns and fired at Luke. Luke hid in a corner with a smile. He first activated the police cam, then pressed the walkie-talkie and said in an urgent tone, a large number of criminals have been discovered at St. Post Hospital. They're all armed with automatic weapons and are currently firing at me. Of course, the other side could hear the gunshots. Please hold on. Reinforcements will be there soon. Luke put down the walkie-talkie and mumbled to himself, don't be too quick. He took out 2 stun grenades, removed the safety pins, and threw them at the criminals who were firing in the hallway. Grenade, one of the criminals shouted, and everybody retreated. Too late. Luke counted down in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosions rang out. Luke stretched out a small mirror for a look before he went over and kicked the guns away, then pulled off the hoods of the criminals who had collapsed. As he was doing that, a thought flashed through his mind, and a huge pile of plastic explosives that didn't have fuses silently appeared in one of the criminals' bags. Luke then broke into a run. These criminals were just props that he was using to frame Ellsworth, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. What he needed to do next was completely blow up the matter. Luke, more than 30 armed criminals have gone in. Are you sure we're not going to do anything? Harrison asked again. Luke said, okay, hold a few of them down at the entrance. Don't work too hard. Harrison, roger that. Luke picked up his pace as he ran. Selena said, there are 2 teams of 13 criminals at the C2 back entrance, 2 teams of 11 at the E5 entrance on the left, and 15 criminals at the D3 entrance on the right. They're keeping a fixed distance. You have to be careful. Luke said, they're the ones who should be careful. As he spoke, he suddenly sped up. Charging out from around the corner, he jumped and ran over the wall. At the same time, he raised his guns. Pa! 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 Ah! 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 Screams rang out one after another. Half of the 13 criminals who had come through the back hallway dropped to their knees while all of them rolled around and clutched their legs. They were all wearing bulletproof vests, and Luke didn't want to kill them. Shooting their legs was without doubt the simplest solution. He didn't believe that over 30 men could escape when their legs were injured. Damn it, someone ambushed us from behind. Cover, cover. Stagger your gunfire. Take them apart. Luke ran a few steps over the wall before he landed on the ground and swiftly pressed forward in the hallway. Just as the remaining gunmen turned around, gunshots rang out again, but not from their guns. Putting away his left gun, Luke unhurriedly reloaded the Glock. Pa! The head of a criminal who was about to raise his gun exploded. Drop your weapons or I'll shoot, he shouted, and looked behind him. He had deliberately torn off the camera that was on him and left it around the corner, so it couldn't continue recording. Despite the injuries to both legs, the dozen criminals who were screaming were scared into shutting up. They had never encountered a police officer who fired in public without prior warning. Luke quickly picked up their guns and ran off. When he passed a trash can, he tossed the guns inside, turned left and continued running. Harrison, who was out front, heard the chatter on the police comms and said, "Luke, the police department has dispatched people." Luke said, "Very good. You were the first to come to my aid, right?" Harrison's mind whirled and he got it. Luke had asked them to be witnesses. As long as the criminals opened fire, it didn't matter if the Ellsworth's men in the police department knew, since this matter couldn't be covered up. Instead, they wouldn't have enough time to figure out what was going on inside, and things would definitely blow up unexpectedly. Like the arrest of the numerous criminals who had charged into the hospital with guns. "I've disarmed more than 10 people in the parking lot and at the back door. Let the patrol officers know to take over," said Luke. Pa! 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 Bang! 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 There was the sound of intense gunfire in his earpiece. Harrison frowned. "I've taken down more than 10 criminals on the left side. Just keep an eye on the criminals in the front," said Luke. "We've caught up with them, but there are too many people in the hospital," Harrison said helplessly. As Harrison spoke, there was a burst of gunfire in front of him which kicked up dust and debris. But police reinforcements arrived very quickly. Numerous patrol cars arrived with their sirens blaring. A large number of police officers rushed into the hospital and began to surround the criminals near the entrance. The situation had turned around. Seeing that things weren't looking good, the criminals started to retreat to a side door. The two leaders charged through a door and shouted, "Clear," before the group retreated in single file in the direction of a hallway that was only 10 meters away. Two small shadows were tossed in lightly from the side door, one in front and the other at the back of the group. Bang! Bang! After 2 explosions, all the criminals collapsed. In such a narrow passage, stun grenades were just that powerful. Luke said, "Harrison, have the patrol officers come to the side entrance on the left. I've subdued them." As he spoke, he collected their guns and left. At that moment, a fully armed person appeared outside the emergency room. After a brief hesitation, he raised his gun, kicked the door open, and charged in. Passing through a partition, he entered the operating room. The doctors and nurses in the operating theater looked at him in surprise. Seeing the gun in his hand, everybody obediently raised their hands. The man quickly walked over to the operating table and looked at the wounded man. "Why is it a man?" Applause rang out behind him, and he abruptly turned around and aimed his gun at the door. Luke walked out unhurriedly. "You can get back to work, doctors. I'll take care of this criminal." The man's hand trembled. Luke, however, didn't look at him. He turned around and asked, "Do you want to say something?" Another person walked out of the darkness. The man had been perfectly hidden in the dark. It wasn't until he spoke that his location was exposed. "TJ, why are you doing this?" The doctors and nurses looked at them nervously. Their bulletproof vests and badges indicated that they were police officers, but the criminal in the black hood was closer to the operating table. How could they feel like carrying on with the surgery? Luke said, "Harrison, I'm only doing this for you. If he doesn't drop his gun in 3 seconds, I'll shoot him." The man in the black mask in front of him trembled. He had seen how terrifying Luke's marksmanship was, or he wouldn't have taken advantage of the chaos to avoid Luke and come straight to the ER. Pa! He decisively threw the pistol away. Losing his job was better than losing his life. Besides, he hadn't done any real damage yet. There was always the chance he could wrangle his way out of this in court. If he fought Luke, not only would he lose his life, his reputation would also be ruined. Dead people couldn't defend themselves. A moment later, Luke and Harrison were standing outside the ER. Harrison looked exhausted. "Can you give us some space, Luke? I can pretend I didn't see anything." Luke shrugged and left. The man in the black mask was one of Harrison's 4 team members. Luke had met T.J. McCabe before, but he wasn't familiar with him. The reason why the man had gone to the ER was simple. He was just another dirty cop who had come to kill Jennifer for the Ellsworths. Unfortunately for him, Luke hacked into the hospital system as soon as he arrived and changed Jennifer's surgery records. Other than the frontline paramedics, anyone else in the hospital would only be able to find this operating room. If the Ellsworths' men were more attentive, this would only be able to delay their attack. But they were clearly in a hurry and didn't notice Luke's trick, which was how he had managed to hook T.J. McCabe, this little fish. Harrison, on the other hand, was the pitiful one. He was going to lose another team member. Luke silently said his condolences to the captain. They had already passed through 2 hallways and had reached another one where Dustin was still looking around warily. Luke stepped forward with a smile. "It's all done, boss." Dustin was relieved. "How did it go?" Luke said, "If they can still send 100 or 200 people over, we can handle it." Dustin was relieved. Luke didn't joke when it came to business. If he said that he had taken care of the criminals, then there weren't any problems. "I've already made some calls. Elsa is arranging for a new ward. I'll go back first. Call me if anything happens," said Luke. Dustin nodded. "Thank you." Luke suddenly chuckled. "Let me ask you something, boss." Dustin said, "Go ahead." "Did your girlfriend buy fire insurance?" asked Luke. Stunned for a moment, Dustin forgot to deny the title of girlfriend. He said, "I didn't ask. Her income isn't low, so she should have." Luke said, "That's good. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Her apartment just caught fire, and was seriously damaged." Dustin was stunned. "What?" Luke said, "Clean up the scene and kill those in the know, nobody can expose what they've done." Dustin's face darkened. He wasn't a snot-nosed brat. As long as the Ellsworth family was given a chance to take a breather, they might be able to escape the crime. Until then, they would spare no effort to kill Jennifer, this huge troublemaker. "Boss, think about how to blow the matter up tonight," Luke said before he turned around and left. According to the patrol officers, the criminals who came out of the parking lot were carrying a lot of plastic explosives, enough to send the entire hospital into the sky. Dustin's heart skipped a beat, but then he realized that he could make use of it. Luke turned around and left. He took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth as he called Selena. "When we're done, let's go home for dinner." On the way home, he wondered if Bruce Banner was that Bruce Banner. It wasn't a common name, but it wasn't easy for Luke to search the entire country. The United States wasn't China. Each state had an independent administrative system. It was impossible to simply hack into a system and find everyone's names. Some murderers just needed to change their names and identities, and could live in another state for decades after committing a crime in one state. Luke didn't remember Banner having a cousin, at least not in his memories. It seemed that he only had a special girlfriend. But now that Dr. Banner was in the hospital and was related to Jennifer, it wasn't hard to investigate. Most of the time, the difficulty in a search didn't have to do with the level of secrecy, but in finding a clear target in the ocean. By the time he got home for dinner, he had already found out about Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner, whose real name was Robert Bruce Banner, had a PhD in nuclear physics from the California Institute of Technology and was currently working in the field of nuclear physics research at Culver University. When he saw this, Luke felt that the man had to be that Banner. After reading up on the man's research, Luke was even more certain. Naturally, Dr. Banner wouldn't disclose the details of his research to the public. But it could be seen from the name of the research project that it involved gamma rays. But right, this gentleman was still just Bruce Banner. That big green monster who beat up anyone it saw probably hadn't appeared yet. Luke didn't dwell on it. It was hard for a doctorate doctor with outstanding knowledge to give up the research he was good at, and even harder for him to give it up forever. Luke wasn't Banner's father, he couldn't make so many plans for him. This was America. It wasn't easy for a father to tell his son what to do. Many people left home at the age of 18, and there were plenty who didn't talk to their families anymore after that. Luke wasn't a saint. But in the end, he sighed. If there was a chance, he should warn Bruce Banner to pay attention to his safety during the experiment. If Banner really survived this, then that was heaven's will. The world continued to turn and didn't stop for anyone. Besides, with Dr. Banner's brain, he could still make huge contributions even without turning into a certain Green Hulk. After dinner, Luke received a call from Dustin. "Luke, the officers at the hospital and the SWAT team have pulled out. Only 4 patrol officers are left." Luke curled his lip. They really are in a hurry. Has Elsa made the arrangements? Dustin said, "Yes, but we can't avoid this for much longer. They have too many ears." Luke asked, "Nobody from Homeland Security?" Dustin said, "No. I've asked Elsa to keep an eye out for me. The plastic explosives that the criminals were carrying aren't on the evidence list, and the footage on your police cam has been wiped." Luke wasn't too disappointed. He simply sneered. "They really are everywhere. I'm done with my preparations. Let's see if those 2 will read the news online in their spare time." Dustin asked, "Are you sure this will work?" Luke said, "If we can make the evidence we have public, it will 100% work. Unfortunately, it'll be very hard to release it through the media. If it doesn't work, I'll have someone arrange for Jennifer to disappear for a while." After a brief silence, Dustin said, "Thank you." Luke said, "It's fine." He hung up and chuckled. Would Batman see it? Of course he would. Batman would also be the first person to see the news online. After dinner, Luke and Selina split up. Before Selina got into her car, Luke reminded her, "Remember to record anything unusual. Don't show your face. Dustin has made arrangements, there's no danger." Selina got into the car and nodded. "Got it. Also, Gold Nugget is with me." Luke shrugged. Safety first. He then jogged off. As Selina drove off, Gold Nugget barked lightly. She immediately shook her head. "Don't get in on the action. There's going to be a lot of noise at the hospital tonight. Didn't you hear that Luke wants those guys to be on TV? Do you want to be on TV too?" Gold Nugget immediately lay down and shuddered. It knew very well how terrible the consequences of being on TV would be, especially for an alien dog head like it. When night fell, St. Post Hospital was still brightly lit and bustling. Not many people had died in the earthquake last night, but a lot of people had been injured. Every hospital was now overloaded, and St. Post was no exception. Hiding on the roof of an apartment building, Luke hummed a tune. La da da, it's the Motherf. From time to time, he heard a notification from his earpiece. No suspicious targets sighted. Selina was in charge of the 2 drones near the hospital. She provided intelligence and the video recording so that Luke could focus on his plan. He was looking at the surveillance footage on his fake phone, which showed a group of criminals locked in animated discussion. These ambitious guys were preparing to rob an ATM 200 meters away. Listening to their plan, Luke calculated the time in his head and said softly, "Little snail, start a countdown for 10 minutes and remind me of the time." The smart program that had just been modified today and finally had a name immediately projected a countdown. "Yes, sir." Luke also jumped off the roof and glided away. "Don't move. Give us the money." A small hoodlum was holding a gun nervously, and his hands were shaking. Clearly, he wasn't very familiar with this job. Another old hoodlum said unhappily, "Hey, didn't I tell you? Don't randomly point your gun at people. How many times has it accidentally gone off? I don't want to be sent to the hospital because of you. Keep it lowered, and bring it up again if she resists, okay?" The little hoodlum hurriedly lowered his gun. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll remember." The old hoodlum hesitated for a moment, then took the gun from him. "You get the money. I'll hold the gun." The rookie hoodlum gave an exclamation, and was kicked in the butt by the old hoodlum. "Hurry up and go. This is your initiation ceremony." The rookie stretched out his trembling hands. "Don't move, or he'll shoot." The woman who was being robbed had a despairing expression on her face. "I only have spare change in my bag, can you please take it and leave?" A dark shadow covered this corner of the alley, and the three of them couldn't help but look up. A black giant fell from the sky and landed with a thump. "No, they need to be taught a lesson," the black giant said as he punched the rookie hoodlum in the stomach. "Society isn't a school, and isn't as polite as the teachers. Remember this lesson." Saying that, he ignored the rookie hoodlum who was retching on the ground and headed right for the old hoodlum with the gun. The old hoodlum's face stiffened. "Batman! Batman!" Luke took the gun from him and released the clip before he held the gun in both hands. With an unpleasant sound, the pistol was twisted into a pile of scrap metal. "You, guilty," he said in a low voice and squeezed the old thug's right index finger. The old hoodlum clutched his right hand and screamed. "It'll be your entire right hand next time." After that, Luke checked the surveillance footage, and then shot out his grappling hook and flew off. The woman ran off down the alley. She wasn't afraid of these two unlucky B*****stards. Batman had just been here, and she didn't believe they would dare attack her again. Looking at these two pitiful bundles of experience and credit points, Luke knew that even if he hadn't come, the two hoodlums would at most take the money and leave. The woman's life hadn't been in any danger. This was just a prelude to Batman's performance tonight, so Batman's appearance at St. Post Hospital would be reasonable. He had to keep acting to make it even more reasonable. Leaping off the building again, Luke faintly heard the voice of the woman on the phone after she ran out of the alley. "Is this the TV station? I saw Batman. It's $200 for a lead, right? Also, he saved me. You said an interview costs more, right?" His lip curled up. He didn't object to people using news on Batman to make money. Those who were trying to make extra income usually had it hard in life. He helped these people, but was also using them. It was understandable that someone would take the opportunity to make some money. He wasn't some big shot, Batman wasn't a manifestation of his convictions, but a sock puppet that could be used. He needed these rescues to spread the word and generate more discussion to increase his popularity so that it would be easier for him to take action in the future. For example, tonight. Boom! Not far away, there was a loud crash as an excavator crashed into an ATM on the street. The hoodlums cheered excitedly. "That's awesome. That's how you do it. Hurry up and dig them out. Money. There has to be a lot of money inside." Luke shook his head helplessly. This was an ATM, not AF**King vault. The most that a few ATMs put together could have was hundreds of thousands. They actually used an excavator to rob an ATM. But these people had probably stolen the excavator as well. Thinking about it in another way, robbing an ATM and not a vault was understandable. There were too few people in this world who would try to understand someone else's point of view. Luke understood the robbers, hopefully, they would understand him later. In the distant night sky, the spotlights of several helicopters had already appeared and were rapidly approaching. Luke circled round in the air and glided down. The criminal who was driving the excavator suddenly realized that the light on one side had disappeared, and that something was blocking his view. He turned his head and saw a black giant outside, and a giant hand reached in. Aw! With a strange, drawn-out cry, he was pulled out and flung away to smash onto the roof of his accomplice's car. The group of hoodlums, who had been in high spirits just a moment ago, suddenly fell silent. Looking at the black giant jumping down from the excavator, they gritted their teeth and shouted, "Bat, bat, bat, Batman." Luke frowned in displeasure. How uncouth. What the hell was Batman? He grabbed the clothes of the two hoodlums who were the closest to him and lifted them into the air. They looked into those bloodshot eyes as the cold mechanical voice rang out, "You, guilty." All the hoodlums screamed. "No, no. Spare us." They were all loyal fans of Batman. After watching TV the last few days, everybody knew that as long as Batman sentenced the criminals he caught, at least one bone in their body would be broken. Crack! Crack! The two hoodlums jumped around as they hunched over their hands, but they were secretly relieved. Only the little fingers on their right hands had been broken, which was Batman's lightest punishment, and was more of a warning. Looking at the accomplice who was lying on the roof of the car and could only moan faintly, they felt that it was great that they didn't know how to operate an excavator. Driving an excavator might net them several broken bones. The remaining hoodlums looked at each other for a moment before they suddenly fled in all directions. Luke swiped his waist and threw out two bat darts. Ah! Ah! Two screams rang out, and the two leaders who had been overseeing the robbery collapsed, clutching their thighs. Luke put the darts back into his pocket and left. He could only give these hoodlums a light punishment. Although picking up an ATM with an excavator caused quite a stir, they hadn't hurt anyone. "Dustin has already sent 4 officers to the back entrance," Selena said. "Luke, copy that." The AI program reminded him in its cute little voice, "Sir, the trap has been triggered. Do you want to activate it?" While Luke had been torturing those hoodlums with the excavator, he had still been paying attention to that side. He immediately ordered, "Confirm. Activate the trap." Boom! A thick column of smoke rose hundreds of meters away. Luke turned his head at the noise and smiled. Batman noticed the hospital. Batman was going to fight crime. Batman shot out his grappling hook. Batman flew off. In the air, Flag looked speechlessly at the helicopters not far away. "Why do these paparazzi have such sharp noses?" The team member next to him laughed. "Anyone who reports Batman's whereabouts will receive a reward of $200. Anyone who has had direct contact with Batman will receive $500 if they agree to an interview. There are even bigger rewards, like for those who have actually interacted with Batman. The paparazzi now have all the people of Los Angeles under surveillance. They're much more popular than we are." Flag was speechless. Trust the masses, mobilize the masses. From the people to the people. These were truly words of wisdom. A secret agency like theirs couldn't compete with a TV station. "What's Batman doing now?" Flag asked. The team member said, according to the logistics team monitoring the TV programs, he first rescued a woman who was being robbed, then stopped some hoodlums who were robbing an ATM a street away. Flag, looks like he isn't too busy today. Get ready, we're going to try contacting him today. Boom. Flag and his team members turned around. What's going on? The scout at the front of the helicopter immediately replied, "It looks like St. Post Hospital. There seems to have been an explosion, and there's a lot of smoke. There might be a fire." Flegg frowned. What the hell? From his intelligence network, there had also been news of a suspected terrorist attack at St. Post Hospital in the afternoon, but he hadn't followed up on the details. An ordinary explosion, even if it was an attack, wasn't his responsibility. The scout said, "Boss, Batman went to St. Post Hospital. It seems that the explosion just now attracted his attention." Flegg nodded helplessly. "Follow him. Mr. Batman is someone who helps others the most. He'll definitely take a look if there's an explosion." However, seeing that the nearby TV choppers had also chosen to do the same thing, he sighed again. "I really want to use an RPG to destroy them." His team member said, "Boss, we would be tried in military court and executed." Flegg, "I know, which is why I haven't picked up an RPG already." It only took Luke more than 10 seconds to cover a distance of 500 meters, and he headed straight for a smoke-filled room in the hospital. "Activate thermal imaging." The scene in the room immediately appeared on his lenses. Looking at the two red figures in the room, Luke smiled. "Got you." He then charged through the broken window. Even though the two inside had just been hit by the stun grenade, their reactions weren't bad. The moment Luke entered the room, they fired without hesitation. Luke didn't dodge or evade as he approached the person closest to him. Both of them exclaimed, "Batman." Their movements slowed down for a moment. Luke grabbed the man and threw him out the window like a bowling ball. The man flew out the window like a cannonball, and Luke turned around, his cape covering his back. The last person subconsciously pulled the trigger, but he was cursing inwardly. Ordinary bullets were useless against Batman. This was the truth that many criminals had personally tested. Now, it was his turn to taste it. The black figure that was as big as a hill wasn't clumsy at all. In fact, it was extremely fast. The cape flashed, and a huge palm shot out from behind it to grab the person's neck. Bang! Grabbing the guy, Luke sped up and jumped out the window. Bang! There was a dull thud as Luke landed in the small square in the middle of the hospital. The man whom he had just thrown out was still limping and trying his best to escape. Luke smiled. "Want to run? You're going to be on live TV tonight." Rumbling footsteps rang out for an instant before they disappeared. The guy who was running couldn't help but turn around, only to see a huge shadow gliding over. "Freaking hell. You're shameless." This guy cursed inwardly. They had always been the ones to bully ordinary people with their physical advantages. Now that they had encountered a superhero who bullied them with his equipment advantage, they instantly felt despair. A huge shadow quickly enveloped him, and a hand grabbed his neck as he was lifted up. The scenery around them went by quickly, and in less than 10 seconds, the two of them found themselves in the square in front of the hospital. At the same time, several snow-white pillars of light swept over from the sky and enveloped the three of them. When the TV helicopter arrived, looking for Batman, they saw him holding two criminals in his hands. Almost everybody who saw the two people held by Batman subconsciously agreed with this scenario. Luke threw one of them to the ground and stepped on him. Picking the other one up, he said coldly, "Outsiders, you're guilty." Their faces changed. They knew Batman's line, but he was now calling them outsiders. Luke grabbed a bat dart from his waist and cut off the man's right arm. Amidst the screams, the arm which fell exploded and disappeared. On the helicopter, the paparazzi who were filming were stunned. Flegg was also stunned. What was going on? Something didn't seem right. Countless people had studied Batman's operations. Everybody agreed on one point: even if he was deliberately putting on a show, the most he did was break the bones of the criminals, and he had no intention of torturing them. Why did he suddenly cut off the man's arm? What was even more outrageous was what happened to the man. Why did his arm explode and disappear when it was chopped off? Luke, however, didn't stop. He switched to the other person and cut off his left arm with the bat dart again. Throwing the two guys to the ground, he stepped on their other hands and said coldly, "Outsiders, this world belongs only to us humans, not you filthy blood-sucking bugs." The two vampires screamed and didn't say anything. Luke had stepped on their hands one after another. The paparazzi on the helicopters were all stunned. It was rare for Batman to use such brutal methods, but they weren't sure if it was really brutal. After all, the two men who had had their arms cut off were really weird. They didn't look human. Two helicopters landed near the square, and 4 people got off on each side. Luke looked around and smiled inwardly. They were all old acquaintances. The person on the right ran faster and shouted from afar, "Batman, we're not hostile. We just want to talk to you." Luke turned his head. A few seconds later, the leader on the other side also shouted, "Batman, can I have a few minutes of your time?" Luke said, "Show me your IDs." Both parties were stunned, but they took out their IDs. At that moment, Flegg hesitated, but the man on the other side stepped forward and gave Luke his ID. "Hello, Batman. I'm Phil Coulson, an FBI agent." Flegg cursed inwardly, but could only step forward and hand over his ID. "I'm Rick Flegg, an FBI agent." Luke secretly smiled, but said, "The FBI sent 2 of you at the same time. We're not from the same department." That was Flegg's words. "It's just a minor problem with internal coordination." That was Phil's words. Luke's gaze paused on the ID card in his hand for a moment as he looked at the familiar surname, Coulson. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. There were thousands of people called Phil, but Coulson was from S.H.I.E.L.D. He should be the only one, right? What a joke. But now wasn't the time to think about it. He handed them back. "What do you want?" Flegg said, "Them, and to talk to you." Phil waited for him to finish before he said, "Same here, but I can wait until you're done." Luke looked at Flegg. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Stunned, Flegg subconsciously glanced at Phil. For a moment, there was silence. Phil, however, smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Flegg smiled bitterly to himself. Coulson was indeed a crafty old fox. He could only say, "We want to talk to you in private. It's inconvenient here." Luke turned to Phil. "What about you?" Phil handed him a card with a smile. "Maybe we can keep in touch and work together in the future." Luke didn't take the card, but glanced at it. "Okay, I've memorized the number. Anything else?" A hint of regret flashed in Phil's eyes, but his expression didn't change. "We're taking one of them with us." Before Flegg could say anything, Luke quickly agreed. "Sure." Flegg swallowed his words. Luke looked at Flegg and pointed at the 2 guys at his feet. "Do you know what they are?" Phil fell silent. Flegg could only shake his head at the stare. He had a rough idea, but wasn't too sure. "They're vampires." Luke's cold mechanical voice rang out. "Vampires who feed on human blood." His blood-red lenses seemed to be focused on Flegg. "It's best for you not to get involved with these alien bugs." As he spoke, he exerted strength with both feet. Crack! Crack! The remaining arms of the 2 vampires were flattened, and they screamed even louder. Luke moved his feet away and looked at Phil. "Don't be so foolish as to approach me next time. Idiots pretending to be me will show up sooner or later." With that, he took a running leap and then disappeared behind the hospital building. In the square, Phil and Flegg watched him leave, and their team members asked in their earpieces, "Sir, do we follow him?" The 2 of them looked at each other and said, "Let's bring them in first." With the other party around today, it wouldn't be easy to communicate with Batman. Besides, it seemed that Batman didn't really want to talk to them. "Phil, long time no see," Flegg said first. Phil was still smiling. Rick, how have you been? Flag, if this were a different time and place, I would say that I'm very happy to meet an old friend. Phil, still, I'm happy. Shall we meet up to talk later? They looked at each other. A moment later, Flag stretched out his hand helplessly. You're always so polite. How about we have breakfast tomorrow at 9 in the morning? Phil shook his hand. Very good. My treat. As they spoke, they each signaled to their subordinates to grab a vampire each and drag them into their respective helicopters. As soon as they got on, they instructed with practically the same words, have the ground team follow up. It would be best to avoid that annoying bunch from next door and make contact with Batman alone. At the same time, Luke was gliding in the air as he ordered, Little Snail, put the news up online. Pay attention to when it disappears. He then sent Selena a message, go home first. In the Malibu Beach villa, Tony finished watching the video clip selected by Jarvis and frowned. What are those two guys? He wasn't stupid. The guys whom Batman had dragged out and thrown into the square to be punished publicly definitely weren't simple. Last night, he and Batman had fought over 100 criminals in Los Angeles, but they had simply knocked them out and left. They hadn't wasted any time like this at all. Jarvis said, I don't have any information on them, but I've intercepted information online. Images began to appear on the screen. Tony looked at them carefully for a moment and nodded. I knew it. Someone who can make him waste his time wouldn't be ordinary. What's this? Jarvis said, based on the information gathered on the internet, these two matched the hearsay about vampires. Tony, what? Why would a vampire appear and be beaten up by Batman? He had always thought that this world was more scientific, but he hadn't been at the scene today, and could only change the subject. Who took the two vampires away? Jarvis said, the people who took them were from two helicopters, both of which belonged to special departments. This person is from Homeland Security. He investigated the company previously following the attack at Stark Industrial Park. This person is from the FBI's Joint Advanced Research Unit. Phil and Flag's faces were displayed in red frames. Tony had a rough idea. These mysterious departments specifically targeted supernatural beings. But he didn't know which agencies these two belonged to. After all, there were many secret research agencies in America. From the CIA and the FBI to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Homeland Security, and so on, there were few secret agencies that wouldn't claim to be a major force in America. Thinking that, he didn't bother thinking about these trash agencies anymore. His gaze fell on the armor next to him. This was the most important thing. He was suddenly inspired. If he hadn't told Jarvis to inform him as soon as there was news of Batman, he wouldn't have stopped and wasted time. Batman had clearly been annoyed into running off by the guys from the two agencies tonight, and Tony could continue optimizing his armor. He had only just started upgrading it, and it wasn't a good time to play games with Batman. Having made up his mind, the tycoon continued working. Not long ago, in an ordinary foster home in America. Cool. Batman is so cool. He's dealing with monsters. There really are monsters in this world. He cut off the monster's arm. He looks so fierce, but I like it. A girl 15 to 16 years old silently watched as 4 or 5 boys of varying ages crowded in front of a computer to look at several images. She looked at the pictures through the gaps in between the boys' bodies. Suddenly, the boys exclaimed. Why did they disappear? The connection's still working. Damn it, the pictures are gone. It must be the American government. They're hiding the truth again. Damn it, I forgot to save the pictures first. What? You idiot. You were the ones who wanted me to browse quickly, and now you're blaming me? Who understands network technology? Like hacking and stuff. Where are we going to learn that? With those kinds of skills, we should be able to find some pictures. The girl silently turned around and left, not getting involved in the boys' boring conversation. In the outskirts of Los Angeles, two people were busy working in a warehouse. Everything in the warehouse was very simple. There were only two big tables and a few display boards covered in photos. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It seems you found the right direction." Both of them jolted and grabbed their guns at the same time, pointing at the source of the voice. A black giant walked out of the shadows from one corner of the warehouse and threw a bag on the table. "This is new information." Both of them heaved sighs of relief. Although they didn't put down their guns, they lowered them. The black giant walked over to a display board and said, "Are you sure about the location?" The two men looked at each other, and it was still the bald Hart who said, "I'm not sure, but it's very likely that this is where they'll hold the ritual." "You haven't drawn their attention, have you?" the black giant asked again. "No," said Hart. "We're only making a guess based on the information we gathered." The black giant said, "Be careful. Take a look at the news of the terrorist attack at St. Post Hospital. It was caused by the agents sent by Ellsworth to silence people." Saying that, he turned around and left the warehouse. In the warehouse, Cole and Hart waited for him to leave before they quickly checked the lock, and found nothing unusual. "How did he get in?" Hart frowned. Cole silently turned on the TV and flipped through a few channels before he finally stopped. Batman appeared once again and resolved a terrorist attack at St. Post Hospital. "We don't know who the attackers are. The attackers are confirmed to be two." In the night sky, Luke sat in a mini-plane. The modified plane flew 10 meters above the ground, and Little Snail steered the plane clear of any danger. Looking at the darkness in front of him, an old saying floated through Luke's mind: "Bravely pursue the cornered enemy, and do not become like a renowned tyrant." Tonight, he was going to attack Ellsworth's nest. Through their investigation, Cole and Hart had confirmed the location of the secret nest. Luke's own investigation had also pointed to this area, but it hadn't been as conclusive as Cole and Hart's speculation. In an hour, he would reach the desolate area around Sacramento. If he was wrong, he would check other suspected locations. It was just that those suspected locations were in Sacramento's city center. Unless necessary, Luke didn't want to fight in the city center. If everything happened out in the open, the Ellsworth family could only suffer in silence. It wasn't like they could announce to the public that their master's nest had been destroyed. Like the two hybrid vampires who had been caught tonight, they would never admit that they had any connection to it. Luke sneered and swiped over his tablet as he prepared for the cleanup operation later. 50 minutes later, he put the plane into this inventory, and the cape behind him hardened in the air. The two drones rose into the air and flew around a stone castle that was overgrown with weeds. Inside the stone castle in this wilderness, people were running around and moving various items to a convoy in the center. Looking at the 5 people who were clearly abnormally warm, Luke knew that he had found the right place. For 5 vampires to appear in such a remote place, it could only be the Ellsworth family's nest. With a thought, the black giant swooped down. They were talking among themselves. "Are we really leaving? Don't even think about having fun. Damn it, they pissed off Batman." "Who's Batman?" "He's just a human, our food." "Shut up. Don't you know how many people are paying attention to this guy? If he attracts the attention of those agencies, can you bear that responsibility? Bear it together." A cold mechanical voice rang out above them. They reacted quickly and scattered, but the giant shadow had already swept over them. With 2 cracks, the 2 vampires screamed and flew out with their chests caved in. "Batman," a vampire shouted in horror. "Outsiders, you're guilty." The mechanical voice was emotionless. It grabbed a vampire who was retreating and threw him to the ground. Boom! The man was laid flat, most of his body smashed into the mud. Luke swiped at his waist and threw out 2 bat darts. The spinning shadows intercepted the 2 fleeing vampires from the sides. One of the vampires was too slow to react, and half of his leg was cut off by the spinning shadow. He screamed and fell. The other vampire had barely stopped and a huge shadow covered him and broke his neck. Bang! He lost control of his limbs and fell to the ground. Luke's blood-red lenses flashed as he looked at the crowd that was charging at him. He flicked the 2 bat darts that flew back, and they spun out again. He didn't stop. He took out more bat darts from his waist and threw them out. A series of screams rang out, and a group of people who had just surrounded him collapsed. Their legs were all cut. Luke suddenly raised his head and looked at a shadow. He heard the rumble of an engine. The next moment, something big broke through the stone wall. It was an armored car. Luke's eyes flashed as he charged at the front of the car. Activate all support frames. Maximum stress mode. He pressed his hands against the front of the car. Support frames shot out from his arms and legs in the shape of a palm to brace against the front of the car and the ground. Boom! The rear end of the armored truck jerked. Luke exerted more strength with his hands and legs, and as he charged forward, he flung the car upward. The armored truck did a 180-degree flip in the air and flew over his head before it crashed upside down on the ground. There was silence. The Ellsworth family and the lackeys of the outsiders are guilty. The black giant roared and turned around to kick the side of the armored truck. The armored truck made an unpleasant screeching sound as it was sent flying 7 to 8 meters over the ground. Everybody was gobsmacked for one moment as they looked at this dreadful scene. Sir, the support frames have sustained 15% damage. Auxiliary power has been reduced by 32% and the circuits are overheating, Little Snail reported considerately. Luke smiled. Retract the support frames. Of course, he wasn't that strong right now, but with these support frames, he could still unleash attacks that were several times stronger. Fighting an armored car head-on was just a small test of the auxiliary support version 1.0. Looking at the dazed people at the scene, he didn't say anything else. He had already pronounced judgment on them. Anyone who heard this should prepare to be crippled. The black giant wove through the battlefield and broke the legs of more than 10 people. As if they had just woken up from a dream, the rest of them shouted and ran for their lives. Unfortunately, it was too late. The vampires and half their lackeys were taken down, and Luke had enough time to clean up the survivors. He casually let loose the black bat darts, like a swarm of bats leaving their nest, and used their sharp wings to cut each person's legs. In the end, the darts flew back into his hands one by one with blood-stained blades. Luke finally entered the stone castle. There were more than 100 people in this secret nest, and only half of them were there. Following his sharp nose, he moved through the stone castle and soon entered a round hall. The hall had no ceiling, and above them was the starry night sky with a magnificent view. But this was the source of the evil. Scanning the people in the hall, Luke sneered. They were kneeling in a circle around the hall and praying to a strange tree root figure draped in yellow cloth. A pattern had been carved into the walls around them from top to bottom. It included carvings of an hourglass and 2 semicircles. Dark red blood flowed upward along the carved lines, and the edges glowed with a faint blue light as the blood gathered above the hall. At the top was a horizontal cross, and the middle was precisely above the tree root figure. Blasphemer, receive the descent of the blood god. An aged voice reverberated in the large hall. Luke raised his head and saw an old man standing on the cross in the air. He was the one who had spoken. At his words, the prayers of the crowd grew louder and echoed in the hall. The blue light of the pattern on the walls glowed even brighter. The figure standing under the pattern shuddered, and the body exuded a blood-red mist which drifted up to the cross. Luke smiled and took out 2 smoke grenades from under his cape. He threw one at the tree root figure and the other at the person in the air. Bang! Bang! There was an intense shock wave and the hall was filled with the pungent smell of garlic. Without waiting for them to react, Luke took out a special crossbow from his back. Swoosh. 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 8 shadows fanned out and shot at the 8 people under the 8 lines of symbols. The last bolt flew at the old man on the cross. The 8 people standing under the lines suddenly screamed as they were hit by the arrows one after another. The center of the arrows ballooned up and quickly filled their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, the 8 people exploded like balloons that had been filled with too much water. Blood splattered everywhere and swiftly turned into bright sparks that burned to ash. The old man at the center of the cross suddenly raised his hand and stopped the arrow that had been aimed at his chest. He roared, "No, no." As the 8 people exploded on the spot, the 8 lines of symbols that had been lit up dimmed like a machine that had lost power. The blood in the carved lines also scattered and turned to dust in the air. But Luke was looking at the old man with great interest. He had seen the old man's face clearly when he entered. It was actually Sheldon Ellsworth, the current leader of the Ellsworth family. This was very different from what Luke had guessed. Ellsworth wasn't a vampire lackey as Luke had thought. Sheldon, who held the highest authority, was a vampire himself. That wasn't the main point. That main point was that most of the 8 people whom Luke had killed were Ellsworths, and when Luke had entered, Sheldon's appearance had already started to change from a man in his 60s to a man in his 30s. His short and thin body also grew taller and brawnier. But Luke had interrupted this youth recovery process. The moment the 8 people died and the light from the symbols disappeared, Sheldon's transformation immediately stopped. Huh. Come to think of it, had he destroyed that blood god or whatever? Luke wondered. While he was more wary of this thing, he wasn't too scared. He had gained a lot of information on vampires. According to the vampires, the blood god wasn't actually some god. It was just how they described the perfect state in vampire legends. In this blood god state, vampires were no longer afraid of sunlight, silver weapons and concentrated garlic essence, and their speed and strength were also greatly enhanced. From this description, it was clear that the main function of this blood god state was to make up for the vampire's weakness, but there was no mention of what this enhancement looked like. It was just described as power on par with the first vampire. None of the vampires and servants that Luke had interrogated knew how powerful the first vampire was. Luke didn't pay much mind to this. Even vampires were human once, and they had the same bad habits as humans, like vanity and bragging. But just to be safe, he interrupted the ritual as soon as he entered. It didn't matter if he was a blood god or not, but a dead Sheldon was definitely the best Sheldon. Thinking quickly, Luke stuffed his crossbow into his cloak and put it away in his inventory. On the cross above, the furious Sheldon jumped down as he lunged fiercely at Luke. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up under his mask. Why did all these vampires like to soar through the air? This old man didn't look like he could fly. When Sheldon lunged at him, Luke suddenly moved to the side, and his wide cloak covered most of his body. Sheldon felt his vision go dark, and then he felt a sharp pain in his cheek before his body was sent flying sideways. Boom! A small part of Sheldon's body was lodged in the tree root in the center of the round hall. Just now, Luke had used an irregular movement similar to a capoeira dance move and combined it with a bit of the Chinese skirt leg technique, covering his movements with his cape. He then used the momentum to kick Sheldon in the face. As Sheldon was sent flying, Luke regained his balance and charged forward. He grabbed Sheldon's leg, which had only just started to struggle, and pulled it out, before he turned around and smashed Sheldon onto the ground. Bang! 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 With a series of bangs, Luke replicated what he had done in the fight against the female vampire in Slovakia as he smashed Sheldon around for a time. Looking at the muddy Sheldon in his hand, he shook his head inwardly. This old man was just a weakling. Apart from the fact that Sheldon was more resistant to attacks, his combat skills, combat experience, and reflexes were basically non-existent. He wasn't even as good as the female vampire in Slovakia. Thinking that, Luke drew a bat dart from his waist and slashed it across Sheldon's neck. Poochie. Sheldon's head fell off. Luke narrowed his eyes. A thick stream of blood spurted out of Sheldon's neck, but instead of scattering, it condensed into a stream that connected his head and neck. In the blink of an eye, Sheldon's head was pulled back to his neck by the pillar of blood, until there was only a slight scar which still glowed with flame. Sheldon cried out in pain. Luke's left arm suddenly blurred as he slashed at Sheldon's body with the bat dart. Chee! 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 The sound of flesh being cut rang out as 7 or 8 bloody wounds appeared on Sheldon's upper body and he fell apart like a broken doll. But the blood in his body condensed once again and he was stuck back together. Except for the louder screams, Sheldon didn't die. Looking at the wounds that quickly healed the moment those faint flames disappeared, Luke fell into deep thought. His bat darts were coated with a layer of silver along the edges, specifically for use against vampires. Ordinary vampires might be killed if they were cut by the bat darts, but against Sheldon, they only slowed down his recovery. In this regard, Sheldon really did have the characteristics of a blood god. He was no longer afraid of silver weapons, and ordinary cold weapons were basically useless. After suffering the cuts, Sheldon finally understood one thing: don't compete in melee abilities with Batman. Sheldon had lived like a prince all his life. He had relied on his power, money and brains to obtain the power of a blood god, but he had no actual combat experience, nor had he received any combat training. As a big shot of a powerful American family, Sheldon had always looked down on brute force. With a thought, his ankle suddenly turned into a pillar of blood and slid out of Luke's palm. Luke exclaimed lightly and immediately grabbed at Sheldon's calf. This time, most of Sheldon's leg turned into blood, and he successfully evaded Luke's grasp. Having finally escaped, Sheldon didn't dare to pretend anymore. He exerted all his strength and charged at the stone wall, leaping off it and onto the cross above. At that moment, he finally regained some courage and shouted again, "Batman, if you choose to surrender now, I can let you go. Otherwise, you'll be ruthlessly judged by the blood god." Luke snorted. How was this any different from a kid who had lost a fight shouting, "Just you wait, I'll kill you later"? Sheldon didn't have any combat experience, and would actually do something so stupid. However, this might be because he couldn't think of a way to defeat Batman, and could only shoot off his mouth. Luke moved, and also used the stone wall to jump up. Coupled with the help of his cape, he threw himself at Sheldon on the cross. In less than 2 seconds, Sheldon saw the black giant approaching him frantically, and he panicked. Thanks to his semi-finished blood god body, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. But he had almost been smashed into a pulp and had been cut into pieces. He had suffered unimaginable mental and physical pain. He had never been a warrior, but a superior who was used to sitting in his study and issuing orders for others to fight to the death. Even if he couldn't die, he couldn't take such a brutal attack. Looking at the huge shadow that was about to pounce on him, he ran. When he jumped out of the round hall through the top, he felt a shadow over his head. Sheldon turned around and saw Batman flying at a speed that far exceeded his own. He instantly despaired. He had actually forgotten that Batman could fly. But there was nothing he could do since he was still in the air. He could only watch as the triangular blood-red lenses approached him and a giant hand reached for his head. Unconsciously, he activated his blood transformation ability and turned his head into a pool of blood. The black hand swept over his head, but didn't cause any damage. Sheldon was delighted. He had found a way. His blood transformation could completely counter Batman's punches and kicks. As long as he didn't panic, there was no need to be afraid of him. At that moment, his head returned to normal, and he saw a crossbow in Batman's other hand. He decisively used blood transformation again. Pooh! 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 Blood spurted out of his chest. Sheldon screamed and suddenly fell to the ground. Luke unhurriedly took out a case and replaced the empty one in the crossbow. He then aimed at Sheldon, who had fallen to the ground. Pooh! 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 Another 9 special arrows hit Sheldon, and were distributed evenly from top to bottom. Just now, Sheldon, who lacked combat experience, had temporarily lost his sight when he dodged Luke's left hand with blood transformation. He didn't see Luke take out a crossbow with his right hand and shoot a special arrow into his chest. These arrows contained a lot of special drugs that could fend off blood clotting, and the injection process was completed instantly. This was exactly what Luke had used to kill the 8 vampires in the round hall. It was so effective that it was almost an instant kill. On the other hand, a newly minted blood god had just been shot 18 times in a row. Bang! Sheldon crashed heavily to the ground and roared in pain. The parts of his body that had been injected with the anticoagulant rapidly expanded, as if he was being buoyed up by a dozen rubber balls. His face also swelled up and deformed under the effect of the anticoagulant. Only a pair of eyes were fixed on Luke, angry and frightened, but Sheldon couldn't say anything. He could only roar. Chee! 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 With a series of explosions, the various parts of Sheldon's body exploded until he turned into a pool of black and red blood that stained the ground 10 meters away. A moment later, the black and red blood lit up with bright fire and was extinguished. Ash blew in the air, and Sheldon disappeared from this world without a trace. Hell is yours. Go to hell and fulfill your dream of becoming a god. Luke mocked inwardly. There was no way he would have forgotten the Daywalker's reminder about special weapons for killing vampires. The source of the vampires' power was their blood. Naturally, the special weapon should take this into account. Luke had long prepared the anticoagulant doses, and it seemed they were quite effective. Sheldon, that half-assed noob, was almost instantly killed. To keep things short, his battle with Sheldon took less than a minute, and most of it was just Sheldon wasting his time. Luke returned to the round hall. Looking at the lackeys in the hall who were still crying and unable to escape, Luke was very satisfied. The 2 tear gas grenades that he had thrown out earlier were made with highly concentrated garlic essence. When a vampire inhaled it, it was like inhaling concentrated sulfuric acid. Ordinary people, on the other hand, would at most cry a little when they inhaled the garlic. Well, fine, it seemed that they would also cry very miserably. Assessing the effect of the tear gas grenades, Luke stepped on everyone until they were crippled, before he returned to the clearing outside the castle. The situation in the clearing was very interesting. Relying on their extraordinary physique, the 5 heavily wounded vampires grabbed the lackeys who were injured in the legs and bit their throats as they started to suck their blood. When Luke came out, the vampires had just finished feeding. Luke didn't say anything. After the vampires were full of blood and roared, Luke walked out of the castle quietly. He casually pulled out the heavy machine gun from the overturned armor truck, then walked toward the roaring vampires. Bang! 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 The 5 vampires screamed again. This time, Luke smashed up their limbs with the gun before he sent them flying with kicks. The 5 vampires could only roll on the ground in pain and despair like maggots. Ignoring them, Luke opened the door of the armored truck and pulled out 2 people. Looking at them, Luke smiled. Life was full of surprises. These 2 were old acquaintances of his, and they were actually together. They were Dylan Ellsworth, the Ellsworth young master, and Alex Montel, the European mafia heir. Luke had noticed earlier that some of the people who had rescued Alex were in the castle. Last night, during the prison break, the car he had placed a tracker on did indeed enter Sacramento. This way, he didn't have to run all over Sacramento. One in each hand, he dragged the 2 young masters into the castle, pressed them to the ground, and beat them up until they wailed and howled. Blood splattered everywhere as he successfully interrogated them for the information he needed. Throwing the two young masters aside, he searched the castle thoroughly again, found the items that he was interested in, and stored them in his inventory. It wasn't money, and there wasn't a lot of it. He didn't touch any of the cash or gold in the castle. Batman wasn't the ghost butcher. He couldn't sweep everything clean, in case this MO was linked to the other identities. With this collapse, his identity as Batman wasn't useful anymore. Half an hour later, the search was over. He dragged out the two young masters who were on their last breaths and threw them to the two vampires. He ordered, "Turn them into your slaves." The two vampires looked weak and powerless. Luke didn't waste any time. He simply took out a small glass bottle and threw it into the mouth of one of the vampires, before he slapped his chin. With a crack, the glass bottle shattered, and the vampire's mouth was filled with the liquid inside. A strong garlic smell wafted out. The vampire screamed and struggled for a moment before his head exploded. He was dead. Taking out another bottle of concentrated garlic essence, Luke sneered. "Outsiders, you're not human." He had just pulled the other vampire over, and the lucky one who hadn't been picked earlier quickly gave in. "No, I'll do it. I'll do it right away." Sneering, Luke threw the vampire to the two young masters and watched him use embrace on Dylan and Alex. A moment later, the two young masters showed signs that they had become vampire slaves. Luke nodded in satisfaction and jumped to the top of the stone castle. He took out a prepaid phone and sent a short message to the number on Phil's card, before he tossed the phone aside. After everything was done, Luke leapt away from the den. In the morning, Selina came out of the training room. "You're back. What do you want to eat today?" Luke asked as he came out of his room after his shower. Gold Nugget answered quickly, "Woof." Luke said, "Fine, let's have seafood soup." Selina glanced at him. "If you're busy, just let it eat raw meat. There's plenty of tuna anyway." Gold Nugget whined in dissatisfaction. Luke shook his head with a smile. "No need. Today won't be too busy." Maybe he wouldn't be busy for the next few days, Luke thought to himself. 20 minutes later, Luke was watching the news and asked with a smile, "What's the situation?" The explosion at St. Post Hospital made it on the news, and it was a suspected air raid. "Dustin's side is fine, and people from SWAT and the Major Crimes Division went over," said Selina. Luke asked, "How about Batman?" Selina said calmly, "There's only the footage of him grabbing the two monsters and cutting off their arms, and the people from the two helicopters taking over." Luke didn't think much of it. Last night, the pictures and articles were online for only 10 minutes before they disappeared. But he had achieved his goal. Nobody could be sure that Batman wouldn't have seen the relevant information in just a few minutes. Or maybe someone else had saved the pictures and information and sent them to Batman. In any case, Luke knew without a doubt that Batman had seen the big news. At 9 o'clock in the morning, two middle-aged men were sitting opposite each other in a secluded corner of an In-N-Out. "Anything else is above my pay grade. Please don't mind it," Phil said with a smile as he took a bite of the cheeseburger. Flegg smiled and took a bite of his burger as well. "It's not like I expected you to treat me to the $50 item. We're not rich." Phil nodded with a smile. "You stayed up late. It's just an extraordinary target. You don't have to work so hard, do you?" Flegg asked after he looked at Phil's dark circles. Phil continued smiling. "There's a lot of work to do. If we don't get this done soon, more issues will crop up later." Naturally, he wouldn't tell Flegg that he had received an unexpected piece of news in the wee hours of the morning. He had had no choice but to work overnight and deploy all his team members to catch 6 vampires and over 100 crippled people at once. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would cause a huge commotion. SHIELD wasn't an American law enforcement agency. It would be very easy for the United States government to be unhappy if they touched the Ellsworth family. If Flegg had been there, it would have been easier to deal with this matter. Unfortunately, Phil couldn't give Flegg the things he had obtained. He knew Flegg's organization well. If the vampires fell into the hands of that organization, they would be a great threat to society and S.H.I.E.L.D. It was also for this reason that he still arrived on time even though he was very busy and exhausted. He was prepared to chat with Flegg for half an hour to avoid any suspicions. He was out for breakfast anyway, so he could pack some food for the team members who were working overtime. Flegg couldn't see through Phil, but he knew that it was useless to argue with him. This man's tongue was far more glib than his. After the small talk, he got straight to the point. "We're interested in Batman. I hope you won't interfere." Phil smiled. "Is that a warning?" Flegg hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "Just a reminder." Phil nodded. "Got it." Flegg hesitated for a moment before saying, "What do you want?" "Name your terms." Pondering for a moment, Phil finally shook his head. "Flegg, we're old friends. I don't want to ruin our friendship. So, I can tell you clearly that we won't consider recruiting Batman in the short term." Stunned for a moment, Flegg frowned. "Are you going to arrest him?" Phil shook his head again. "Not at the moment. We'll be keeping an eye on him at most. He's a complicated man. We won't act rashly until we get a more accurate assessment report." Flegg believed him. Phil was quite experienced. He handled all kinds of things smoothly and didn't offend many people. He had many good friends. For example, nobody else would have accepted Flegg's offer today. But Phil didn't take advantage of him. He was blunt. Flegg picked up his Coke and said, "Okay, my treat next time." Phil raised his black tea with a smile. "Deal." That was Flegg's way of saying that he owed him a favor. A moment later, they went their separate ways. Phil looked at Flegg in the rearview mirror and smiled. He hadn't lied to Flegg. What Batman did last night made him cancel the private communication which he had prepared beforehand. It had only been a month since Batman appeared, but he had already confronted a powerful Californian family like the Ellsworths, and had even destroyed the core of the family last night. Phil felt that if he really recruited this person into the team, the conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D. and America would become even more intense. Even though he personally agreed with Batman's behavior last night, he had to abandon his recruitment plan. But he wouldn't arrest Batman. He was 100% human and didn't want to stand up for a monster family like the Ellsworths. Luke and Selina went to another private hospital to visit Dustin and Jennifer. After the Ellsworths evacuated most of the officers from the hospital last night, Dustin had Jennifer transferred to this private hospital with the help of Elsa's team, leaving only an empty ward. If the criminals who had come last night were regular criminals, he would have planted the real bombs and evidence related to the Ellsworth family on them and then killed them before arresting the Ellsworths for instigating suicide bombers in the hospital. This was to prevent the Ellsworths from wiping away all traces of evidence. But the attackers were two vampires, which was a little unexpected. After making sure that the two vampires had broken into the room, Luke detonated the smoke-stun grenades that he had set up earlier to create a loud noise so that Batman, who was nearby, would be drawn over. As long as Batman went over, he would naturally find a way to catch the two attackers and make them appear on TV together. These paparazzi were free third-party witnesses. There was no need for Luke to take photos or deliver the footage himself, the reporters would do the rest. In the end, Flegg and Phil were drawn over as well, and Luke didn't even have to wrap things up. As for Sheldon Ellsworth, who had been killed in the stone castle, this old man was extraordinary. Luke had thought that Sheldon was a human lackey controlled or tempted by the vampires. But in fact, after the old man found a way to get the embrace and save his body that was dying from cancer, he grabbed the vampire that had embraced him in a pre-planned move and put him in a semi-conscious state. Naturally, Sheldon wasn't under the vampire's control. He directly drained the unconscious vampire's true blood and replaced him as the real vampire. That was more than 10 years ago. After that, Sheldon gave his son Henry Ellsworth his power on the surface while he hid in the dark and secretly captured vampires. At the same time, he picked out his clansmen who were on the verge of death and turned them into vampire slaves. The vampires that Luke had killed last night were what Sheldon had accumulated over the past decade. Sheldon wasn't a vassal of the vampires, he was a blood-sucking vine that clung to the vampires and had been trying to leech off them all this time. Sheldon hadn't been fond of Henry in the last 2 years because the ill Henry didn't want to abandon his human identity. He tried his best to use science to save himself and continue being a human bigshot. As for Henry's brother, Wolf Ellsworth, he had long been a staunch member of the family cult established by Sheldon. The murder games he played were proof of his loyalty. At the same time, Wolf was the link between Sheldon and the Bubblegum Gang, and also the link with the European vampires. It was through Wolf that Sheldon plotted against more than 10 vampires from the Bubblegum Gang, and had his family take the lead. That was why Sheldon was furious after Wolf Ellsworth went missing. In comparison, Henry cared more about his human power, while Wolf was Sheldon's good son. A few years ago, when Henry discovered that he had leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant, he had taken Dylan's DNA to do a DNA test, only to discover that his son was actually his nephew. Henry and Wolf started to clash fiercely. But even though Henry's wife gave Wolf a son, Sheldon still sided with Wolf. As a result, Henry grew more and more distant from his father, brother, son, and wife. In the end, he simply decided to privately create a test tube baby to produce a matching bone marrow for himself. This was because he couldn't swallow the fact that his brother had cheated on him, and that his father was helping him. After sorting out their relationships, Luke sweated inwardly. It seemed that Senator Henry had died unjustly. As for the blood god that Sheldon wanted to summon, the rest of the family didn't know the details. It was all the old man's doing. The items that Luke had taken from the secret chamber in the stone castle were all related to the blood god and the summoning ritual. He would take a look at them later. Lastly, Dylan Ellsworth and Alex Montel had been hiding in the castle. The robbers who had rescued Alex from prison were Sheldon's subordinates. These people had attacked the prison on the night of the earthquake, and had all gone to the stone castle to hide, not daring to show up in Los Angeles again. That was why very few people had been sent to get rid of Jennifer the next day. After more than 50 people were taken down at the hospital, Sheldon could only send 2 vampire servants to silence Jennifer, and Luke caught him. Alex was more important to Sheldon's plan, and Luke had to save him. The Montel family, which Alex belonged to, committed all sorts of crimes in Europe, including human trafficking. His family was also a big supplier for the Bubblegum Gang. They often smuggled in girls for the Ellsworth family as fresh blood cows. The girls were tricked into boarding the ship from Eastern Europe and then sent straight to this stone castle, where they didn't see the light of day. After contacting this supplier, the Ellsworth family's kidnapping of women and children in California became an entertainment show, not a necessity. That was why they hadn't attracted much attention. In fact, once Sheldon successfully summoned the blood god and possessed it, he would take his grandson Dylan and their partner in crime Alex to the chaotic countries in Eastern Europe. After making a few rounds, he would use his new identity to establish roots there. There were too many powerful organizations in America, which wasn't suitable for Sheldon's family development plan. He was ready to split his family in 2. The young ones would take control of the enterprises in America, while the old ones would turn into vampires and develop their own forces in Europe. The old man was indeed an old fox who played politics and power. He had arranged everything so clearly that even vampires were just his tools. It was a pity that Luke and the Ellsworths had been tied together since a long time ago. Luke caused the 2 brothers Henry and Wolf to go missing at the very beginning. Their partner Alex also failed multiple times to escape. Then, Luke stopped them from killing Jennifer, before he finally charged into their nest to wipe them out. The fate tying them together was finally over. Sheldon wanted to establish an immortal family, but his plan for grand dominance was destroyed early. Only Dylan was still alive, but Luke had turned him into a vampire servant. And vampires couldn't have children. This was the complete end of Sheldon's family. If Dylan and Alex, two newly created vampires, fell into the hands of Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D., it would only be even more tragic. If Hydra wanted to recruit these people as its minions, that was exactly what Luke wanted. These people were bait that he had thrown out. Luke would then be able to follow the trail back to whoever swallowed them. Thinking about Hydra, where cutting off one head meant two growing to take its place, this was absolutely a first-class Chinese leak of experience points, enough for him to harvest diligently for 8 to 10 years. As for the people in the stone castle, they had all participated in the cult's ritual and were accomplices even if they hadn't killed anyone themselves. They also had a lot of information on vampires. It was impossible to make them disappear. Many of them were Ellsworth family members. Sheldon's branch of the family was gone, but the other branches wouldn't accept the fact that dozens of their own family members had gone missing. They would definitely investigate the matter. Luke's previous actions had been to draw the authorities into the picture so that they could clean up the Ellsworth's forces. Now, it was up to S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with the aftermath. In this operation against the Ellsworths, Luke had earned more than 1,000 experience and credit points from the first 2 batches of hitmen he had captured. Destroying Sheldon gave him more than 3,000 experience and credit points. Host's experience, 60, 580/90, 000. Credit, 49,080. Looking at the numbers, he felt that the 2 nights of hard work were completely worth it. Jennifer and Dustin were talking in the ward, and Luke and Selena didn't disturb them. "Boss, we're going to work first. Just let Dustin know that we were here," Luke said to Elsa. Elsa was exhausted. "Okay. Take a break if you have time. It's safe here for now," Luke said. Elsa nodded. They specialized in different things. Luke was better at dealing with emergencies, and Elsa was the professional when it came to arranging the finer details of hiding a person. Naturally, she wouldn't let him handle this sort of cleanup. He had already done enough. Luke couldn't tell her that the Ellsworths could no longer protect themselves, so no one would come after Jennifer anymore. Several vampires and a large number of cult members from the Ellsworth family had fallen into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was even more damaging than the paper evidence which Jennifer had. The Ellsworths couldn't clean up their mess even if they wanted to. The truth was that it was Jennifer who had first alarmed the Ellsworths. For Dustin's sake, Luke hadn't prodded her along in her investigation, in case she found evidence and was killed. Who knew that Dustin, that lecherous old man, would help her out? In the end, Jennifer didn't escape the fate of being found. Thankfully, Jennifer escaped with her life, and Dustin, a lonely middle-aged man, saved the damsel in distress. The Ellsworths had suffered a great defeat, and the outcome was perfect. On the 3rd day after the earthquake, Los Angeles was still in chaos. But the city was on the way to recovery. Professor Lawrence Hayes became the country's top earthquake specialist overnight. After he became famous, he didn't get carried away. Instead, he became even more cautious. As a prominent representative of the field, he was still committed. When Luke called him, the professor's personal speculation was that an earthquake of this scale wouldn't happen again, but smaller ones might happen in the future. He would reconfirm this result again before saying anything, but he might never announce it on TV again. After all, even if he had predicted 2 earthquakes in a row, that didn't mean that he would always be right again in the future. Given his current reputation, one wrong guess would result in far worse consequences. Jenny called him. "We're about to start promoting the cell phones. Do you have any suggestions?" Luke found that odd. "Isn't that your specialty? Why are you asking me?" Jenny asked, "Did you say that you know Shira?" Luke thought for a moment. "We're acquainted." Jenny said, "Let her be the first spokesperson for the titanium phone." "How does that sound?" Luke said, "She doesn't seem to have enough influence right now." Didn't you say that we have to look for the most popular young female idols to endorse the phone and attract a young crowd? Jenny said, I wouldn't have considered her before, but she should become a hot topic for the young crowd soon. Luke, what? Jenny asked, don't you watch TV? The ad for the Colin show has been airing for 2 days. Luke immediately got it. That lousy ad about meeting Batman? Jenny said, it is a little lousy, but it's big news that Batman is on the Colin show, okay? Also, Batman was She-Ra's special guest. Do you know how many young people are waiting to see Batman's interview? Once the show airs, her net worth will probably skyrocket. Luke said, fine. When you contact her, you can say that I was the one who introduced you to her, but business is business. I don't care what the final price is. Jenny said, that's all. Bye. She hung up. Luke, so you just called me for an introduction. What he didn't know was that She-Ra had become popular again in the last 2 days. Luke hadn't noticed because he usually watched the news after the smart program filtered things out. He rarely paid attention to ads. Besides, he already knew that Batman was going to be on the Colin show, so he didn't think anything of the ad at all. Now that Jenny had brought it up, he finally realized what was going on. As the first person to be interviewed on the same stage as Batman, how could She-Ra not be popular? Many people would want to know how she had invited Batman to be her special guest. Attention was a celebrity's life force. This was even more so for most singers. Most of the time, the songs were there, but for the audience to listen to them, the singer's name had to be remembered. She-Ra would be famous for another year or two. For someone who had just turned 30, this was undoubtedly a God-given opportunity, and she might be able to transform herself in passing. These thoughts only lingered in Luke's mind for a few seconds before he tossed them aside. How much longer She-Ra's popularity could last had nothing to do with him. She was the one who had done the interview. When Luke saved her before, he had pulled a prank on her and almost scared her into peeing her pants. It was understandable that he would help her out in passing. Selena asked casually, is your titanium phone ready? Hey, don't say that it's mine, keep it on the down low. The image of a certain baldy holding a phone surfaced in Luke's mind, and he decisively rejected that identity. It's just the official pre-release promos. Selena asked, can you get me a prototype? Luke found that odd. Why? The fake phone was much more powerful and comprehensive. Selena said, I want one for photos and entertainment. You get it, right? Luke understood and smiled. Then I'll make 2 phones for regular use. They used regular phones when they called each other. Selena, on the other hand, was clearly very interested in taking photos, especially selfies. Although the fake phones could take selfies and videos, they couldn't be casually taken out in public, and were more suitable for Secret Service use. It was still busy during the day, but the two returned home early in the afternoon. Luke said to Selena, finish your training a little earlier tonight, we have something on. He then went to his workshop. Selena watched him leave suspiciously. She felt a little apprehensive, feeling like something was about to happen. Dinner was a simple tomato and beef brisket with boiled vegetables and a pot of rice. Reading the news on the tablet, Luke asked casually, anything interesting happened today? He often toyed around with the equipment in the workshop and needed to focus. On the other hand, when Selena did simple training, she would listen to the news at the same time and train her ability to multitask. From the moment they got off work until they went to bed, the task of gathering information was left to her. Selena switched channels on the tablet with her free hand and didn't stop stuffing herself with beef and rice with the other. Tonight, we have a date with Batman. Luke rolled his eyes. That's it? Selena said vaguely, keep listening. Want to instantly capture that marvelous moment? Want to be in the same frame as your idol? A product ahead of its time can realize your dream. Stunned for a moment, Luke looked at the ad which only lasted for a few seconds, before he heard the sound of a camera shutter. On screen was a photo of various men and women holding a fake Batman. "Is this the ad for the titanium phone?" he asked, looking at the image. Selena nodded and said, "There's also a short ad segment which makes it sound like Shira will be participating in the show with this thing." Luke was stunned. "You can advertise like that?" Selena shrugged. "Isn't it normal to advertise on a talk show?" "Of course, most people go on the shows to advertise their own new products. There aren't as many who are spokespeople." Luke thought for a moment, but didn't pay it much mind as he let the tablet continue playing the ads. "Shall we go out for fun tonight?" Selena stopped talking and stared at him with wide eyes. "You? Asking me out? For fun?" Luke was amused. "No, I'm asking out the Los Angeles knee breaker." Selena choked. Gold Nugget choked. Looking at the two guys who spat out food onto their plates, Luke shook his head helplessly. "How many times have I told you, you must always stay calm?" As he spoke, he unhurriedly picked up some brisket and stuffed it into his mouth. "I'm just saying that we can go out and all pretend to be knee breaker." Selena and the dog couldn't help but look at each other, then at Luke. "What do you mean?" Luke said with a smile, "Practical training, to test your recent progress. I think imitating knee breaker would be a good test. What do you think?" Selena looked at him. "Do you know?" Luke raised his hand. "We know a lot of things, so you need to get used to looking like you don't know anything. I know of knee breaker because he's very famous in my jurisdiction. I admire him, but as a police detective, I can only bring him to justice if I run into him." Looking at the dumbstruck woman and dog head, Luke suddenly smiled. That was the attitude of a detective from the Major Crimes Division. Selena rubbed her jaw, which was about to fall off. "And the truth?" Luke picked up another brisket. "The truth is that we'll be knee breaker tonight." Selena was a little dizzy. She put her hand to her forehead and said, "Wait, let me think." Luke, however, said indifferently, "Maybe in a few days, we'll be Batman. And a while after that, we'll be Iron Man. We can be anyone, but nobody can be us. You don't need to be shocked by every superhero. They're all other people, not us." Selena was confused. "You? Who would have thought he would be so nonchalant when rattling out these names?" This was different from what she had imagined, where he might be even more worried with her knowing certain things. Luke chuckled. "I'm me, not anyone else. To my family and to you, I'll always be Luke." Selena nodded blankly. She vaguely understood what he was saying. Perhaps it was because more and more things had happened recently. Even though they shared a very close relationship and trusted each other deeply, there were some things that still had to be confirmed with their own mouths. Some things weren't a secret between them, even if they never talked about it, like knee breaker or Batman. The real connection was between the two of them, and had nothing to do with the other identities. Seeing that Selena was deep in thought, Luke patted her hand and said, "Okay, let's finish eating. We're going to see LA's night view later." As if waking from a dream, Selena quickly dug into her bowl. Only the dog head looked around blankly. "What are you two talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Can you speak English?" At 9 in the evening, Luke and Selena went out and soon entered an old, problematic neighborhood. 10 minutes later, they entered an apartment building a few blocks away. Luke opened the door and Selena followed him in. "Why?" Luke raised his hand and interrupted her. He used his fake phone to scan the room before he asked her to continue. "Why couldn't Gold Nugget follow us?" she asked softly. Luke coughed and said, "Don't forget that you need a code name for every mission." Selena said, "Fine, Terminator." "Why didn't you let Hellhound come with us?" Luke said, "Because if we stick together, it'll be very easy for people to remember us. Even if we need to look out for each other, it's best if we stay away from each other. I'm here today, so he doesn't need to follow us too closely." "It's her. Selena corrected him. Luke was stunned. Are you sure Hellhound is female? Selena shrugged. Don't forget, Bill is female. Luke said with a strange expression, that works too. It's safer that way. As they talked, Luke took out various equipment from his bag and quickly put them on. With Luke's help, Selena put on a suit that she had never worn before. She stood in front of the mirror and exclaimed, cool. The armor was pitch black and looked like a form-fitting design, but it actually wasn't. It was just enough to change the body's physical characteristics. The soft-looking fabric was some sort of new material produced by Stark Industries' research team. It would harden when it was hit and absorb a certain amount of kinetic energy before releasing it at a fixed time. Tony didn't use it in his armor because it didn't match his design. But Luke liked it very much. This suit of armor was similar to the original Batman suit. It only had two functions, bulletproofing and concealment. Because it was still a shell, it didn't have most of the functions added. For now, Luke had to rely on some gadgets to complete the armor. This was mainly because Luke hadn't had the time to perfect it yet. However, considering that the two of them would only be dealing with weak chicken gangsters tonight, the armor was already excessive. After putting on her armor, Selena looked at Luke, who was wearing a silver-gray suit that made him look like a robot. But if one looked carefully, they would see that it was just a design, and that there was nothing mechanical about it at all. It was just like clothes painted on human skin, but it wasn't clothes at all. Wait, why don't we have matching equipment? Selena was dissatisfied. You're like a robot, but I'm like a black cat. Because my set is called Terminator, and yours is called Beast, Luke asked. Also, are you sure you want to be like me, with a waist 1 meter thick? Selena looked at his tall and sturdy body, and then at her obvious curves despite her disguise. She decisively gave up on pursuing the matter. Terminator, are we heading out? The visor of her suit was up, and as she spoke, she was surprised to find that her voice had turned into a strange and cute electronic voice. Luke was amused. As you say, Commander Beast. His was the deep voice of a man. He had done it on purpose. From the very beginning, he had given Selena's armor the voice of a minion, while his was the Terminator's. Selena was vexed. What's that sound? Why does it sound weird? Luke said, I think it's cute. Selena said, really? Well, it does seem like fun. Then, listen to me. Let's go, Terminator. She waved her hand. Luke turned around and opened the door. Luke and Selena snuck up to the roof and took running leaps. Stepping hard on the ground, Selena jumped, waving all her limbs in the air. She easily flew 7 to 8 meters in the air. Before she reached the ground, she adjusted her posture and landed steadily. What was that? Luke jumped down nimbly as well. Please use the internal comms. Don't make a fuss on the external mic, Commander. Selena, fine, I forgot. Luke could only suppress his laughter. He had pictured a person crying out in alarm in the voice of a minion and flying through the air, which was exactly what Selena had done. Your shoes can change your height and the soles can eliminate the brunt of the force. At the same time, the new material has the ability to store up power charges. This is the default setting, and you can adjust to the other settings and familiarize yourself with them, he explained. Selena said, cool. She stood there for a moment before she suddenly grew suspicious. Why does this armor support system sound like the voice I'm using? Luke said, it's the default setting. You can change it if you don't like it. Selena asked, is that what your support system sounds like? Luke nodded. Selena rolled her eyes and ordered, switch to Terminator mode. Yes, Commander, said the support system, which sounded exactly like the voice of Luke's armor. Luke smiled indifferently. Okay, let's go. Selena gave the order again, and then hopped in the direction of her destination. Luke said, Commander, hopping isn't an essential action of your armor. You don't actually have to learn to hop like a rabbit. Idiot. I'm just familiarizing myself with the functions, got it? Selena pouted. No, I'm the commander tonight. Luke smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. They were heading out with new prototype armor tonight, so it didn't hurt for her to have some fun. The reason why he had brought Selena out to play was simple. The Ghost Butcher had to disappear for a period of time. Batman had been too active recently, and last night had been a big one. Flag and Phil had both started to contact Batman, and Luke had achieved his goal of using the Batman persona to distract the public. But he couldn't stop harvesting experience and credit points. When Bloodmint left Los Angeles, Luke had promised to clean up the gangsters in the slums in the East. In the end, the earthquake happened so suddenly, and news of the law and order which he had wanted Bloodmint to see turned into news of Batman, which wasn't in keeping with his promise. Taking Selena with him was the simplest solution. A pair of male and female thieves. This should make a good headline. Looking at Selena, who was jumping over the roofs, and hearing her yell in his earpiece, Luke smiled. 10 minutes later, in an abandoned factory in downtown Los Angeles. Are you sure it's all done? Luke threw the unconscious thug aside and looked at Selena. Selena frowned. It's not. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Selena looked around, but still shook her head. I really can't think of anything. They were out to have fun tonight, but they couldn't waste too much time on small details. Luke pointed at the money on the table. You have to take this, right? Selena exclaimed in surprise. You want it? Holding back his laughter, Luke said, if we don't take it, won't it be obvious that we're not here for the money or the goods? If we take it, the first suspects will be their archenemies. That way, there'll be more targets, and it'll be easier for us to hide our identities. Selena coughed. Okay, Terminator. Clean up all the money and take it away. Luke, yes, Commander. He searched the room for money and flushed the illegal drugs down the toilet. He added casually, if you want to disguise yourself even more intricately, you can choose to overlook some small change or a roll of cash, or scatter some dollar bills. That way, the finger can be pointed at specific suspects like robbers or regular gang members, and cause some unrest underground. You probably know this. Selena was lost for words for a moment before she said, Terminator, I get it. I'm just. Well, it's my first time on a mission with you. I'm just not used to it. Luke chuckled. Then get used to it. He knew that Selena and a certain dog head were LA's knee-breaker team that cleaned up hooligans until they didn't even have any underwear left. How could they let go of the money? It was their first time going out to play robbers, and Selena subconsciously restrained her mischievous side in front of Luke. As long as her real identity wasn't revealed, he didn't care if Selena took the money or not. He didn't know how much money he had cleaned up himself. Apart from the $200 million from Hernan, the big shot in Rio, the rest of the cash that he had looted from the drug dealers totaled at least $50 million. He hadn't bothered counting the money. Most of it was in his inventory. Selena's loot wasn't even a fraction of his. A moment later, they left the warehouse in an old Ford. A black lump whined in the back seat. Selena could only comfort it. Gold, Hellhound, don't worry. Terminator said you'll get a share of the loot, okay? Luke threw the bag of cash that he had just gotten into the back seat, putting his words into action. The black lump immediately quieted down. Selena then asked Luke, is the thing on it uncomfortable? Luke said, it's definitely more uncomfortable than not wearing it, but it's much more comfortable than wearing this sort of armor. After all, its armor doesn't need to be bulletproof, its main functions are camouflage and stealth. In the back seat, Hellhound barked in agreement. Selena looked at it. How does it feel to have cash? Woof. She turned around. Fine, it's just a little uncomfortable and not unbearably so. Luke just smiled and listened to her talk to the dog head as they drove to their next destination. His next objective was just to act as an enforcer and remind them of the necessary safety rules. Selina was in charge of planning and executing the mission. This was largely to prevent them from using similar techniques. At the same time, it was also Luke's training for Selina. With what had happened recently and their trip to New York approaching, he had to make sure she could protect herself. This armor was one way to do it. Tony making the Iron Man armor was an unexpected surprise, which gave Luke more skills for making new armor. Although Selina had Gold Nugget to protect her, Gold Nugget also had its weakness. He didn't want Selina to rely on Gold Nugget's super regenerative ability to run around recklessly, or she might suffer a huge setback. The best way to protect Selina, who was in a symbiotic relationship with Gold Nugget, was with the armor. It was just like how he had elementary self-healing but still protected himself with armor and bulletproof vests. Even though Luke had tested his elementary self-healing many times and proven how extraordinary it was, he wouldn't treat it as a regular strategy in battle. Naturally, it was best to hide this ability as much as possible. That was why he didn't say anything even though Selina had never shown him her complete symbiotic form with Gold Nugget. It wasn't a matter of trust between the two of them. Based on his understanding of Selina, it was very likely that there was something wrong with the symbiotic form, such as, it was ugly. Just like that, they swept through 7 or 8 gangs. Although his contribution rate was only about 50%, he still earned almost 2,000 experience and credit points. The host's experience has reached 62,620/90,000. Credit, 51,120. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the two of them sat side by side on the rooftop of an apartment building in their battle armor, the street below them. They took off their masks and stared at LA's city center with lollipops in their mouths. Selina said reluctantly, "We're going back." Luke said with a smile, "We'll come out again in 2 days. We beat up more than 100 hoodlums today. We need to let the doctors and nurses take a breather." Selina couldn't help but laugh. "That's true." After a brief hesitation, she asked, "Can't I keep this armor?" Luke hugged her and said, "It's just a frame with basic functions. I still need to perfect it. Don't you want to wear it when you head out?" Selina knew that he was telling the truth, but she was still reluctant. "This is my first armor." Luke shook her. "It'll be even better in a few days, and it'll be modified according to the style you like. You know my aesthetic standards are always a little off." Selina hummed and didn't say anything else. The next morning, they had breakfast, trained, and went out as usual. Luke noticed that Selina often had a smile on her face. In the past, she had been very cheerful, but after all the things that happened recently, she had been smiling less. Today, she had finally recovered a little. Luke didn't know if it was because of the conversation at dinner or because they had gone out to play last night. But he had plenty of time to verify it. They went to the private hospital again. Today, they finally met the luckiest of the unlucky, lawyer Jennifer. When Luke spoke to her last time, she had been muddle-headed and on the verge of death, and hadn't registered Luke at all. Elizabeth was guarding the ward. No matter how much Dustin missed Jennifer, he had to deal with a lot of work. When Luke and Selina entered, Jennifer's gaze immediately fell on Luke. A moment later, she smiled. "You must be Luke." Luke smiled and stretched out his right hand. "Hello, Jennifer. I can finally introduce myself. Luke Coulson, a minor detective from the Major Crimes Division." Jennifer was still smiling. They shook hands. Luke was about to let go, but Jennifer grabbed his hand. "Luke, thank you." He nodded. "I understand, you're welcome." Jennifer smiled. "You're just as Dustin described." Luke shrugged. "Whatever he says. He's the boss." She finally let go. Selina stepped forward and greeted Jennifer. At that moment, Jennifer looked at Elizabeth and hesitated. Luke could guess what she wanted to talk about, so he simply gestured at Elizabeth. She got up with a smile. It just so happens that I want to buy breakfast. Can you take care of her for 10 minutes? Jennifer nodded. Thank you, Elizabeth. 10 minutes later, Elizabeth, who had done one round outside, saw Selina wave at her. After she entered, Luke got up and said goodbye. You can rest well and relax. Leave this to us. Jennifer nodded tiredly. Okay, thank you. Luke smiled. Just doing our job.